Yeah, and obviously a lot of things can happen in a fortress, especially if it's in a precarious biome like, for example, Snow Sand
Because
Valley.
low-key, Lenly is playing in like 5
Maybe
FPS.
we
At
will
least
get
his
some
coach is watching
horde in the spawner again, and
FPS.
It's like
challenge
so
the
hard for him to
best
like backseat.
spawner
That's
players.
fucking
Yeah,
crazy.
he has to watch the Twitch stream, which is like how many seconds delay? Like
Yeah,
at
this
best.
is like crazy coaching in the future. You have to like predict.
Although it is a
Yeah,
lot
imagine trying to
harder
predict every single
than
perch
more
with
players
3 seconds delay. Like, oh yeah,
Bruh,
okay, the dragon's like kind of flying the
consistently
direction.
to
Can
avoid
already call
teleports
it.
and count a
yeah.
spawner or get some strays.
I don't understand like why is
Definitely some
oh
around
was it
screen
like
share
it was
starting
because like
loading now. Just
he
it is what
can't
it is.
stream and screen share at the same time or something? Is
The
that
thing
Maybe
is, his internet's
properties
just really
streaming
bad. He had to
and
like
screen
change
sharing
his streaming
to
settings
us.
for streams as
But
well
it's
because they were
okay.
just
Looks like he's
really
gonna be
laggy.
finishing up
But
his trades here though.
I feel like
Pretty
now his
soon.
internet is just cooked.
Got a decent bit of string. He's got some pearls.
like
3 fire res. That's not bad. I
couldn't
think
Lenley
he's got a good count there.
just go live in Discord, screen sharing in Discord, and then Andrew just screen share his or just like stream his
He has a
stream?
stack of string, and he also
Yeah, but
grabbed
the thing is, they
2
need the
blocks from
cam
the
and
village.
the gameplay separately.
Yeah.
What? Why?
Picked up some more
Because
Oh, I
sandstone.
see it. Wait, actually, it's
that's why
cool.
I joined the room twice with
Insects
camera, because
around
I'm
that
using my
side
normal
path.
camera, plus I'm using the OBS virtual camera, because when I
I don't think
screen
anyone in
share
the entire
through
tournament plays
Video Ninja, I just
makes
get like a
sense
yellow
to
box around
use
my
while
thing. I can't
also
play in full
playing with a
screen,
partner in
like,
geoguesser.
and my cursor disappeared, and I
I
can't
don't
fix
think
it.
anybody
Like, even with
really
Jingle, like, borderless, like, nothing works.
but it would be kind of
So I
horrible
just
Oh, what?
joined with
randomly
2
popping up.
cameras.
Never publicly
That's so weird.
learned.
That's probably bad
Really
for
thought I had learned it, but I
like
doubt it.
internet as well. Like if you're just fucking trying to like
That would be
you have to like screen share
very
double time or like
difficult
triple or whatever. Like it's so bad for if you have bad internet.
Lenley
Yeah,
finally traveling to fort now.
I mean, I had like
Hi
I
chat.
played a
Hi.
bit of single player, and I had like one really bad lag in like 10 minutes,
Okay.
right when I was doing the beds.
Coming from the geoguesser
Um,
side of things, you
yeah,
basically want to break out
but
as many blocks as
should
you
be
can
fine.
starting this blaze spawner.
What did the
So that it
lockout
creates more room for
tourney
the
do?
spawner to
Why is bad so
actually
good?
spawn in blazes. The more space you
Bag?
have around, the
Oh,
higher
bad at
chance of
Geo.
getting the maximum
He's
Yeah,
blaze
like,
spawns per spawn cycle. So he's making the room
yeah,
here
he's
using
really good.
breaking blocks. Sometimes you use beds to
I mean, he's
explode
just
them in the nether.
he's young. He has the
So you can
mechanics.
destroy blocks very quickly, but if you're low on explosives, you don't want to waste those sometimes. So
How old is he?
exactly. There are a couple
I
of
mean, he turned
methods that you
18
can
last year, I
clean up
think,
the
Oh,
spawners
for
what
the
the
with
World Cup. So I
TNT.
think
fuck?
he's
You can
like
use
19.
TNT
Um,
kek container, we called it, but perhaps maybe like only 5 people know what exactly that is, and that is something that you
you
craft
put
when you
your
have a lot
game
of
smaller in
iron
the corner. That sounds weird for
during
quality,
your
but
seed.
maybe I'm
old gen
crazy.
tech.
Yes, old gen tech.
Okay.
But I don't think anyone remembers that. So what I find interesting is that Bag opted to mine it out, although on
Yeah,
Lenly's
I think
stream
Bad
we saw
win it
that
just because
they
he's
had a lot
more
of
consistent
glowstone
than Lenny.
and
Oh
And
wait,
with the screen share,
I just watched Lenley do
separate
something that I have to show you
spot
real quick.
that
Yeah.
Bag faced,
When you're
and
blaze
he
bedding,
just
let me show you how to
here maybe he doesn't feel
like
too confident doing
do it a
blaze
little bit
bed
more
just yet.
confidently because
Good point. Good point. They're also at different spawners.
I just remembered that you like forgot to do something when you were blaze bedding, and I wanted to tell you, but I just forgot. Wait here, look. When you're blaze bedding, like wait, let me okay.
And he has 7 rods.
Ooh, and he
Okay.
has a village, so
When you're blaze bedding, you should
setting a respawn point.
you have to make sure like so on berry like you've always been like backing up, but like if you just
Very weird place to do
like when you're placing it, you just have to look like you mine these two, you just have to look like forward like this, and it'll place if you're like you can just like place it like straight up. You don't have to place it like on the side here at all. You just place it on the top,
yeah.
and um and so like you don't have to like back up and place it like that or anything. But then the other thing is that you shouldn't stand back here. You should stand up against the spawner, because if you imagine like this is the head of the bed and that's where the explosion rays come from.
Yeah.
If I stand back here, you take like 2 hearts. If you stand here, you take like 1 heart or like half a heart. Sometimes you can save even more HP by like sometimes if you're back here, you'll take like 3 hearts. So always hug the spawner just because it saves a lot of HP. That's the only thing I just thought of randomly.
Makes sense.
Is Hacks commentating?
He's coaching today.
Oh, he's backseating.
Yeah, he's backseating Finbar. So.
Huh. That's right, I forgot about that. It's pretty weird, and I don't think they did it for good reason. You can fit the full game and the face game without overlapping any suits you don't. Huh. It's interesting. I just think like a tasteful bottom left face cam or like something would be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I asked if I can virtual cam one window with camera, but I don't know.
I mean, I get this. This actually, this looks nicer though. I guess this does look nicer, but
yeah.
If it's causing issues, I don't know.
The grind never stops.
Dude, like low key, I should play geoguesser on my second monitor.
We didn't talk about like bans. Like, what's the move? Against RC at least.
Just like doesn't really matter, right? Like I feel like you're what the fuck is Lindley doing? You're like confident in like every C type. So
what is going on?
I don't know why
he built all the skeletons.
Yeah, but now he's still getting shot at.
Bro, imagine getting shot while doing the lineup.
No,
did he get
that
it?
should be so annoying.
Ooh, I don't think he got it. He needs to throw again. Did he get it?
I think maybe his OBS is off or something. So it just like seems like he didn't. But
like
he
it looked like he didn't pause at all, and he was on it at the end, but he might have moved his mouse after. Oh, there's a baby zombie in the nether now.
Oh hell no.
Go try some geoguesser. Wait, Bag's in the strong.
Okay, Bag is cooking.
Oh, that's a great spike.
It's so interesting that they all just have like the FOV instead of using hotkeys to change their vision.
Yeah.
I think it's so much easier.
Yeah,
to just hold the button than go into the menu.
It totally is.
Oh, he's on fire. Lemley's on fire.
Yeah. Poundy got roasted in chat again.
Okay, we're good.
We're like Coach, Pound Cake, Omega Lol. Everyone got a pro, but Bag tough.
No, people are gonna be shitting on him for always and forever. But like low key, he's not even. Like him and Fulham are like similar level.
Is he top 100?
No, he's not top 100.
Okay.
But he's like, it's like, I don't know, he's like coached for like other stuff before, and he's been coached a lot, and so he like knows like how to play correct. It's just like, I don't know, I think you can be a good coach without being like a pro as well.
Yeah.
You can die to an enderman like sky crabs, or you can fail the one cycle and then respawn in a village that Bag stopped in. So anything can happen. But as with Blinky versus Zigzag game, we do have somewhat of a clear favorite.
What did what time did Blinky get?
17 minutes.
Damn.
Like, I mean, it was a pretty good seed.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, everyone is apparently just playing Village. Like, low-key, can we just ban Village?
Yeah, I'm down.
But the thing is, we should leave it open so he maybe thinks we're not gonna ban it, so not on the first ban.
Sure. I mean,
but
to be fair,
there's no way he leaves open BT. There's just no way.
Yeah.
There's just no way.
I feel like against Radu, like it just like low-key, it doesn't really matter what the C tip is that much. Like I guess Ooh. I think if like bro, I don't even know like what, it just like doesn't really matter, because like, okay, I don't know, if you want to like be like, if you think you can outspeed Radu, then you probably want to be more consistent, and more consistent, like you just get more food on like villages, and
yeah,
like temples if you have animals. So like
Seems like it's gonna go for the perch right now.
if you want to be more consistent, then you would just go a village. But like from like
Wait, no, it's happening.
Ooh, it's
Yep, it's
perching.
happening.
in terms of
Kind of a low
I don't
perch
know,
on the
like
right
Right
side.
side.
you just like don't really
Almost
need to
to the
like
early
it.
bed.
I feel like it just doesn't matter because you're just consistent on every seed type, so it's like it's not really a big deal.
Great fifth bed, and he does
Yeah,
it in
I guess it's
6.
boring, but
He does it in 6. What's that
I
gonna be?
guess
20, 40,
village is
6,
just
I
easy,
think.
and yeah,
Really
back hit
clean
it,
line
so
out of the
GG.
bag. Just
Yeah.
a little bit above his PB.
20 minutes 45, that's good.
As Lenley is arriving in the stronghold.
Ooh,
Really tight match. That was so exciting.
that was very good. Yeah. I mean, a pretty good one-side count.
Since it's best of one, like yeah, just like super consistent is important.
Actually, in the same situation, he could have 4+1, but I don't think our runners.
But I think Lenny says after losing it, saying
Really odds like that
he
to
got seeded
do a +1
incorrectly,
for
back
runners,
should
but
be like
still very
second
impressive.
seed.
And this way,
Low key,
yeah.
back is pretty good, I can't lie. Like,
Yeah, he is. He is really good.
As analysts said before this, this
I
was
don't even know how Finbar got
season,
like
so they
a
weren't
really
close to any
quick,
of our round 1 matches. And
like he got like a
really
15-minute
seeing
run
that
or
was a really
something.
incredible first match. Gives us a
Yeah,
super exciting
I guess
first
if you just grind
round
for it, you
locked
can
in
get
the
it.
bag for his players.
Yeah. I mean, I think you like definitely if you had the right seed, like you could hit it, but like
What an exciting match. I mean,
because
there's
like
so much to
even
be said
it
about
just
this
like I mean
match, so I'll just let the
like
analysts
minimum right is like your PB was wasn't your PB like a slow overworld plus a slow fortress split, and that's like not really your fault. So like you could have probably gotten like a minute or two faster already. So then that's just like a 16, and then could just get
But the
luckier
thing
in
is, I
other
never
ways.
really just did runs and reset. I usually just played them out
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's way
until the
better to
end.
play them out too.
Definitely, yeah.
Quite the close match. Yeah.
No, it was great. It really did deliver on what we were expecting beforehand.
Oh fuck.
Both of these players being seated right next to each other, and it definitely delivered. I mean, it was pretty,
And he type
magnetic
lost due to
and
blaze rates and low resolution screen share.
quick fashion.
Facts.
Blaze rates.
Relatively neck and neck in most
I mean,
regards.
low-key blaze rates. I mean, I didn't see his blaze rates, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw Bag show that he's
But it's the same.
mechanically experienced.
Wait, it's the same. So,
Yeah, like what
okay.
is
Wait. Wait, so you can't just get super lucky or unlucky in the...
no.
Stuff like
Oh,
Everything is like standardized like that. Like the
oh.
pearls, the
The trades?
like, yeah, everything, trades, everything's
Okay.
standardized.
It's crazy then.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh shit.
I think
Okay. The pick and ban is going on, and Finbar is banning Shipwreck
one of the things
as the
I
first ban.
noticed was they played
Oh shit.
really fast on this.
And MK banned Temple. So BT is still open.
What if MK
Oh
is
shit.
actually a beast though? Like imagine, like have you seen that? Have you guys seen? I rewatched this video like a while ago, and it's like Loki. It's so obvious when I watched the nerdy, where like Loki pretended to be nerdy, and it's so obvious. I watched that video again recently, and it's like, what if MK is just like that? MK has the PB, I think. I actually have no idea. I just haven't watched any of their co-streaming sessions because I've been busy with school and the time's been so different. Is MK better than Ludwig?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
MK banned Temple, so I guess I banned BT. I practiced it this morning, but yeah, I'd rather
Up
do
to
Portal,
you.
I
Up
think.
to you. Yeah. Just you can ban BT. Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say yeah.
Yeah, wait, I need to give them my camera and stuff.
No, Finbar banned BT. Why are they so afraid of the ocean?
Yeah,
They're so afraid. Nah, please. So what's open? Ruin Portal and Village.
By the way,
There's no way MK goes for Ruin Portal.
I'm not saying anything, but if you ever
Oh,
wanted to,
and he doesn't even know it's called Ruin Portal. He called it Room Portal. So it seems like he hasn't even played it. Bro's
have? I
that
have 13k.
room
Wait,
portal.
bro, that's multiplying. Bro,
You're going up to 300k off that?
I mean, shouldn't the worst player just go for something really like risky then? I mean, I guess if they haven't practiced,
Kinda.
it's over. But just playing village, you should theoretically always just be consistent with your usual time.
MK called us room.
It's not really that much variance.
Yeah, it's just like if you don't think you can even beat the seed on like a really tough one, then it's just like so cooked.
Do it, or if you like, he hasn't completed a run, so I think just try and play it as safe as possible, get as much food as possible. It's like lucky 15 hay bales or something, but like
yeah.
even though it's a bit
like,
much, but
yes, I think like around 8 or 9 is probably like more than enough for a whole run.
yeah, but
Especially because we're not.
I just want to play it safe because I don't think MK is actually trying.
Yes, that's fair enough. Yeah, you can just get however many you want. Like I think, yeah, you could get like 20 or something.
Okay, yeah, I just need to get my face cam set up for them so they can see it on stream.
Is the closest time that we have to Blinky's like destructive 13-minute time.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
I'm very, very excited to see how this match plays out. On the other side of the coin, though, we do have MK. MK is the player of this tournament that actually has not played any WASD game before today, or before like coaching for
so,
Minecraft.
Yeah.
So the Infume and MK coaching sessions have been a watch for sure, because I mean Infume is having to backseat
Hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby
doing,
match.
essentially. So
yeah, it's been a little bumpy, definitely.
Yeah,
but,
definitely.
No, dude, like yesterday when I was just like talking about
there not being
like Infume backseat in MK, he has to like say like
but, I mean,
press W instead of like go to the challenge. It says like press W.
Infume is a wonderful player.
The thing is, I think Radu actually got his first completion yesterday.
How this match is going to turn out.
Oh really?
Yeah, he did.
I mean, I don't
28 minutes actually.
Oh, not
Honestly,
bad,
for a first
yeah.
completion,
I think it's
like that's pretty
still
fast. But it seems like he's mostly playing village. Like he like he did one seed on BT, like once, and he quit them instantly.
And like
They're
Loki,
like
it
8
might be
seconds
good
long, 15
to
seconds
ban
long.
village and just like
you could see a quick death really from anyone, even a heavy favorite. And
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to ban village, but at the same time, it's the safest. I don't know.
Best to never count anyone out. Anything can
Yeah.
happen in this. But yeah, I mean, going through to the next match actually. Do you have any thoughts on what we can expect to see from the seed bans here?
I think for seed bans, we'll.
Like he has never even entered the Nether on a ocean seed. But the thing is, I can't tell because usually you can just sheet change until you get something, and we won't see it.
Yeah.
I think there's a very high chance that we're going to be seeing
Nick, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
If not,
thank you.
Probably Desert Temple might be the second easiest, but I think we're definitely going into Village Seed. But
MK is building a house.
We'll have to wait and see the seed bans.
Yeah, I mean, I think the village is definitely the most likely, as we've said before. So yeah, let's take it into the seed bans here. I believe we are ready.
We are ready for the seed bans.
Let's get a look. Shipwreck ban.
Invar has banned Shipwreck.
That's interesting to ban that first. That's interesting.
First ban. Desert Temple next. I mean, Buried Treasure is still open. There's no way, right?
I don't know what's getting through. Yeah, Finbar is not letting that slide. So my expectation is that we will be heading into village.
Yeah, Ruin Portal ban, and then finally the last open seed is a village. So, I mean, it's to no one's surprise that we're playing a village.
Okay, so people just didn't practice BT at all. Because they were like, okay, it's just going to be banned, or I'm just going to ban it myself.
Yeah, you can do that, like but I think, actually, it's a grand final, best of 3.
Like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it should be.
So it still doesn't matter. It's not like a best of 5.
Or like you mentioned earlier,
you could just ban that one every single time.
So I think having that word in MK's ear is going to be really helpful for him. Hopefully in the end we'll be able to see them be neck and neck throughout the routing of the village, and then going into the Bastion as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing that I do want to mention about seeing a village seeding, and I know some of the viewers and me, and I'm sure you as well included, we kind of do want to see some variety. But one good thing about being able to see the village seed over and over is that we can really
I'll be back in
start to
2
get a feel
minutes.
for the
Yeah.
micro differences between each player's experiences playing the seed. It shows the experience and it gives a more direct comparison, I would say. So it kind of, it makes it a little bit more clear just who has put in like the extra practice, who's really experienced with their outs, and who maybe didn't study a specific seed type as much. You never know. There's lots of different
Definitely.
factors, but I think that can help. Yeah. So any final thoughts?
Yeah, we're probably not seeing one. I mean, I don't know. Maybe like Blinky,
No, I am wondering if we
Blinky,
are
Ziggy grand finals, and then they're just like
I'm not sure
low key
based on
locking
the
in.
words that I'm seeing, but I think
it's gonna
I'm
take
really
a
excited for
little
this match. I mean, I'm really excited to see MK's improvement if it's there, and then also if we're able to see Finbar's consistency.
Yeah, I really want to highlight that. I think it's I think I am very interested to see how Finbar's consistency compares to his PB, because I know that he has a very fast PB, but sometimes that can be a little bit misleading. If you have a seed that just happens to be absolutely insane, maybe doesn't necessarily indicate that the player is 100% consistent on every seed type. There's a big difference between those two things. It's easy to push for one fast time, but being consistent in ranked is another story. So we will see. But I'm very excited to see if Finbar can maybe even present a challenge to Blinky here. And yeah, I believe with that said, we are ready to go to the Masters.
Exciting match ahead of us. Let's throw
Is
it
it just
to
Derziggi? I think it is.
Let's do it. Hello, everybody. We're back. Bloom Antidotes. It's freaking time. Guys, MK has never played a WASD game. I mean, it's been said, but let's say it 100 times.
I mean, as many people have said in chat, this is probably the hydrogen bomb versus coffee baby type of game, kind of matchup here. But nonetheless, I think it will be very entertaining. What is
MK playing from his classroom again?
Quiet or something, promoting a.
Why is he punching a cow?
Who knows?
I have no idea. He looks shocked. He's totally sheep and cow.
What's going on?
I'm not gonna lie. Let me give a little bit of context here.
Oh no.
I message MK. I'm like, hey, I'm putting together this tournament. I need an 8th.
Bro, he's not even playing full screen.
Would you be interested
Nah.
in learning
What's going on?
in 2 weeks and then competing in a tournament? And he was like, yeah, for sure.
Oh my
and I was
god.
like, just to clarify, MK, this means you're gonna need to learn how to speed run Minecraft in 2 weeks. Are you down? And he said, yeah, Bloom. I got you. I can do that. I'm super excited. I can't wait.
Then he didn't want to buy the game because
after it starts, Infume DMs me. Infume goes, hey, yo, can
What
you
is he
play
doing?
VC really quickly?
Like, okay, I guess it's faster, honestly, for him.
Okay.
And clicking the items
VC,
one by one.
and Infume and MK are like, hey, so
What is going on?
MK's never even played a WASD game before, and I almost just got it from my chair and left. I was just like, MK, how did you not tell me that? Like, how did you not tell me that?
I mean, that is classic MK. Like, if
Bro, what FOV is he playing on?
2-letter name, you should go for B. If you're gonna
It looks like so wide, but maybe that's just due to not full screen.
Yeah, but
Bro, he found a found a ruined portal.
I can
Yeah.
Oh no, there's no obsidian. Bro, it was completable.
No, grab that, no?
Or not.
Bro, you could still just do it with
Let me
one
know if
bucket
you
of
feel like
lava.
you need to back out. And he said, no, I'll still play. I really want to train.
I see on his phone.
He's on his phone.
Nah, he's actually. Guy's googling how to.
Subway Surfers
Why is he on
time,
his phone?
TikTok time.
TikTok.
Bro, what is going on?
He's probably playing geoguesser on his phone. Let's be
This guy
real
doesn't
here.
give a fuck.
Let's be honest.
The thing is, how did he get?
Realistically.
Wait, how did he get better seeding in Zigzag?
Because Zigzag didn't like open the
He's
game or
scrolling
something.
scan Twitter right now.
Yeah, but MK has no completion either.
He's skiing a Sabrina Carpenter.
I don't know.
Why is he on his phone?
This guy. Hey, at least he learned how to move in the end.
Yeah,
Seed
he doesn't
mapper
even need
open.
to use his mouse or trackpad.
Bro, he's just running in a straight line and
He's just sending it.
What?
He's going to do stronghold first. Dowski strat. You go for the stronghold first, and then you do the run.
Okay, I have no idea what's happening.
Yeah, I will say they did give it a go.
Oh
They
my
really
god.
did. Like, I actually forced
Where
them
is
to
he
try really
going?
hard.
There's like
I
an
said,
ice biome now.
Please, at least try. Please, just do your best. It's okay if you're not perfect. It's okay if your completion.
The thing is,
3
we
hours.
can only be saved if
Just try
Finbar does
still.
like wins
And
this.
they did
Like,
try.
Yeah, I know.
I think MK's best he got.
like if
was,
Finbar
I think,
chokes
about a
like the end or
15-minute
something, we might be here for a while.
bastion, getting to the bastion, and then I think a death at like 45 minutes, and like no fort. I think was his best.
Yeah, something like that.
Bro.
Yeah. So respect to MK for giving. Where is he? He's in a freaking hole.
Okay.
Finbar is locked. Bro.
Finbar is listening to Gracie.
Imagine trying to cast this game.
Of course he is.
I know.
Oh my
So
You
are
just
we
have to
strip mining
watch
now?
Finbar, that's it.
Here's the thing. I'm sure a lot of people are gonna say, well, why don't you just like force MK to quit?
But it's like mining
to
coal.
replace him, stuff like that. Guys, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm telling you right now, I'm so down for whatever's happening right now. This
is how
funny
it
as
kind
hell.
of feels. So this guy's just pulling up his Spotify mid-game.
There's the same seed, no?
Wait, is it?
I swear it looks the same.
This is how it feels when there's like show matches in GeoGuessr.
We're looking at the booty of that treasure right
Like
now.
this is probably the equivalent to it, but it may be even worse.
Okay.
Oh wait, Fudge is saying it isn't. Okay.
Isn't.
I trust.
I trust you.
I trust.
Man, I really wish...
Bezo, you low-key just hope Finbar dies.
I mean,
Bro's actually starting a let's play.
Isn't the strategy to just do nothing and hope Finbar dies, but then... What? Doesn't even lose the game.
But he's crafting.
Crafting a lot of stuff. Building a house. Trying to join house builder gang.
Did he just look at the keyboard to find the S key? Yes, that is exactly what happened for MK. Wait, house builder gang. Shout out. Ooh, this is some tech from Finn.
What is going
the
on?
leaves going across like that, he's gonna use that as a bridge. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that.
Like, what's the boat for now? Like, where are we going?
What's going on here?
How have I never seen anyone do that?
Why is Finbar AFK?
Going for a swim.
I don't know.
I guess they have so much time, it doesn't really matter. Like, they can just...
I mean, I hope he's having the time of
literally just play it the safest way possible. They could go back to the surface and...
in that case.
Like, shear sheep, so he's like 25 beds.
So badly to be a fly on
Okay, he's on his phone again.
just to hear
He's gonna crash.
Jesus Christ.
It was honestly a little hard to watch when they were doing that. I felt very bad for my guy in Fume.
Yeah. I mean, we matched them based on vibes. They listen to the same kind of music.
They're having a good time.
He's trying to boat out without the eye.
I hope that they're still enjoying the process. And Infium will get his chance to compete tomorrow in our GeoGuessr tournament.
He will. That'll be so fun. The GeoGuessr tournament tomorrow is going to be insane. 8 of your favorite Minecraft speedrunning pros in a GeoGuessr tournament. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Exactly. And I think the skill level is going to be a little bit more evened out when it comes to GeoGuessr. Obviously, most people in the world have had experience with GeoGuessr once in their life. If you were growing up during the pandemic, I think a lot of people actually played it, but never to the degree of being professional. Whereas with Minecraft speedrunning, no one has tried it prior to the tournament.
Yeah, great point. GeoGuessr is one of those things that so many people have seen at least a bit of, or probably tried playing a tiny bit of at some point. So,
do you think Infu is actually in call with him?
I don't know.
Doing pretty well on this treasure route here. I mean,
Are
he's still got to complete the game.
I think a ravine below, magma ravine below you or something. Yeah, you gotta go maybe, because like this ocean doesn't look the best. Like if you go to the right, yeah, it's like hug this like coast, beach coast or whatever. the right, yeah. I don't think you can go though. Like if like this way, maybe.
What's War Pigs?
War Pigs, he opened the
Okay, maybe in
chest
the meantime we
basket.
should figure out whether screen share
On
from
MK winning.
Video Ninja is better or not, because I'm obviously streaming there anyway, so you could maybe
Are in
watch
the
it
bin.
there.
They are in the bed.
Oh yeah, we could
Also,
try. I don't
was
know,
thinking
like
people
never
from the geoguesser community.
tried that, and
This got me
Yeah.
thinking.
or I've never
See
used
what
it.
they posted
How many
here.
of you are here from the geoguesser community, and how many are in the Minecraft community?
Yeah, type 1 if you're from the geoguesser community, 2 if you're from the Minecraft speedrun community. I'm curious.
Okay.
W chat farm.
We've got a nice
Pound cake.
mix.
What are we saying here?
I know we're in a more like
so what do you see when you click on this?
Normally I would, if I ever
I
do a
might,
type 1 or
okay,
2
maybe I
thing
should
in my
turn it
stream,
on, but
type 1 and 2 are the options. Type 3 if you're hungry, and 4 if you're horny. That's always the.
do you see like my screen and camera?
That's what I say. Might as well know now. And then 5 is if you're eepy.
I mean, that is a lot of horny people, but how do you get horny watching this gameplay?
Yeah, that's a great
Like,
question.
what is going on?
That's gotta be some kind of fetish or something.
I feel like
Keep it to yourselves, guys.
Yeah, come on now. I mean, yeah, you have Finn and MK on your
why is it telling me to screen
Who's
share?
going for the
I think you just have to join with some camera and then you can just turn it off again, but
Oh yeah, that makes
it's
sense.
just to join the room.
Yeah, and he's actually doing the
I think.
pearling out act. Like you
Oh, there we
pearl
go.
I think he got
and
a
you,
successful pearl hang.
Yeah, unloaded the pearl, and okay, why are we blocking ourselves off? We have armor. We are chilling. Nothing's
I can
happening.
see it.
Wait, is he gonna play bottom treasure for more
Does it
trades?
look-
Is that what he's doing? Why would he be blocking it off?
How does it
here?
look? Screen share.
I don't know.
It looks
I really
like
wish I could hear what Dylan is saying. to
like
him now.
fucking really bad bitrate.
It's just the spawner.
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's what I figured.
I feel like with this, he
What-
must
what
be.
if you compare that
what
to
is
normal-
happening?
treasure, he must be playing bottom
Let's see.
treasure.
Like, in Discord, your screen share was never this bad.
I guess.
He must be playing bottom treasure for more gold, and then he's gonna go back up and trade it. It just has to be what's
Alright.
happening here.
Wait, but can I do it in both at the same time? No, you don't see it in Discord, right?
Some sweet
No.
cover
Oh well, I don't see it on either
using
actually right
the
now.
cubes.
And he's just wasting this fire.
what?
res.
Yeah, fire res down.
Now?
down
When
the
I'm in
drain,
Minecraft?
in the
Oh, I can
bin.
see both. Yeah.
Okay, so which one is
Alright,
better?
okay, let's have
The
a-
Discord
let's
is
at least get a
definitely
house
better.
or something going.
Okay,
A
well,
little
I'm not
bit.
lagging.
What's going on here, huh?
I mean, if the delay is
He's
not worse than
constantly
usual, then
moving
it's
in a
good.
boat because his username
It looks
is
like
Mario Kart.
same delay.
It's like his.
Wait,
Maybe a little
He didn't
faster on
know that?
Discord.
No, did you just
Let
hear
them
me? I just heard
Watch
okay.
the Video Ninja.
For a second go, oh, fuck me.
Right.
Where's the armor? Oh, is that?
Wait, what should I do? Which one should I mean? Like the Discord screen share is a little bit better and a little bit faster, but like if it's gonna make you lag, then
Nah, I mean, my internet shouldn't be the issue. Like, that's the thing. Like,
okay.
internet.
Let's just keep
It's just my
watching.
PC that might be.
Everything comes on here.
It's just sometimes cooked, but it seems fine.
I'm not even on TikTok.
Okay.
No one would understand. My humor's too advanced.
He's on Twitter. He is on Twitter.
Yeah,
We got-
just Stanley having the Germany internet moment.
Oh my god.
Like having like a free gaming PC, but your internet is shit.
And then
It's tough.
and just try hard and getting the gold blocks.
Yeah.
I'm
No
chilling
one
next.
understands MK. You guys wouldn't understand.
Bro.
MK.
Wait,
It's
Finbar,
just too hard
Finbar's
to
still in the
understand.
bastion. Why? What is he looking
This
for?
is so different.
More string?
There he is. And he fucking sucks.
There he is.
Tanked.
Who?
I'd get my ass fucked.
Who is he talking about?
He's talking about Finn. He's
No,
talking about
the
Finn. 'Cause
creeper.
Finn got an advancement in the chat,
Yeah.
and MK goes, "Oh, there he is. Finn tanked."
How an-
How
Creeper.
is he guest shaming? How is he
He's-
split shaming right now?
Oh fuck.
This is
Bro,
content.
why is he not
This
even
is
trying?
exactly
Okay, whatever.
What we're all here for today.
Oh wait, there's the shooters. Oh,
The shooters. Is that what he calls skeletons?
The shooters.
half hour spin bar.
Yeah, the thing is, I have no clue why we're even playing this game. Like Zigzag at least tried. He got into the fortress
I feel like he probably is
pretty
gonna
quickly.
Yeah.
Maybe they're thinking about, or they're waiting for.
Yeah, he's gonna need some food.
No.
Alright, let's watch this.
Case Taz, you can't even comprehend such high-level gameplay.
Yeah. Just splash a fire res and then let's just go to the fortress after you cook your
Taz.
crafting table. We're done. We're out.
Yeah, what should I place in? Oh, mommy clicked F1. What should I? I'll just put the crafting table in the slots. Oh.
Remember to put your fire res as well.
Yeah. And the fort was this way?
Up your render? No, opposite way.
This way, yeah, okay. I'll play it safe.
We have to lock in our bans though. Like, do we actually ban Village?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then we stack up.
If I want a safe win, or like, that's the way we just play Village every single game. Like, this is just so boring.
Like, low key, if you just want to ban Village and then get, like, turning practice on, like, different seed types, then maybe that's a good idea.
Yeah, just, to me, it seems like, yeah, they went through, like, each seed type on how to technically do them.
Okay. Do you see
So, but I still feel like we're, like, gonna gain more time on, like, Ruined Portal or something over them than doing Village. The only thing is just the food.
Remember to eat as well.
Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, this is Shell. No, MK is building a house.
Now we're gonna ban Village for sure.
Has Chat told you or something, or like?
No, it's because he's not in the nether after 14 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. 3. I mean, I need a spawner.
Yeah. We'll just play the spawn.
It's
I mean,
not
what's
in there after 15 minutes. Crazy.
I mean, what's my weakest seed type, you would say? Is it Ruined Portal? I don't know.
Yeah, so after we clear
It's hard to say. I mean, I feel like you are like very like you kind of just know how to do everything like pretty solidly. So it's like kind of hard to say what like a weakest would be. Maybe like I don't know. If you're less comfortable on low food, like sometimes shipwrecks can just give you really low food.
Monster Hunter. Okay. Oh,
bro, there's a creeper blowing up his house. GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Shipwreck is definitely not my favorite seed type.
You have 40 obsidian, so don't worry if you miss.
I don't think you're bad at it.
Yeah. I'm just playing it.
Especially because you have the mining in the door overlap type.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just like I feel like BT is just a better Shipwreck, and it's low-key easier to find.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so. And then I've got so many pearls I can just make 14.
Yes.
Wait, my mouse is like falling off my desk. Give me a second. I'm on low sense, so I have to like have it all the full room. I mean, slow run, but it's so fine.
It's so fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's literally all chill. Take as long as you need it.
$99. I mean, do we just do one more?
Yeah, sure.
So I break this in like pillar like a bit, and I can't use soul sand, so I have to go up one.
Wait, since when does Finbar boat eye?
Here?
Okay, it didn't work.
This works, yeah.
What?
He's got 99%. He's still throwing 2 eyes.
I'll throw again.
I mean, he has 13 eyes. Like.
Yeah, no, I know. It's because like they're so far ahead too.
Like, just imagine that 1% hits, and we just watch him navigate to a whole different stronghold again.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just go back to the nether and then just remember to splash of fire resistance.
Yeah, I forgot eyes, so yeah. Switch that. Fire res. I'll just drink it in the portal.
Boom. W overlap.
Which way? This way somewhere?
Yep.
I'll just run a little bit.
Yeah. Let's honestly, yeah, just run along the highway. Yeah.
Pearl over here somewhere.
Yeah, onto the terrain on the right. Like follow this more of this fort to the right. Just watch out for this wither skeleton. Just pearl onto the terrain past him. Like try to.
Oh.
You can just kill them.
Like,
just kill them both.
like low key, Finbar, like, okay, Fulham's not like a bad coach or bad backseat or anything, but like Hax is just like top 3 player in the world, so this fucking coach is like this substitute is like a bit of an upgrade on that coach.
Yeah, but maybe it's bad that they're just not used to play with each other. I don't know how much practice they have did together.
Yeah, I don't think they've
Just
done
like-
like any, but I don't know. It's like weird. Like, I mean, yeah, maybe Hax is just not used to like what Finbar's playstyle is or something like
Like
that.
I watched Hex coach ProjectBloom, and bro, it went pretty bad.
Really?
But because yeah, I mean, you have to just know what your student knows and what he doesn't.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But,
That is true.
Like, I feel it's not the biggest issue, but I feel like it would have been better for Finbar. Just have Fulham again.
Down a little bit.
What do you have results on your seeding, by the way? Like, I know everyone played the seeds already.
Yeah, they
And I
didn't
saw you
like
get
send
place
it, but
on
yeah, I fucking I locked in on MPC. But
Bro.
apparently, like, do you think it's gonna be like, do they usually like weight it differently?
So usually no, but recently like we wait, like you just do like 2/5 no move, 2/5 moving, and 1/5 NMPZ, just because it's always the last mode. It's like, oh my god, MK died.
I might just like
That is actually
like since NMPZ is weighted so low, I'm probably gonna get like 5th or like 4th or yeah, 4th or 5th seed or something. Because I like was goated on NMPZ, and like if you add up all the scores, then I'm 3rd, I think. But
Yeah.
it was
I
just
usually do
just
like a
cranked
rating per
NMPZ.
mode and then give points based on that. So you don't count just the raw points together, but like per game mode you do a ranking and points based off that. Like rate ranking
Oh,
points.
sure. So I got like 8 or yeah, 8 and then like 3, or I don't know what Fulham got on no move, but
just you have enough. Like you could throw out more, but we have enough.
it's just like I just got lucky on on NMPZ because like I got a better score on NMPZ than I did on moving.
Do they aim differently?
Okay, that is quite crazy.
We're not gonna do half bow because it's more risky. We don't have to.
I'm actually
I mean, we have 13 beds.
quite happy to see you guessing an NMPZ that well.
Yeah, I mean, like,
So
honestly,
I don't have to be scared when we get NMPZ.
like Loki, I feel like I like NMPZ, and I like just like going for vibes. So, like, obviously, like when I play against like you or whatever, doing like 10-second NMPZ, like yeah, it's like less time to analyze, but at the same time, like low key, sometimes I just miss like across the entire world. So it's just like, okay, well,
that's just how it's gonna be. That's how your opponent's gonna feel it as well.
yeah.
Like I think
Yes.
NMPZ is such a coin flip in this, but yeah, what can you do?
But yeah, so it's gonna be like this, I guess.
We're setting up this inventory like crazy.
Yeah, that works.
Or can we just enter in?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or I'll just do this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Don't know what's going on.
I'll just switch it out instantly if needed.
Yeah, once you're in, remember to change your settings.
I'll just do that now.
Okay. Yeah, just take your time.
Should I turn on lights? I don't know.
What was this on? I just changed it.
Doesn't matter. That one doesn't matter. That one doesn't matter.
Okay.
It might just like yeah.
I just want it to lag me. Okay.
You don't honestly. You probably shouldn't even crawl. Just like bridge normally.
I mean, I'm happy to bridge with. GG.
Yeah. The send island looks a bit weird. Okay, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
hurry up! I'm hungry. From MK, it's crazy.
Yeah, just set up your anchors and then it's good. Dude, there's nothing stopping him from going.
Yeah, like honestly, like bro, the house has to be done by now, no? Like
yeah.
GG.
Yep. Anchors. Yep, that's fine. Remember to fill it with glowstone and just don't look at Enderman. That's all you have to do. Oh, that's fine.
We have one anchor.
Just light one of them. Just remember that one of them does. Actually, you could break the glowstone. Can you break it? See if it drops 4.
2, 1, and 3.
Oh, 3. That's fine.
I threw out the other one in the
Yeah,
overworld. We have one more.
Don't worry.
Unlucky.
Yeah, we'll just wait for Persia.
Right, what did he set up?
Just eyes on the dragon.
He set up anchors and then he misplaced one of the glowstones, so he only has one anchor to use.
But million beds.
Yeah, he
Wait,
has 10. He has 10 or 11 beds. Actually, I think he set up a safety bed. Maybe in the portal room, which is like Loki kind of worth to do potentially. I mean, I don't know.
If we're really far ahead,
Yeah.
kind of. MK just died again.
This might be another fireball from dragon. Yeah.
But what is his username? Just literally just a bunch of random letters.
So get ready.
Nope, not it.
Almost perched.
Yeah.
Just don't look at it, but oh my god, that was close.
Yeah, sorry. My fault.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, he's just safe running it. He's not even going far back for it to perch faster. Like, it doesn't matter.
This could be
Yeah, eventually it'll get the 3-minute force perch. Oh, it's going, I think.
Yeah. Oh. Other side.
The damage is so screwed because of that second anchor that's not getting blown up. But that's okay. It still worked.
With 10 beds. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
thank God.
Yeah, we played it safe. We played it safe. I mean, obviously we'll play the next one a little bit faster, but 24.
That was
Only
close.
one anchor and 11 beds.
Yes, that's
Oh no.
That's good.
It's pretty much what we expected. I would say it's actually slower than what I expected probably from Finn, but again, as we mentioned multiple times, he could
Just
take his
play
time.
safe,
He played
yeah.
everything as safely as possible, and he did it. 24 minutes.
I mean, we see
he
when
moves on past the quarterfinals.
Radu enters Nether and stuff, right?
MK, next time, let me know
we see his
beforehand
progress.
if you play the WASD game. But I hope you still had fun. I know he had a lot of fun training Infume. So we'll see how Infume does tomorrow. Hopefully Infume is not that bad at geoguesser. we'll see. All right, that was fun.
That's crazy.
One more quarterfinal to go, but before then, let's have the analyst desk break down what we just saw. I guess we'll see what they have to say about that.
I love how there's an analyst
Hello, everybody.
desk.
Welcome back to the analyst desk where we do some analyzing.
Okay, wait, my bans are starting. Radu starts banning. Wait, what?
Oh,
What?
because
Does he-
lower seed bans first, I guess.
Okay.
Because then,
Let's see.
yeah.
So I can pick. The
Yeah,
last
yeah,
one.
you get to pick, yeah.
Okay, let's see. He bans shipwreck. That's good. So do I ban village now or
Yeah, sure.
do I ban?
Yeah.
Do I ban it now? I mean, if I
You can give yourself the choice to choose it or not as well. If you don't ban it, then it's just like I don't really like care like what you ban because I feel like we're just good on everything.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
I'm gonna ban Desert Temple. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I banned Desert Temple. So we're probably gonna play Ruin Portal or Village probably, unless he plays BT.
Yeah. So and you get to choose which one you want. I mean, honestly, I feel like villages are more involved. So the more involved something is, like the more time you might be able to save. But at the same time, village is kind of boring, so who could do it?
Okay, he banned BT.
Yeah, up to you, honestly. Like, yeah, it's really just like we're confident in everything, so it's just.
I mean, I'm confident building a portal near Ruin Portal, so.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, maybe do run in the Ruin Portal, and hopefully we get like one of those portals that's weird, and then we can like save time there.
Okay, I'm gonna ban village.
Dude, let's go.
All right, Ruin Portal it is.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to talk about for this run. I mean, Finbar played well, deserved the win, and yeah, if we're able to hit the bracket here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket because this was an adventure, but we should bring it back to the context of the wider tournament. So Finbar advancing there, and next matchup is going to be Ziggy versus Radu. So that will be an interesting one to see how Finbar will fare against. I hesitate to say an actual opponent, but something like that. Anyway, I think he definitely showed potential. Like the play bottom treasure, and it was maybe something that he wasn't used to. I don't know if you had any specific thoughts on his macro there, but yeah, he looked a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of unfortunate. I mean, treasure does leave you with a random amount of gold blocks. So it does kind of lead to some scenarios where you are having to go down to bottom treasure to get backup gold blocks. But
Yup, we're aura
fortunately
farming.
for Finn, I mean, there wasn't a lot of
We're aura farming with the
shenanigans
RP.
there. But
RP?
yeah, so I think
We're in Portal?
for the next match before
Oh, I was like roleplay. What do you mean? Like,
a small break. Yeah. All right, small break. Peep this. Learnable meta bollards. And I got one wrong. What is this?
low-key, it could actually be a move. Just always banning every single ocean seed, and you know you don't need to learn how to do a magma portal.
Yeah.
At all. You can just play without it. It's crazy.
I guess it's like is finals best of 3 though? Because like maybe
Yes.
that's like the only thing. Because if you get finals, then then you might have to do an ocean seed. And thanks for the 8 months. Thank you. Oh, I also saw the chevrons, and I was like, huh, that's the same as the France chevrons. And then I was like, huh, maybe this is Senegal. But then I was like low key, I thought, low key, I thought, it was too dry, but I just am wrong.
All right, seems like they enjoyed us playing village. All right, you see my screen, right?
Yep.
All right, good. Everything is set up.
Okay.
Radu is not showing his cam.
Oh.
Why is my camera so blurry, by the way? I don't get it. What the fuck? And the autofocus is gone.
I don't know why, like, that screen share specifically is, like, kind of so, like...
I don't know, when I look into my camera in the video ninja, it's just like super blurry.
Yeah. Like
But
low
it's because
bitrate.
it's focused on something else. No, it's just
Oh.
not
Wait,
low
what?
bitrate. It's just focused on something very close. Like maybe if I go like this. Okay, I fixed it. No, it's normal again.
Uh-oh.
See, this is why I tried it out before my game and not do it like 4 seconds before.
Yeah.
It's like... He's like, Radu says, should be good now. And the producer says, I'm seeing your cam twice and no screen share. Oh my god.
Oh,
Right,
turning.
starting.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Actually, I should start screen sharing. Okay, sweet. And raise your settings. Cool. And just complete the portal right away. Okay, yeah, go
Yes.
kill these pigs. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, those are too close to the water, maybe.
Yeah, they might
Oh.
wander away if you give them a second. That's good. Nice. Oh, why is
My
this
God,
guy
I didn't-
bugged? It's
Yeah, I don't
okay,
know.
yeah, just try and like left click, right click or whatever so that you can break the fire right away. Yeah, we can get lots of food and just play safe as well. This is good.
These are not dropping anything.
I know.
Drop only one again. Okay, I guess we have enough, or
Yeah, I mean, you could kill one more. Alright, and then head back to the room portal. It's a little more to the right. And then, just, yeah, we're just gonna get wood, and then you're gonna make, I don't know why they're getting Stone Age. Just, make, an iron pickaxe and a wood shovel and a bow. Yeah,
so.
you have
What
so
again?
much of
Iron
everything.
pickaxe.
Iron pickaxe, wood shovel, boat. And then you can just enter after you grab the gold block. You need to make your, or yeah, you can do
Oh
that
yeah.
first, but yep. Pickaxe, wood shovel, boat, and then yeah, just make a bow as well, and then grab this. Nice. And make armor actually. Make a boots or helmet. There you go. Cool.
Right.
And we're in. Okay. 3. All right. It's not like right next to you. It's still loading in. Oh, there we go. It loaded now. So okay, it's that way. Oh, watch out! Watch the lava. Nice.
Holy shit. Okay.
Oh, do you see the fortress to the right there? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Just get past these
I didn't.
guys. No, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Just play safe. Get past these guys. The bastion's right over there. Oh, you don't have blocks. Yeah. Boat down here. Okay. Get blocks in your bar and get that flint steel out of your offhand. All right.
Right. What is it?
It's housing. We could do manhunt if you want. Or we can play it safer and then just like trade the
I'm
bottom.
down to play main hunt.
Okay, just eat first and then do it. And get gold on your bar. Get gold on your bar.
Yeah.
All right. Things might be stuck a little bit, but it's fine. All right. And then yeah, so you can, yeah, you have armor, so like you don't really need to loot this. You can loot it later. It's I mean it's fine too, but all right. And then ooh, just break the wood there, and then just go into the pit. Maybe, or you could try to go up. Yeah, actually, Okay. Yeah, ideally. Okay, and then block yourself off.
Yep.
Okay, nice. That was good.
Oh, fuck,
yeah, you're
punched
good.
him.
You're good. Punch him means you have to just go quickly into the pit because he's not gonna be de-aggroed, or like he's gonna be mad at you for a long time. So like, yeah, just make sure you're like running really quickly into the hole. Nice. There you go. Cool. Nice. Drop in that. Oh, it kind of fell out, but
Yeah.
cool. Hard toggle to easy.
What?
Toggle to easy.
Yep.
Alright. I mean, you have an unbreaking axe, so we don't even need to really craft a new one. Unless, yeah, string there.
I don't know. There's so much shit here again.
I know. Just get your bar set up. Get your soul sand on. Throw out the
Yeah.
gold sword. Throw out the Get your pearls on. Get fire res. Make your wood into one stack probably. All right. And then they're just gonna be done, and we just know where the fort is. Yeah, we just have everything. Like, so to mine out the back here, like how we do sometimes. And we're just
Yeah.
gonna pearl out
Oh my
that
God.
way. Just splash a fire res, and then yeah, probably pearl to the right. Just because you can't really quite make it. And yeah, nice. And just eat like
Okay, sure.
as much as possible, honestly. Yeah, so you can pearl either up to like the fort and block clutch, or up to this terrain works as well. And just be ready to block clutches in case it lands anywhere funky, but it should be fine. Okay, you're good.
What?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You hit.
Well, oh, I spawned. Oh, I was like, wait, why am I teleporting? Because I
Yeah,
didn't get damaged.
keep running, and then I don't know where the it's
But there's a
there. Yeah,
spawner.
yeah. Pearl there, or oh yeah, you could just go here. I mean, I don't know. All right, and then let's see what the rod rates are. Oh, since you have a gold axe, you have to double crit them.
Oh.
My bad. That's kind of annoying.
Okay.
Oh, nice. You could just mine out spawner if we want to play safe because we're ahead. Because you already got 2 rods as well.
Yeah.
And eat as well. Should spawn soon. Here you go. Oh. What? So annoying.
What?
You can maybe like bridge out to the side, or like, oh yeah, that's good. Nice. You're hitting it with your pickaxe, by
Oh.
the way. Okay. That's really good. Nice, 3 rods.
Loki needs to throw out some stuff.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
picked
Do
up
some
everything
inventory.
again.
Just like shift click like all your 2x2s as well. Your nether brick, your glowstone, your wool. Yeah. Cool. And then yeah, you can throw out all that extra shit.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, you can mine these like ones on the front here, and then the ones on like the right side are kind of nice to mine because the wall is there still, so you can like kind of use that.
Oh, I need to double crit.
Yeah. All right, and we can just build a portal. Oh.
Oh, there's another one.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, kill this guy.
Okay.
Yeah, just go build a portal. Perfect. All right.
No drop. Unlucky.
Unlucky. You are out of fire res in case, yeah, you can just go measure though, it's like fine. There you go. Perfect. Daytime. All right. And just go for some simple measures. Hopefully it doesn't go into this tree over here, but it's probably fine. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. Right.
Cool.
6 blocks.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, did you jump twice? I didn't see.
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah, probably jump twice just in case.
Okay. I mean, I can jump twice now and.
Yeah,
again.
I mean, you're like gonna be on it, but it'll just be like a tiny bit off. Yeah. There you go.
Okay, 99.9.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So grab those eyes. We need 2 more rods now. We're gonna repop fire arrows as we go through. We have everything else pretty much. Yeah, cool. We have lots of food. It's really far, but it's chill.
Okay.
If you want to mine out more, you can mine like to the right a little bit as well, because like this wall's here. It's kind of nice to use. All right, come on, both drop. Oh, there's 3. Lag. Okay. Guys, friggin' floating.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Lag.
that's so
What the hell?
annoying. It's okay.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. You have lots of food still. All right, sweet, sweet.
Minus
Angle is
94.
yep.
That direction.
Yep, straight. Just you could just curl up onto the terrain. To be honest, to like the right and up, and just be ready. Really be ready to block clutch because it's kind of weird. Okay, nice. And then, can you go right more or no? I mean, it's very straight. Like I'm just trying to look for open terrain. That's all. I just thought I saw something in this ravine that kind of opens up, but maybe I'm seeing things.
Kind of tough to see.
Go down.
know,
Go
where
through
do I
that
go?
ravine. Go through that ravine. It opens on the other side. Just down. Or yeah, block clutch. Block clutch. Okay, nice. Here you go. Oh, careful of this guy. Just run around, yeah. And then just eat when you can. Eat. Just oh yeah, this will save you. Yeah. So
I don't know
keep
where
just
I'm
running
going.
straight. It's just like it's just
Minus
more.
100.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
still it's pretty far. Oh
Where do I
damn.
go now?
Okay, yeah, you just have to mine through. We haven't really done like boat crawl stuff before, but like
I know I feel like I've seen it, but I don't know how to do it.
if you just like yeah, maybe it's not the best to just try and describe it on the fly. Okay. Open F3 while you're running here. Okay.
To go slightly to the left as well. But...
Yeah. Open your inventory real quick. Yeah, this is gonna take a long time. Okay, you're good.
Iron.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to make a new pick. I'll teach you the boat mining after this. And then yeah, I was like it was hard to describe exactly where I wanted you to go, but I was trying to keep the height there because it was really far, but then I don't know. It's like totally fine. We're just so far ahead anyway.
Okay, it's like 40 blocks still.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, you have to make a new pickaxe. You have iron and then you need to make 6. Sweet.
Okay. Oh.
Pyros?
Yep. Where's my Pyros? All right.
138,
so
266, so like a little
31 blocks.
Yeah, and it's like a little more to the left, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
like
like,
this.
yeah,
I
that's
throw it
good.
there?
That's good. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 6 blocks one direction. I don't know which one, but
yeah, to your left.
Okay, this is it. All right.
All right,
Then
and
change the
each
settings.
yeah, you're gonna have to change settings and then cool. And pie chart is probably
what?
fine.
Oh, wait,
Oh, you
what?
can see it. What the
What?
heck?
Did I not stand on a correct block?
You might have been one block off, but
Bro, can I just run through? Honestly, like,
yeah, you have fire has 2 even if you fall in.
all right.
I mean, you have like 8 beds, so you could just go in and just craft the beds and not even care about anchors.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just crafting them now just to be safe.
Yeah, might as well. You can throw out like a bunch of netherrack or like I don't know. Yeah, there you go. Cool.
Yeah, everything okay. Get this on the bar.
Yep, you're still chilling. And then raise your settings as you go through. All right, sweet. Nice.
Just, bro. Oh my god.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Probably yeah. This other side is better. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you're not even doing anchors. You're fine. All right, sweet. And we could just head on bar, eat some food, back up a little bit. We're just chilling.
Yep. I failed at first, but I should have just stopped, right?
I mean,
So
you
to
have a
not
lot.
waste the beds.
I mean, you have a
If I
lot of
just keep.
beds. Like, even if it like,
Yeah.
yeah, if it's like a bad first bed, you should be able to recover it.
Okay.
It won't be bad. It might be gone. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, you can like play close to the fountain if you want to be safe. Oh yeah, careful. Just make sure to not look at any Enderman.
There's not that many here, thankfully.
Yeah,
Oh, maybe.
maybe.
Oh, nope.
Hmm. Of course, max perch. Every
Yep.
single time. Oh, might be going here. That was some interesting movement. Watch it, watch it, watch it.
And again, what's he doing?
Snap, snap. Yep. Nice.
Oh my god, way too far.
It's okay, it's okay. Just back up, back up.
Okay. That was really bad.
It's okay, yeah.
Oh my
you
god.
really.
Overthrew it again.
Yeah, we shouldn't be jump hurling, I don't think.
No, I should just stand and throw, like, I don't know.
Yeah. It was really low, yeah. It's all good. We are literally so chilling. We have so much time.
Yeah.
We'll be more locked for this perch too.
Now there's Enderman standing there.
Yeah, kind of have to dodge those Endermen. Me? Probably not. Like, honestly, ooh. Yeah.
Okay.
And then left side, yeah. I see lots of beds. Nice.
Okay.
Cool.
I mean, that could have been like a PB, honestly, if we played it correctly, but yeah.
No, it's fine. It's just I kind of it's literally it's just it's we did what we had to do.
The
That
jump
was
turn,
really
of course,
fast.
ruined the run. Yeah, the run was fast with mining through netherrack. Like, I feel
I
like
know. That's crazy. Good shit.
GG. All right, that's the first game done. That's
Nice.
like honestly, that's the
Nerves
bare
off.
minimum I feel like I wanted. Like
Yeah,
Finbar is gonna
yeah.
be tough, but just winning the first game is good.
Yeah,
And
100%.
honestly, it's kind of funny we mismeasured the. Like I went into the wrong block into the stronghold, and we just appeared next to the. Like that is crazy.
I know, that was really funny. Here, do you want me to show you just boat crawling real quick?
Yeah, I think you just I don't know, you get like into a really tight space and you can just mine blocks while like swimming basically, right?
Exactly. So like what you have to do is just like when you're up against like a wall or whatever, you just like all you have to do is like, well, even if you're like mining into a wall or whatever, you just mine like a like 2x3 kind of thing, and then you can place the boat like on this side of it and get out, and you'll just be down here, so then you can grab your boat and then you can just keep mining like this.
Okay, so dig out 2x3, place the boat, go in.
Yeah, you just kind of have to, the only thing is like if you place your boat too far, then you're gonna get out and you'll be in netherrack, so you just need to place it like, make sure you're placing it like at the kind of front of this 2x3 so that it has room to push you out over here, you know what I mean? Yeah, so that's like, this is just boat crawling, so it's a little faster, especially if you like, you can kind of mine like this at like a 45-degree angle, and it's like a little faster too. And so that's, yeah, that's boat crawling. I mean, what was the
Low-key,
other
we should
thing?
have put more attention on fire res because I feel like if I mined through netherrack there and fall into lava, I would have been dead.
Yeah, I like forgot until you saw lava, and then I was like, holy shit, wait, I forgot we like, the terrain. Loki, can you look at the seed real quick? Because I was trying to get you to go like, I swear I saw up in that ravine. Like there was like some, but it was really hard for me to describe exactly what I meant.
I only saw down like in the ravine, and then I was like, okay, I throw it, and I threw it like on top of like a ledge I saw
Yeah.
in the ravine. Like I feel like the pearl was good because it went there where I wanted to, but I didn't see where you wanted me to throw it.
Yeah. It was like wait, can you like go back and like check the seed real quick? I'm trying to like describe, because like
What do you mean?
basically like, oh, just like go in single player, like and just because the seed will be there. Just
Okay,
just
so I go
turn
into
that one. Yeah,
route.
that one, yeah. Yeah, and then just like click on your spectator, like you can just press like 4, I think, or like it's just like any number key, and then it'll no, just any number key. You're already in spectator. And then it'll show you like you can go to 4's split. And then
How do I use it?
double press 4, sorry. There you go.
Right, so we
And so
went up
it was
here.
up here, yeah. And then I was trying to like get you to, is it not open like
Wait.
up?
Oh, this is where we
It was
went
this,
here.
yeah, this ravine over here. It was so hard for me to tell. Yeah, see that upper, it's honestly that's like kind of a bad call because it's so high, but no, up.
Actually, crazy pearl that I landed there.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay.
It was like see up to the right. There was
This.
yes. Oh my god, wait, back up. Look, back up. It's open there. When you go back here, look at it, go down a little bit and then go forward and left a little bit. See? It looks open. I thought there was open terrain there because it's just a glitch, but it's just, that's so stupid.
Okay.
That's where I wanted you to
Let's see what the
go.
optimal path. I feel like left around would have been actually so easy.
It
Okay.
just kind of all closes off. It's like hard to like, There's like not really that
Actually,
much.
this is where we ended up. No, actually not. What? And then we have to go down somehow.
You have to
though.
go down like really far. There wasn't really terrain. Like go back to where you mined through. Like there just isn't really any terrain around. Like honestly, it was like fine.
Was it here?
Like just go into the wall and you'll be able to see it. Like I literally just
here
saw
it
it
is.
earlier. Yeah, just like kind of fly up. Like you can just see like there was just no terrain anywhere. It's just all walled.
Nah, yeah, this is kind of tough.
Yeah, this is just all walled.
I think that's why they're also so long stuck, because they were like finding stronghold the whole time.
Yeah.
I feel like even until we defeated the Ender Dragon, like they didn't even get to the stronghold just because it takes so long to get to these coordinates. Like there's no terrain to get to from here. If you come from here, like bro, everything is just blocked off. Like you have to build through somewhere. Yeah. I guess. Well, still went pretty well, I would say.
No, that went
I was
really
pretty
well.
nervous, not gonna lie. I misclicked. I was really nervous. I was just misclicking so often.
No. Like that was so good. That was literally so good. It was exactly like just what you had to do. You just had to play it safe, and like your safe was like so fast still, which is like really hype.
Yeah, I feel like I just almost died to the Ender Dragon because I went there, but I thought I could just go in and then be safe. But I guess I should have just walked away.
Yeah.
Like that was kind of iffy.
That was the only part, but I think since you like kind of have had that happen now, you know, like when it's kind of swinging like that, you're just so cooked you can't like run in that late.
Yeah.
Gonna stay
Yeah,
as the
I
favorite
forgot
out of
that you
the
can
matches
just
because
wait and it will go away eventually.
Yeah.
System, but we'll see what Bag can do. I mean, it would be
Yeah,
very unwise to play
right.
Bag at this stage, especially as
Wait,
we
are we
saw
playing back
Spectate
to
again.
you know,
No.
any random
No, okay.
Right.
death randomly.
Blinky is
any
playing
point,
again.
It just happens. These
Okay.
things happen. So definitely.
Ooh, they're also not
cannot
playing
count anyone out,
Village.
that's for sure.
Oh shit.
For sure, and I mean,
They picked Desert
coming
Temple.
up soon. I know they're not ready for
Yeah.
that. I mean, we
Because
didn't even
Blinky
talk about
banned Village.
the siege. Like, I mean, I was ecstatic to watch something that wasn't a village.
Yeah.
Like that was awesome. I'm just
Interesting.
wondering if that's going to continue into the next round. I mean, it would be really cool to see some more variants.
It is possible. I don't
Actually,
think
the
that
food
Bag is
was just the right
interested in some of
amount.
the
Like,
ocean food.
Yeah, literally.
There could be some variants.
like it
Like,
shouldn't have been less.
Wind portal. I know he likes temples as well, so we could for sure see one of those come out. I think it's definitely a plausible strategy to go for the desert temple pick against Blinky and just sort of try and mix it up. See if giving him a different line will maybe present an opportunity for Bag at some point. You know, very
sure.
possible, definitely.
Especially such a complex line too. I mean, Desert Temples, you're blowing up the temple and you're getting a full inventory like 15 seconds into the run, compared to like a village seed where like all you have is a hotbar. So it's like it's just a lot more to worry about and think about going into the Nether. But I think we are going to send it to a break as we transition to casting nerdy for the next. Oh, never mind. We're continuing for now. Oh, nice. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh wait, are we going? Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. So it looks like we have seed bands ready to look at for the next.
Yeah.
Game. So
I'll take it. Let's go straight into it. Let's keep moving here. Yeah. All right. Let's see how this goes.
Ruin portal band.
Ruin portal band. Oh wait, we have Radu.
Yeah, I think it's the text is a little incorrect, but it's fine.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not sure
So I
this.
think we're getting some information right now on who Radu is supposed to be. I believe. Okay, so it looks like Radu is supposed to be a Bag in this scenario, and then ZIGGI is going to be Blinky. So looking like we're taking out Ruin Portal, Shipwreck, BT. I mean, pretty expected. No ocean
makes
seas,
sense,
no
but we'll see if they do opt for that temple.
Please.
They do.
Oh my god!
Incredible.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean,
yes. Looks like we're playing a desert
makes
temple.
Sense. Yeah.
More variants just makes me smile so much. I mean, like we were saying earlier, like we love to see the variants here.
Get those new lines involved, definitely. Yeah, I think that's great.
I'm very excited.
Yeah.
So
awesome.
for those unaware, Desert Temple seeds are gonna play a little different than Villages and Ruin Portals because you have this little thing called TNT. So all of these runners should be blowing up the bottom of the
This
desert
little
temple
thing
to
called
just like instantly
TNT.
collect all of the chests and get a ton of blocks as well. So you might be seeing runners use TNT to blow up trees nearby to instantly collect the wood, and then we also ooh, it would be crazy for the Bastion. It would be crazy for the Bastion to see if it was bridge and then TNT chalice to blow up all the blocks.
TNT
Would be
chalice.
cool, but I mean, obviously, it's a 1 in 4 to see what Bastion we're gonna be heading into.
We'll have to see.
And then
We'll have to see.
on top of that, they have to see if they've been taught to do that. But I
Will
think
you
we're
nav on
gonna
our
get started with
run?
geoguessers, and then
Yep.
Yeah, let's do it.
Bro, see, that's how just you play it. You just miss by 1 block and maybe you just
Alright.
end up in the
We're
in the
freaking
portal
back.
room.
Guys, I'm here with Nerdy.
Crazy.
You want to introduce yourself to
What
anyone in GeoGuessr?
is that mic?
Yeah, so I'm Nerdy. I do a lot of
Huh?
commentary for
Bro.
like ranked playoffs side of things.
What?
What is Nerdy's mic right now?
My mic quality is bad.
Wait, let me hear.
Is this a bit? Is this a bit?
Am I hooked up to the wrong mic?
Hit the
Holy
settings
fuck,
button
bro.
in,
Oh my god. Hold on. Do I need to reconnect?
Oh, holy shit, bro.
Am I good?
Is that better? Yep.
Funny mic. Funny mic.
What the fuck?
GG.
And he's frozen.
Did he do it?
Hello? Is it fixed?
W. We're back. We're fixed.
Are we good? I think we're good. Okay, I'm so sorry. I've never used this website before. I'm so sorry. My bad.
You're good. You're good.
Anyways, what's up, guys?
That was like
Well, that's good.
absurdly bad. Like that was like comically
I do a
bad.
lot
Like
of
how is it
commentary
that bad?
for the regular ranked playoffs.
Yeah.
I make YouTube videos. Yeah, I guess people notice Barcelona flag. I like Barcelona and Breaking Bad as well. It's like an iconic thing that I like Breaking Bad. I have to bring it up at any point in my life. So yeah. Anyways, that's what I got. That's what I got for you guys, and I'm excited to be here.
That's
Oh, Radu died. I didn't even see.
Also,
Like,
W,
what?
Breaking Bad, and Better Call Saul. Those are two
Yes,
fire.
yes. Very much so. Very much so.
Incredible. But yeah, I'm excited how to get Nerdy in here. Nerdy, I'm just gonna confidently say you are my favorite MCSR
Oh,
caster.
RC died on the
Thank
blaze
you.
spawn.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. That means a lot.
Of course. This is gonna be fun. We're gonna be doing the semis and the finals together. So just want to do a quick Nerdy intro, and then we can hop straight into the game. I can't wait. We're finally made it through. We have the people who have definitely taken this the most seriously now, and they're freaking ready to rumble and ready to do this thing. We finally have a Desert Temple seed, which is going to be super exciting. I can't wait. I believe our players are ready, so we'll head in here in just a second.
Coach Silverr.
Beautiful.
Huh?
Hold on. Okay, eyes closed. You ready? 1 2 0 4 8 7 6 15 20 4 8 6 7. Did I get it? I think I got it. I tried to memorize the name before. That was my goal, to memorize that name before the game started. I think I got it. I think I got it.
I think that might be his name. Wait, 1 2 8 4 8 7. I think you got his name.
Like why did he do
I
that?
practiced that. I memorized that before stream. Got to do my preparation, of course.
Yes.
And now I'm feeling very ready.
Why did he do that?
These are two of the favorites, it seems like, from what I was watching. And I don't know. I'm super excited to see these two go. I feel like this could easily be our finals match. You know, if they were on the other side of the bracket. So
yeah,
definitely an exciting match.
Definitely. Yeah, it's a great point. I'm really excited to see this happening. What happened to Blinky?
It's just that you can hit F3T and it just does that. It's just a misinput that you can easily do. It reloads all the textures, so it is a bit of a time loss, unfortunately. I've always wished you could unbind that.
You can unbind it.
But you can't really do it, to my knowledge.
Dang.
Like if you just use like
a little bit, but Blinky is the
resizing stuff.
Here, so maybe he is able to make this up. So one of the fun things you see in a Desert Temple seed is that you can see these players have TNT, so they can use this to get their wood and a bunch of blocks really quickly. and not have to spend some of that time you would see in other seeds as much with mining trees and just picking up blocks to parkour around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the things that I'm always looking for, you're looking for your flint, you're looking for your way to get your water, you're looking for your lava, and you also want to be thinking about food. Those are kind of the big things on desert temples. It's a little bit, you have to be a little more proactive, right? When it comes to desert temples, you have to be kind of seeking it out. Whereas like villages, a lot of times, it'll just kind of have your food right next to you.
Yep.
But yeah, just so I'm expecting to see, we can see, looks like Bad at GeoGuesser actually doing a good job going down, using this pressure plate, potentially to get the, or maybe not going to be doing the pressure plate TNT thing, I think. Yes,
He is.
beautiful. Good stuff.
Yes, that's
Love
the
to see it.
method. That's
The
the sec
method.
there.
I'm liking this overall from Bag here. I feel like this could be promising. I'm curious to see exactly how much food these two runners are going to get. I mean, you're obviously given that 27 flesh, which is good. But especially if you're a newer runner, having more food, such as the mutton here that we see Bag getting, is very nice to be able to heal up quicker. And so I definitely expect to see, getting more food is probably good. I think generally taking that time is usually worth it, I would say.
Yeah, especially at this level. I mean, at my level as well, I always get a little more food than most other runners, just in case I'm taking too long. But it seems like they've got a decent amount of food here. Bag is just going to pretty much rely on the flesh. It looks like 24, but is what it is.
I think Bag got.
Oh, he got some.
No,
he got some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's not as a hot bar. Not on his hot bar.
Yeah.
Regardless,
Quick portal sub 3 enter, just barely 3 enter.
Really good enter.
Actually.
And hey, I mean, Bag. Wow, yeah,
and Fort's right there.
Spawn. This is beautiful. This is a beautiful spawn. Oh my god, I would kill to have this seed. This is fantastic.
And it's bridge, but they're not gonna do TNT jealous because who would learn TNT jealous? It's like so difficult.
Not me.
Yeah.
Bridge seed, and it's great for newer players as well. Definitely one of the easier bastions. And then Fort's right there. This is beautiful.
Actually, maybe Blinky would have.
Definitely a very easy and clean, very linear seed.
Bro,
Reducing
if
the
you
chance of failure.
have 15 hours a day at your disposal, like you could have done anything. It's your cycle, even if you wanted to. But he just usually is way quicker than the other. I mean, Bag is honestly cooking right now.
Yeah, Bag is cooking, yeah. Oh my god, he's doing TNT jealous.
Using some time saves. I think going to go for this TNT, I was going to say that was something that Bag did a little bit wrong there, losing some time to having to mine each individual gold block.
How much time do you save for that?
10 seconds.
Good. He's gonna light it. He's gonna eat a little bit of rotten flesh. Get all his gold all at once.
Wait, that's tech.
That last one.
Okay, now I know how to do it.
Wait, but he just placed his crafting table. He's
save 1 block because you want
he just wasted that.
I mean, no.
He placed it his crafting table
wait.
twice.
And are we getting some more food, or just gonna
Oh.
buy this hoglin here and just gonna run by this hoglin? Definitely probably doesn't need that food.
Okay, what is Bag doing?
There's lots of sheep
Okay,
in
he
the
got it.
world.
Bro, he threw all of his gold though.
I mean, hey, getting some
Is it
food
pretty
here
bad?
isn't bad though. Oh, taking a lot of damage. Definitely slowing down.
Ooh.
Bro, how many picks does this guy
Not the best
have?
Blinky, this could
But
be
he
bad.
just...
Oh, he kills it. He kills it. We're good.
He does get 2 pork chops. Not the best
Oh my
outcome.
god,
You could
that
expect
was
up to
scary.
4 there, which would have been better, but 2 pork chops is something to maybe be able to pull up some
He's
of that
like,
damage.
why is this guy not dropping it?
Dude, Bag has such good mechanics. Oh my god.
Lead so far.
I mean, bro, he's really fast. You can just tell by his mouse cursor that he's fast because he's not using...
Oh, they're all mad
Just-
at him. Oh, he's got a breakthrough too. But he threw
Go.
some distraction gold, so we should be good. Breaks his trading hole. He's got quite a decent bit of piglins there.
Why do they keep hitting him? Oh my god.
But he's taking quite a lot of damage.
Okay, the re-aggro with the block. Pushing in the piglin. Almost.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh my god. It's like...
It's dangerous.
Nah, he almost died. Do they do free damage?
They do 2.5 usually. Like, there could be some weird stuff, but like...
What if they have an enchanted sword?
only if you're on hard mode, then they could get enchanted
With
swords.
fire aspect, and they just...
Just light you on fire. Maybe if you like use like you get like a fire aspect sword from like the overworld, and then you use that as like distraction, and then they pick it up and they hit you with it.
Oh.
Yeah, it definitely is. Especially if rates are good. We'll have to see when we get to the blaze spawners. But it
Oh,
looks
the
like
axe from the
Bag
portal was kind of
is
nice. Had like
already heading
unbreaking
out
on
here.
it in our run.
Yeah. I mean, it is
Kinda
kind of
nice.
annoying to have to do double crit, but yeah, it was really nice for that.
Yeah. I feel like if I just remembered that I have to double crit, it would have been as bad. I feel like I just
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
was expecting to do it normally. I feel like it would be the same amount of time.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, bro, Bag is in the fortress
6
at 6
minutes,
minutes.
yeah.
What the hell?
To me, the way that Bag is handling the seed so far.
Okay, well, Blinky's out already
I
as
don't
well.
even feel like Blinky is playing bad or
And
anything.
I guess
mean,
they've
maybe
seen the
taken,
fortress right
a
off
little bit of
spawn
damage
because
here, but
he
was
didn't.
able to clutch, was able to
Oh yeah,
survive
there
through
it
it.
is.
But still, I mean,
He could save time here because Bag went through the fort, and it's better to like go on top of the fort here. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
I will say, I
oh
think
what, he went
Blinky
through.
played that Bastion
Oh, he's
Oh yeah,
going in.
Raul told him to bro
He's
probably.
going out again.
Yeah, because like you just shouldn't be going in the fort. You should just be going out and just hurling as much as you can.
Ooh, but seems like the navigation on top is also not that easy.
Yeah, it's like hard to
There's a million wither
describe.
skeletons.
Yeah, there's also a lot of other skeletons.
Yeah, but honestly, he's only like 20 seconds behind now.
Yeah, definitely save some time. And then, oh my god, they have to nav this for, like Loki. This could be coach diff. Like Poundy, like Raul might have like a better like feel for like where spawners are gonna be at. You know what I mean?
I wonder if they
Yeah.
got that far.
Bro, where is the spawner here? Like, I'm watching back screen and you should find it. Like, what is
Wow,
going on?
yeah, it's kind of crazy that's not here also.
Huh? And there's two wither skeletons. Oh my god, he's getting hit.
Just tanked one hit and then ran past.
It's ruining our
See,
possibility of
through the
something.
glowstone.
didn't
Oh man, that would be.
Blinky mine through this glowstone already?
got sub 10 before me.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
Blinky's going back after
Oh.
mining through it.
Tell Oliver to call the match
Yeah,
off,
because
not
Rose
let it
probably
happen.
said, oh, it's bad.
I can't let that happen. That would
Is that the
destroy my
spawner?
too much.
No.
Oliver shut down all of MC.
Bro, this is crazy. It was a 6-minute fort and they haven't hit the spawner. It's at 8:30 already.
No, but
Okay, Blinky playing it
on
safe.
still very solid pace here. Definitely sub 15.
Oh, where is the spawner here? Like, this is the biggest fortress I've ever seen.
Spawner is really
Like low key, I don't know. Actually, there was just like no way. I don't know how like doing oh, there it is. Blinky found it. Blinky found both too.
Oof.
Last second.
Yeah, the thing is, Bag is like 1 minute away still. Oh, they didn't pop fire res. Oh. How much food does he have? Okay, 22 rotten flesh still as well.
None yet.
Nothing there.
Yeah, none yet. He's gonna switch to
Oh my god, what is Poundy
Bag
calling
is
right
going.
now? Why are we going back here?
I don't know where he's going.
He just thought it was all like finished, but it's just not.
Like, where are we dropping now? Like, okay, he's just gonna lose the game now.
Yeah, looks like
Yeah, he lost.
A little scary
Slight
here.
misplay.
I don't know. And he doesn't have fire res on.
Donut. W donut.
Ooh.
W donut indeed. Very solid stuff from Blinky, and unfortunately, I think Bag is losing a lot of time to this fortress.
Like Poundy thinks they explored everything, but they just didn't.
First, but
Yeah, honestly, I didn't see where Blinky pathed to, but
I
that's
didn't
really
either.
tough. Like, even if Bag gets to it now, he's gonna be like 5 minutes later.
Poundy should have told him to pie chart.
Say that 4 spawn surely up to 3. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Still only 3. These are not great rates.
Yeah, this fortress is.
This could have been huge for the tournament if Bag just knocks out Blinky.
I know.
Um,
But honestly, Bag was looking scary. Like for a little bit
Yeah, the thing
until
is,
he
he's
like
either
got
like
lost.
goat or not.
I mean, we still
Yeah.
can't see sub 20.
Yeah, but what are they doing now? Like, I can't even tell where they're going. Like, do they just try to go to a blocked off part of the fortress?
Yeah.
Huh?
He's just mining into the fort wall.
Okay, they got somewhere.
Hoping. Where is it from here?
There, this way farther. I think.
Yeah, it was there. No, go there.
Yeah, I think it was on the lower section. I think. So I think if we see Bag go.
The thing is, what are the blaze rates? Because Blinky has been here forever, and he's getting like multiple spawns every single time.
I know this is. Wait, I don't actually
7.
remember.
Okay, that's it.
Now, oh, he's
I mean,
gonna
obviously
stop.
Blinky could die at any point, but he has a lot of food.
Yeah, 2 pork chops plus 20 rotten flesh. And he still has mutton as well, I just saw. That doesn't seem that likely, honestly.
You can see it gives that little bit of an orange.
Boda as well.
Might give you a sense sense it might be in that direction, which I think is correct.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna commit to it as well.
Yeah, it's here.
He's already blinding here, throwing his.
Wait, is this it right here? I think this is it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it finally.
That's so brutal. He literally lost 5 minutes to finding the spawner.
Still pretty close.
Yeah, 5 minutes from entering to finding. That's crazy.
Now Blinky done with measurement at 11:30. Pretty solid pace still, I will say. Definitely could sub 20.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah,
What
with
the
his-
fuck?
I thought he had like 4 or something.
That's a crazy setup.
Look at he blocked off.
crazy tech.
Look at the whole left side still exists because he blocked it with nether brick. Oh my god.
That's
He's
oh.
gonna go in a 1x1.
Oh my god.
There it is.
Stuff there from Blinky.
That's the poundy blaze bed.
So this looks like it's gonna be
That's how you do it, no?
He just mixed up the buried and the exposed spawner. He tried to do the exposed on the
Oh.
buried.
Yeah, we see the first rod there. 4 bag, unfortunately, very late, mainly just due to that spawner.
Oh,
I
and
mean, that spawner was brutal.
Blinky is
I think having
brawl
both
mining.
of them
Mhm.
in a similar spot is very unlucky because it's like, you know,
Yeah.
if you can't find one, you can't find the other. You know what I mean? Like normally you can find at least one of them, but if 2 of them are kind of out of the way,
How much
then it becomes
Minecraft
harder
did Blinky play beforehand?
Regardless,
I mean, he
now,
started
second
playing as soon
portal.
as they announced the tournament. He just practiced solo for like 10 hours a day. So I guess he has a bit more, but I don't know how much Minecraft he played before this.
So would that have helped them know more the distance away the spawner might have been? Even though they
maybe
could
a
see the
little, but like I think that's like decently unlikely. It's just a bad fort is what it is. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I maybe a little bit, but I don't know if that would help that much in this situation. It also might be close enough that it would just like I don't know. It would seem it would be deceiving. But here we
He
go.
found the spawner as
Blinky
well. Oh, he's
immediately
in for a
nabs that
good time
spawner.
again.
Yeah.
This is insane.
It's
this is
crazy,
the
like-
craziest PB. He literally has a 13:44 that he got yesterday. Easily our fastest of any runner. And now he's entering here right around 13:30. He won't be PBing, but he's gonna get a great time here. As long as he doesn't mess something up.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Still possible.
Well, the only way he loses is by failing, but he has a lot of bets, right?
Yeah.
We are.
Oh, did you practice half bow at all, by the way, or are we just playing for raw perch?
I have not practiced it. Like,
Yeah,
I could
let's
do
just-
it, but I haven't practiced shooting, so probably not.
Yeah, that's probably just best to play for like the perch.
Did he?
Like
Not even
that was
practice
so
for
clean.
raw?
That was so clean from Blinky. Holy shit.
Awesome. Stuff there from Blinky.
He literally just like fucking nailed everything there.
Technically, maybe giving a slight amount
Yeah.
of leeway here for
Can you
Bag,
do?
but it
That's
is
how
a
it feels
position
playing
where
in GeoGuessr.
Bag will go for that fort.
Yeah.
In a very, very quick
And he
seed,
gets the perch.
otherwise-
Oh, he doesn't have a bet in the
Deceiving
hotbar.
seed,
It's
actually.
reversed.
Offside
Oh, he
here
gets it
for
though.
Blinky.
It's like fine though.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's fine. He's still hitting them.
handling it very well.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, still
handling it
5 bet.
Very well. Wrong side.
Very clean.
He still gets it in the end.
Right, 14
Very
minutes.
clean for the
awesome.
dragon. Flipping or
40
wrong side.
minutes, 47. Oh, what the hell?
Sub 15
Alright,
time.
I'm gonna go to the
absolutely
toilet real
fantastic
quick.
stuff From
Okay.
Blinky. Despite, you know, a slower overworld, a little bit slower of a seed at the start, was able to just play consistent, push through that really difficult fortress, and make his way to a sub 15 time. I'm very impressed. That's fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little scared when Blinky first started, and we weren't hearing anything from Blinky or Raoul, and then all of a sudden, like, I think 4 days in, Raoul just dropped a screenshot of Blinky getting, I think, like an 18-minute time, and everyone just kind of had like
Wow.
oh no moment. And we're seeing it here. I mean, Blinky has been putting in so much work these last 2 weeks, so much grinding, and it's really paying off. Bummer for Bag, as you said, once again, but I think that was still such a fun semi.
Bag was literally ahead, bro.
But until then, let's have our analysts.
So
go
crazy.
pitch.
Welcome back on over to the analyst desks. Yeah, I mean, what a match! That was probably my favorite match to watch so far. I think it was anybody's game until the last probably 3 or 4 minutes there.
Yeah,
There
it
was
was crazy.
definitely some competition between the two. I think for a majority of the run until the fortress, Bag was ahead of them, ahead of Blinky in the match. So when the fortress split came along and they weren't able to find the spawner very easily, due to them both just being so far away from where you expect them to be, it was surprising to me how fast they pulled ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate for Bag, honestly, because I think that his strategy of going for the desert temple to sort of shake things up and also pick something that he's practiced a lot and he knows he's really good at paid off really well. He had actually a very large lead, even coming out of the bastion, but he just got rolled by that fort. The nav was horrible and he couldn't find the spawners, as we saw. So yeah, it's really unfortunate for him because everything before that was very clean, but you know, as we know, Blinky also has a very consistent end game, and his pace was towards the end was very, very impressive, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see with the splits when those are ready, but I mean, Blinky definitely cranked that seed, and it was very impressive.
Definitely.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to comment on was Blinky's usage of TNT in the freaking seed. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we can take a split, and then I can pick up. We can take a look at the splits, and then I can pick up where I was after we take
Yeah,
a look
let's
at
have a
these
look at the
splits.
splits. I do think they're ready. Yeah. All right.
Like look at this, man.
I mean, both players just so fast. It's really impressive.
Yeah, like I mean, a 3 minute enter on a desert temple seed is like that's like standard for everything. Like I mean, like that's perfect. Like for both these players,
Yeah.
like a 3 minute enter is like exactly what you'd want to see from like players that have been playing for a while, let alone players that have been playing for 2 weeks. So yeah, I mean, obviously the nav to Bastion as well was very easy because they were just right there.
Yeah,
But
definitely. The Fashion, as we call
yeah.
it, definitely saved a lot of time there. Especially, you know, even leaving the Bastion, but just not having to nav, not having to scan. That does save some time, so it resulted in, you know, maybe above average pace there for these two players. But you know, they still played it really well, especially Blinky towards the end.
Right. Yeah. I think for both of these players, ideally, we're kind of looking at like maybe a 3 or 4 minute fortress split. But I mean, just how cooked this fortress was. I mean, it's like we're looking at like a almost 5 minute split for Blinky, and then for Bag, I mean, it's just unfortunate. It's just a almost 8 minute fortress split.
Yeah, it's really tough for him. I mean, he played so well up until that point. Even Blinky's struggling a lot with that. I mean,
yeah,
and I mean, I honestly, I think we should highlight the fact that he's still getting sub 15 with a
for
ridiculous
sure.
split. Like that is
Yeah,
very,
that's
very
kind of
impressive,
insane.
for someone who's just started playing.
I mean,
So,
I guess
props
overall to
that.
Bastion, like Bastion to overall Bastion
outside of that
to Fort was like insane on this seed. It's like actually just right there.
Yeah. So if we are able to take a look at
I mean, everything was right there, but the spawner. Really.
Yeah.
We are running. Next up is Finbar and Ziggy, which is going to be another great match here. They're playing for their spot in the finals. Against Blinky, the kind of Thanos of this tournament. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll see what
that is a good way of putting it. I think Blinky is definitely the favorite, but as for this match, it's a lot more even. And you know, we saw obviously Finbar was a very fast PB, but he actually, I would say, struggled a little bit in his first match here today. Partially because of a difficult bastion that maybe he wasn't super used to. But I think his pace was a little bit slower than maybe he was expecting. Z, on the other hand, really actually quite impressive. I believe he played pretty far above his average. So yeah, that is kind of a dichotomy there, and it's going to be quite interesting to watch. I'm pretty excited. Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this match between.
Right. So, what do you think about picks and bans here?
They're two of the more consistent players of the tournament. I think they fought for where they're at right now, and I'm excited to see who is able to push.
It's like I feel like I don't know if Finbar has any
BT, by the way,
either.
so we have to be fast now. We banned BT already.
I don't like. I feel like like honestly, you could just like either play RP again because that's what you already did, and so you're kind of used to playing RPs, or you can just like do whatever you find in general the most fun, because I feel like you're good at every C type, so it just is not really a big deal. And
Yeah,
especially I don't think
no,
Finbar has any weaknesses either.
I don't really want to play Desert Temple today. I don't really feel like it. I might just well ban it.
Just ban it,
I'm
yeah,
fine
yeah.
with playing. All right, ban Desert Temple.
See Ziggy playing the Rune Portal in his last match. I believe. I can't remember. I think that was his choice.
See if he just bans the Ocean Seeds or not.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that could set the
Might be
set
the
the
case.
stage. Finbar opting for the village, but I know that he is also. I believe his PB is on a Rune Portal as well. So definitely, I mean, there's some potential. These players could opt for that again, or we can try and switch it up. I mean, I think Bag's choice of taking Desert Temple last seed was good, and so if any of these two players have experience with that, they might look to emulate something like that. We'll have to see. I mean, it is true that probably maybe Village is still the most likely outcome based on the safeness of it, but you never know. We'll have to see.
For sure. I think we are running a channel point
Okay,
prediction.
he's not banning. He's
time
stumped by
now,
me
so
banning Desert
please,
Temple,
guys,
it seems.
get your channel points in. Who do
Oh,
you
let's
think
see what
is
he
going to
bans.
win, Finbar or
Mhm.
ZIGGI? As Bloom said in the chat, I mean, I think this is going to be one of the closest matches.
Oh, he banned Shipwreck. Okay.
Between these two players, I think.
So it's either Village or Rune Portal again.
Their personal bests are very similar.
So
I mean, like,
Okay.
we're talking about.
What do you think?
You're comfortable on Rune Portal, so
Yeah. All right. I think I'll just play Rune Portal again, even though his PB might be on Rune Portal. So
I feel like you're good on both Rune Portal, where you have to complete the portal and you have to like kill animals and stuff. Like I feel like you're really good at killing animals, and then also like you're good at like completing the portal on the outside. So like we don't really have any Rune Portal weaknesses, which is why I would make it really good.
all right, I banned Village. We're playing Rune Portal again. It seems.
Go. Wait, so what do you have? Why did he have first ban when I thought he was higher seed?
It's coin toss. It's coin toss.
Oh,
Random.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I ironically don't really care. Like, I would rather pick something my opponent is bad at, maybe, than because I don't really care what seed I play.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I agree.
And I think he also practiced everything, but he's banning all the ocean things. So
Ocean things.
I don't know.
I feel like you're kind of goated at ocean. Like if we get ocean stuff, like we can cook. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. I feel like you're kind of comfortable on everything.
Where's the flipping code? Oh my God.
Like what does he say?
In 1883 is wild. He said.
Your name is 88.
Oh wait, we're going.
Okay, I'm ready.
God. All right, we're going. Apparently, let's go.
Let's go.
Okay,
Let's
everything
go.
is set up.
Get hyped.
Ninja Brain bot is set.
Sweet. All right. Raise settings. There's some sheep over there.
Yeah.
And then if there's an axe in here,
there.
just grab the axe and break the chest. There's not. Okay.
There's not.
Grab the flint and steel. Okay, complete the portal might as well, and then So we're just gonna have to mine down right now and grab some stone. In or actually yeah, just no sorry, you have to grab there's some stone, nice. Cool, and then yeah, this is good.
Trees, I guess.
Yeah. I'm trying to like see where the like sheep are, or like because you can kill this cow and then you probably want a bit more food than that, so you could kill the sheep as well. Make stone tools, of course.
Okay, I mean, what's this? Cows are vanishing, alright.
Yeah, I mean it's good for distraction, I guess, to throw to the piglins, but it's not really that good otherwise. And then you can make the gold ingot and the iron ingots if you want. Alright, and then actually just low-key like kill these cows, yeah. They're pretty good to kill.
Oh my god, it lags. Holy fuck.
I saw that. How do they get iron pick? Go up the mountain.
Up?
Yes. There's a cow up there.
Okay.
I think there's a blacksmith. Yeah. Up to your right, to your right, to your right. Yes,
Oh,
get this blacksmith, yeah. Okay. So make a pickaxe and shears, and shear the trees to the right. And kill this last cow. It's frozen. Make a pickaxe, make shears. And yeah. Obviously a bit more wood as well. Yeah, just grab like a stack of blocks.
I didn't see that at the beginning. I didn't have 5, I guess.
No, you're fine. It's fine. Like, you have enough probably. Okay, let's get in.
Okay, can we go?
Yes. 5 stick is a lot.
Enter, right?
Yes, yeah, get in. Oh, get these gold blocks.
I mean, I guess there's a...
Yeah.
Bro, can I...
Cool,
I
perfect.
got them.
Alright, F3. You could, it's like totally frozen for me. Make some armor, yeah. Some boots. Alright, and then we can, oh, was there like a...
17.
Yeah, go to that. See, okay, this terrain kind of sucks. Go around
Wait.
to the right here. Yeah, this way is really good. You have a gold pick, so you can drill through the wall at some point, but honestly, I would just try to go down here, because I think that's the only way that's gonna work. Just below, this terrain that's just down here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, this way. And then, we might have to just go back up now. But, yeah, there, yeah. Yeah, you can just bridge and, eat a pork chop. And get the a steak.
Up or...
Yeah, you should build up. Yeah. This was kind of like the angle. It was like a little bit to the left, I think, but where was screen share?
Still don't see it.
Rescan,
Yes.
maybe? I'm not 100% sure where it's at.
Still there.
Yeah,
It's like
just
a
keep
60
going.
this direction.
Oh yeah, sweet.
There it is.
Nice. And you see the fort to the left as well? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
What is it?
Stables. So just run through to like the middle. Like you can just yeah. The ramparts are on the other side of this, so just keep running through here. To your left more.
Like
the middle is this part right here, and then you can kind of mine through this netherrack to the up and to the left. Mine through the netherrack.
I don't know where.
It's like so frozen.
Yeah,
for
where?
Me. To the through the netherrack.
I don't know where to go.
The netherrack. Up and.
Yeah, but I don't know where to go.
To the left.
Up?
No, to the left.
I don't know what you mean. Like
Right here. Yes.
Oh, yeah, this is weird.
The stream is freezing for me like so much. Yeah.
It's bad gap.
Yeah, it's good gap over here.
So do I get the pigs?
Somehow? Yeah. Just make that staircase for yourself. Just mind the just mind the gilded. Yeah, mind the gilded. Yeah. And then you just distract with that, and then you can just.
Is it really bad, the screen share, or?
Yeah, I don't know why. It's like actually like so bad right now, but it might be fine now. Just drop golden and then let the pigs in. Nice. And then remember to. That's all good. It's all good. Doesn't matter. And then just remember to block off the entrance. It's fine now. It was we had such a bad streak there where it was just like actually I was getting one frame every like 10 seconds, but now we're just good. Oh, you missed one gold block.
Oh.
Yeah, just the corner one.
Yeah.
There it is. Like this happened like twice on your last run, and it's happened like 10 times already on this one. But it's fine. I'll just maybe it's my internet. I don't fucking know. All right. Honestly, this is fine. Just how much more do they have to trade? Is there a lot of gold down there, or is there just like a little bit? I feel like let's just wait for trades. Let's just wait for trades. Okay, 16 obby. Okay, you should check how much gold there is. Oh, they're done. They're done. Okay, let's just go. So we're gonna loot the bottom bad gap chest. Do you know how to get to it? It's to the right when you leave out here. No. Yep. And then to the right again. Yes, this way. Yeah. No. Up. Yep. Through here. Yep. And then all the way around. Yep. Over here. Perfect. And then if it's not in here, yeah, just grab this gold block. Then let's go back to the middle bottom chest. Do you know where that is?
Yeah. Middle bottom. Okay.
Yes, and then if it's not in here, we just have to go up. Yeah, all good. So let's just go up to the top of the bastion. And you're right above you is a triple, so we just have to keep going up and follow through the staircase, and then you can mine up here. This will work. It's kind of like back, like if you mine through this, it's like you kind of have to loop back. Yeah, like this. Perfect. So you'll get there. Yeah. Okay, and then yeah. Oh yeah, this works for a safe loot. Oh, you're one block too far.
For what?
Cool. Yeah, grab that obby. Grab the string maybe, and then yeah, you can just leave.
All right.
It's to your left. It's like yeah, you go up here.
Yeah,
actually, this is great. Yeah, this is great. Yeah. Yep. Keep following this way. Cool, and then just pearl down. I would try to look for a pearl here. You should pearl downward once you get. Just out here, you'll be able to see it probably. Yeah,
there it is. Yeah. So do I just pearl down somewhere in the tree?
Yeah. Just be ready to ball clutch. And then Pyres, because these guys are gonna shoot at you. Okay, nice. And then you can eat twice. Right? Yeah, but there's a skeleton, so I would eat. And then you could probably run to your left, because this is really hard pearl. Just along the trees, and yeah. Cool. And then we kind of just have to like follow this yeah. Oh, you see the spawner. So you kill this guy. Yeah, just go up here and you'll see it, and then you can just pearl straight to the spawner. Yeah,
There it is.
Yep, perfect. And if this ghast ever aggroes you, just
He did.
just drop to 2 render distance, or try and hit the fireball back. But you should probably just drop to 2 render distance.
No, wait. Oh my god, that was such a bad hit.
It's okay. Yeah, get your. I mean, if this guy drops Loki, don't even blaze bed. You could just gold pickaxe the spawner. It's really fast. You can just gold pickaxe it. You don't even have to blaze bed. It's gonna be better, I think, here. Nice. Yeah, keep pickaxing it. Same way you mined it out last time, and if you ever like once you start mining like kind of the edges, but as soon as we get to like 3 rods, we're gonna first portal. Oh yeah, just make sure you're kind of keeping your health up as well.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's just
Right.
yeah, punch out the fire, but let's yeah. Oh my god, there's a lot of places over there.
Am I getting shot from?
There's like a bunch of stray blazes behind you. You could maybe get them, but you don't really need them. You can just keep playing the spawner. Sweet.
Okay,
And then yeah, you have
5
5 rods. Let's just go through. Alright, perfect. So your inventory is kind of a mess, but we can just do the measurements now and then figure it out in a bit.
Oh my god.
Cool.
Oh, I need to up my render distance, right?
I mean, it's fine for my measurements, but like yeah, you should. I mean, I don't know. The gas is just gonna start shooting you once you
Yeah,
re-enter.
100%.
Oh, perfect. And it broke, so don't even try to grab it. Just go through the portal. Oh shit, this guy is annoying. Okay. This. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Just eat and then fire res is when you as soon as you get through, just fire res. Oh, and kill this guy as well.
Oh
Fire
my
res,
god, there's so many.
fire res, fire res, fire res, fire res.
I don't know. I don't have it on my bar.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Gapple.
Oh my god.
You're fine. Okay, just kill this blaze. Kill these blazes right over here. Okay, cool. And then you have enough rods, so just get this you have one more
Okay, what
chicken
angle?
tea. Yeah, angle is
34, so that direction.
yeah,
Why is
so
there a
raise your
million of these
render.
blazes here?
And then just eat this chicken, and you kind of just have to go like probably along the fort, and then to like this. Or wait, I'm so turned around because this should just be pretty easy. It's only 600 blocks. Like you just kind of have to run in a straight line. Yeah, there you go.
I need blocks to build.
I like can't. It's like kind of low bit rate right now, so it's kind of on you, but should be fine. I think you still have this gold pick, so you can dig with this gold pick. It'll
76. Yeah.
304. So it's like kind of down and kind of
to the right here.
Yeah.
76. So
Right here. Yeah, just kind of go on this terrain down here, and then build it there. Honestly, down all the way. Yeah. Yeah, we could just build it. Even though it's kind of high, but I think it'll hit.
76, 304, so right here.
Yeah.
One over. Wait, what?
Yeah. This one.
Okay. Guess it's still fine.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I don't have blocks.
Oh my goodness. It's really hard to backseat. Okay, cool. And then we're just gonna do settings and
What? I was on the right spot.
It's okay. It's just below you because we were just a little high up. So go to the chords 604, 240, 2436, So it's like to your left a lot. You have to mine through the wall. Yeah,
Okay.
use your gold pickaxe.
How did I miss?
No, it's just you're just missed above. It's fine. This happens. It's normal. Open F3. It's
604.
Yeah, 604, and then 2436 is to your left a little bit. Yeah, and then you'll just go down. It's totally fine. This is not completely unexpected. Yeah, we should hit in a second. Hopefully. There you go.
There it
Nice.
is.
Cool. And then settings and
Wait, one.
yeah, you
Oh.
already lowered them. Yeah, nice. Okay,
Okay, so
something
left.
nice left. Keep scanning just to make sure. Yeah, just go left. So let's go kind of
Here?
Yeah, up here. And then just try to follow it right here. Yeah. See
There's
if you
lava
can
here.
go past this. No. I would go mid now. Let's try mid. Just mine, or just yeah, that's fine. I would try mid and then left. If it goes somewhere here, no, maybe just past this. Yeah, there we go. This looks good.
Yep.
Cool. Don't have fire res, but you should be okay. Cool. And then yeah, your inventory is kind of a mess. If you want to get rid of like some stuff, but this is kind of a close match, so you should probably enter end. And then you have 2 rotten flesh. Raise your settings. So pearl, eat the 2 rotten flesh. And then set up your obby and then try to craft right away. Oh, careful.
All right.
You're good. It's just literally all you have to do is just throw out like the 4 fire res, like the 3 fire res in the bottle you have in your top right of your inventory after this, and then yeah. So just go over there, and then yeah, kind of stand away a little bit from the fountain just because you don't want it to be fireballed, but you should be totally fine. You should need to make a crafting table and stuff, and then your wool, and then yeah, should be good. Yeah, honestly, that's just fine. And then, oh, careful, don't look at any Enderman. Make sure. Did you look at Enderman? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Just
fuck.
run. Just try and get your boat on your bar. I think you looked at 2,
Yeah.
but they should get in. The boat.
I mean, okay, I don't know where my boat is.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle of your inventory. I'm not sure.
Oh my god, I can't place it.
Oh,
Oh my god. Oh my
damn.
god.
That's okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the fucking Enderman. It's okay, they're not in yet, so respawn. Just let's try and okay, so all you have to do go in the go grab your leaves there to the left and grab some tools, some wood tools. We're just gonna head back. They're not in the end, so like maybe they died in the stronghold or something.
Yeah,
Oh no, they
went
just
there.
in. Okay, well.
Yeah, oh my god. Flipping Enderman.
Oh good. Just make like a wood axe and just get like a bunch of or like make full wood tools, honestly.
I mean, we kind of have to hope that they
mess up. It's
fuck it up, I
totally
guess.
possible, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, flipping Enderman, of course, and then the boat doesn't place. Like,
I know. I should have like told you like there's like a way to place it that's like a little nicer than that. And
maybe I should
then
have jumped and then
if you
placed
jump
it.
and place it beneath you as you're running away, yeah. That's exactly how to do it. All good though.
Alright.
All that we can do is just try and run back to our stuff. So 76,304. So F3C right now honestly might help you a little bit. 51 degrees to the left. It's like 18, angle 18. So it's like really, yeah, it's like that way. I mean, this is the same terrain. Actually, go right. Sorry, because this is the same terrain we took to the Bastion.
Yeah.
Okay, you might have to fucking get around this hoglin, but should be okay. And then you can kind of drop down there to the left, like how you did it before.
Yeah.
Cool, and then we can go back up again. This was the correct terrain. No, to the right. You were kind of Just try to
Oh,
follow
yeah.
that terrain, yeah, and then once we
I
get,
mean, do we have enough to build up?
I hope so, but you have a wood pick, so like just yeah, just start building up, and then if you need to get some more blocks, then you can get them like in a bit.
Okay.
It's like pretty more hard to your left, I think, now, but like we made it through the terrain, which is good. I frozen.
I have to go a bit more right and then all the way there, yeah.
Okay.
I guess I have to go up.
Can you make a bow, actually? It might be nice to do. Not sure if you have enough.
I have, yeah. Barely enough.
I mean, if you don't need it, then you don't need it, but you might have to bow down here, I'm not sure.
Oh, well.
It's okay.
Oh, it's tough. GG. Oh my god, bro, why the fuck?
The fucking Enderman, man. All good, all good.
Oh. Nah, it's so annoying.
We so had that, too. We so had that. Actually fucking cranking.
Yeah, I don't know. We had like a 1.5 minute lead.
Yeah. All good, all good. That's true.
It's so annoying.
Bro, it was so annoying. I don't know why your stream was so bad for me like that whole time. I don't know. You could like you could see it, like it was just so like all of a sudden it would just drop to like such low bitrate. It was so hard to backseat.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's true as well. Reconnect. It's true. It's ISO. Like, it doesn't really matter. I just love that game. I love that game on Hypixel, bro. I don't think I've ever lost that game on Hypixel, genuinely.
Oh, I'm stupid.
In there when it was favored for him, especially, or like favored for him in the moment is what I mean. But yeah, what do you think, Moo?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that is really, really tragic for Ziggy, especially. He was playing really well up until that point, I thought. I mean, I would say he was decidedly ahead of Finbar on basically all of the splits, right up until that death. I mean, it was a bit of a shame, yeah. But that's how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like, though these two players were, I don't think, like, we've seen anything like it. Like, I was watching them walk into the Bastion at the exact same time. Like, literally, like, the frame that one of them walked in the Bastion, the other one walked in the Bastion at the same time. Like, this match was insanely close. Like, one person would slightly pull ahead in the fort, and the other would pull ahead in the stronghold. Like, it was just, it was cinema. Great watch. It was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really even, especially right as they were building the portal into the stronghold. I mean, you could tell that this was a very even match, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was great. I don't know if we have the splits ready yet, so yeah, I'm hearing that we do. So let's go to those and take a bit of a closer look. Yeah.
Like, look at this, man. Like, look at this, bro.
It's really
like,
impressive.
These players are just so close. Like, it was so good. And I mean, Ziggy had the advantage, like, going into the end. Like, we had over
we had a 1.5 minute lead going into the end.
But something that Nerdy mentioned on the broadcast, which I wanted to bring back, is that there is
it's not like he got a fast end as well. It's like a 3 minute 10 seconds.
And Ziggy not
dying
and still
oh my god.
the Dragon Perch. I mean, there's
of course the Enderman. Like, it's so fitting actually that I died to that. I don't know. I have no clue when I looked at one. It was probably when I was crafting and threw something away, and then.
Really unfortunate result for Ziggy.
I think it was, yeah, it was when you were
Yes, well.
crafting. It was when you were crafting and through like. Yeah, it was so tough.
Maybe I should have crafted further back, but I don't know. It was stupid.
No. It was just literally like. It was just like annoying. Like they just had to be the exact spot that you were like looking at or whatever, and like. So annoying that you couldn't place a bow either. Like that happens sometimes because like you.
I spammed the flip and boat and I couldn't place it.
I know it's like
then
sometimes.
I placed it and I entered. Like what was that? Because I was just.
You were
so
spam
frustrated
clicking
at that
right
point.
click. Yeah, it's just. It didn't matter. It was just you were gonna die anyway. I think at that point. It was just like.
Because we had no food. I think we had like we had no rotten flesh left.
Yeah, nothing left. Yeah. Yeah, this is like it was just so cooked. Like
I mean, like Loki, we could have just walked into 1.5 minute lead, and they got a max perch. Like I feel like even without food, we could have maybe survived if we had like 2.5 or 3 hearts. Like it could have been possible to get it.
Yeah, just like hit a 5-bet or something.
Like this.
But
yeah, like
yeah, it's just like yeah, so tough. I don't know. I don't even know. Like it's just because like I don't know. You just have to like. It's just yeah. The boat is just like
mechanics.
sometimes.
I mean, at the end of the day, like that's just.
It's just well, it's like just kind of like a learning thing too because like the boat like instead of like placing it behind you and holding S, like you should place it in front of you and then run past it, and then the Endermen are gonna like path. But like I should have just told you that, and it was just like I just couldn't tell you that like the last second or whatever.
So we're gonna head to the break, and then when we come back, we'll go through the seed bands and then get straight into those finals matches. So yeah, we'll see you soon.
All good though.
Yeah, Blinky's.
9 patches of snow. There'll be an emerald ore in each patch of snow. Okay.
Okay.
Are you sure? I've got 1 emerald ore.
Oh, I see, I understand. Yeah.
What a terrible grid runners. Oh my god.
That means you have to win tomorrow.
Right.
Bro.
Okay, I got another emerald.
Just like.
I got 3.
I just wish it was better, bro. I'm so fucking.
We need 9, right? Block of emerald.
1 plus 3 plus whatever.
We just gotta get to an NPC.
Yeah.
I haven't got one in my one here. I haven't got one. Oh, I got it. I got it.
I'm just so like. So scared of Banjo and Rel.
Where have we not been? Which is the one that we haven't had an emerald in?
Yeah, maybe not get them in the first game. That would be good.
This one here. Yeah. Definitely 1 in every one. Oh my god, I found it!
Nice.
Okay, get out.
You give it to me, Tubbo.
There you go. Oh my god, it slid all the way behind you.
God,
It's
It's fine.
Bro, they're in last? Oh, jeez.
Right side.
What?
Sorry, I'm watching Korea do MCC.
Build one. We're building something over here.
I don't know what it is, but it's Minecraft because it has an MC in it.
Yes, it's Minecraft. It's like one of the most popular Minecraft tournaments. But it's like not like super competitive. It's not like a competitive Minecraft tournament, really. Like it's a little competitive, but like it's not that competitive.
Red is top.
Red to orange, you need to fill blue between the iron blocks.
Okay, wait. Red to orange, blue behind between.
How is that orange?
Red to orange line between the 4 iron blocks you place. You need to put 3 in between each. Yeah.
Parallel.
So
This?
No. So the iron blocks that you put.
Yeah.
On the same height.
Oh, on the same height as them.
Yep. And then on top of blue, and you need to put 2 iron blocks.
Wait, between what? Like this?
No. Blocks between them.
Okay. Oh, between all of them. Okay. Yeah.
Not between all of them. Just red and yellow.
Okay, got it.
No, Curry, wait. Actually, the opposite way.
Oh my god.
Parallel. The opposite way. Okay,
Dude.
right.
There we go.
This is like the.
Right in the middle, on the put iron on the blue and green block, and make a line connecting the blue and green. And then
in the
right in the middle, put a blue block.
Yeah.
Wait, is the connecting iron or blue?
Iron.
Iron all the way through, and then blue right in the middle. Like
Oh, on the middle one, same height. Yeah, done.
Oh.
That was the worst.
Mid.
That was the worst explaining I've ever heard.
Unlock that.
Mine carts, mine carts, mine carts.
Mine cart.
We need powered rail, mine iron.
Okay, we've got
Okay.
crafting benches here on the
Crafting
right hand
benches
side.
here. Wait, is there anything in the minecart? No.
No, we just have to get the mine cart to the exit.
Is there anything
Okay,
else
I'm
up
down
here?
here.
You should just
We can make up so
like
much time on this one.
Coal too.
There's nothing else.
explain one block at a time. It's just way better.
Okay. No more coal. No more.
Why is he just doing parkour? Why are we just running around? Like, go do something.
This is where we can come back.
Where are
This
the
is where we can
furnaces?
come back.
Where are the furnaces?
We have to make them. We have to make them.
Oh, sure. That makes sense.
How do we get back up?
Wait, in the finals you can only ban one seed type.
We have blocks. We have blocks.
Yeah, because they have to play 3 seeds, I guess, right?
Yeah. Okay, so Finbar's gonna ban BT every single time. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah. But he has to play an ocean if Blinky doesn't ban it.
Yeah, but Blinky always bans Shipwreck. He's kind of like me.
Oh, really?
Wait, you're smelting the
Yeah.
iron. Right, what else do we need? What else do we need?
We need wood too.
We need wood,
blocks?
yeah. Yeah, how do we smell? Oh, wait, I need coal in this third furnace. Oh, wait,
We
have
could
enough
just
coal.
go all the way through here. We should ignore this row. Can we? Yeah, we can.
Oh my god. The thing is, I would have definitely lost the final, but I definitely wanted to get there. That
I
was for
know,
sure my
I
goal.
know.
Just
Wait, we can take the rails to the bottom.
yeah, don't know. Flippin', I practiced so much like Stronghold Nav this morning and end fights, and not gonna lie, I didn't look at a single ender, man.
I know.
A single time.
I know. It's literally just like the stuff that. Wait.
I've
It's literally just the stuff that like happens like when you actually play the tourney. It's just so brutal. Like, bro, I lost like the last like playoffs, not last playoffs, like 2 seasons ago. To just something that I've never seen before. And it's like obviously I've played like thousands and thousands of matches. I've just never seen it before. And it's just like so annoying to lose something where it's just like it feels like you're so prepared and then you're just like
No, we're gonna be down like thousands. It's okay.
Okay, never mind. Blinky picked Shipwreck.
really?
And second is Village.
Dang.
So they play Shipwreck and Village. And then the third one would be Desert Temple.
Yeah.
That's not awful.
Listen to me. An average Harry's new track comes. A tune. It's going viral. Okay. I will, Jack. I will.
What was the one that really caught us up? It was
The
the
build
zombie
one.
wasn't
Oh
it?
my god, wait, no, this is a crazy point here.
So what are your placements on the ranking seeds? So
I
you're
got
first in NMPC.
I got last in moving, and then I got third in no move, and then I got first in an NPC.
Okay, yeah, I guess we didn't practice moving at all, to be fair.
Yeah, but also I saw fucking double yellow lines in New Zealand, and I thought it was South Africa, and I just full mental blocked. I was like, huh, this might just be a weird looking South Africa, but it was just some random double yellows like around a turn or something like that.
Yeah, New Zealand has every single like combination of like
Really?
colors in the road. Like yeah, you see double yellow, you see single, yeah, you see yellow outer dashes even sometimes. So it's almost
Yeah,
like,
that was
almost like
what I
Ireland.
had. Yellow outer dashes was what it was, which maybe I shouldn't have gone for that because is it always just yellow like is it always just yellow like there's no yellow dashes in South Africa?
No, don't think
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
But like the thing is, if you would have guessed Ireland, it would have been fine. That's the thing. If you didn't find anything, maybe the sun, but if you use the sun plus, I guess then South Africa is kind of close. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually then not bad then.
I'm just like I mean yeah, I don't know, whatever.
It's fine. You're just gonna win no move in NPC.
Yeah.
I would love to know the seeding though. If you're like 4th seed, I guess.
Hopefully.
1st, 3rd, and 8th. It's like 11, 12. Yeah, it sounds like a 4th seed, honestly.
Yeah.
Where's Phil? Oh, he's down there in the. What's he doing down there?
Like fruit probably gets higher than me, even though I got like slightly more. I got slightly more like overall points than him, but
Yeah, I don't know what.
if NMPZ is weighted lower, then also I might not. Yeah, surely there's no way I play Raul or Andrew.
Yeah.
I mean, did they get first and second?
Yeah.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not really surprised.
Andrew got Andrew won moving and no move, I think, and then got like 3rd or 2nd on NMPZ. And then Raul like
it's honestly crazy because
kind of choked the no move a bit, or the moving a bit, but then he clutched the other 2.
Yeah, I guess they also focused on no move in NMPZ. Makes sense. Like in moving, there's just too much to go over. There's no way you can remember anything of that.
Yeah.
You have to learn where information is found in every single country. Like that is just so much information.
I know.
I don't. Well, we have to. It's selected it, hasn't it? No. There's 4 games. Oh no, it hasn't. I don't want to do. I do not want to do Rocket Speed Rush. So I think that's okay.
Let's do.
I low-key kind of want to do.
Yeah, but I feel like Blinky and Raul are definitely the favorites to win the whole thing together. Like if you add it together, like they already have a final now. It's looking good for them. But maybe we win if you just win tomorrow.
True.
True.
I would love to win tomorrow.
Yeah, but he would have to lose to like Poundy or something. Or
I feel like
I don't know who got last, to be quite honest.
Yeah, Poundy. I feel like anything's possible.
Yeah, to be fair.
What do you mean?
In my mind, Bag is either the best geoguesser coach of all time or the worst. There's no in between.
Bag is the best geoguesser coach or the worst?
Yeah, it's one of the two. Like he either explains it really well or really bad. I don't know how he. I didn't see him streaming together with him, so I don't know.
Huh.
Because even if I'm a call with Bag and he's like, "Yeah, how did you get that round?" He's like, "Oh yeah, it's just free." It's like, okay, nice, but doesn't really explain anything.
This is gonna be beautiful.
That's funny.
You did that perfectly. I have also lived my entire life up to this exact moment for this match. I literally cannot wait. I mean,
wait, why can't I watch MCC on stream? I feel like I've done it before.
Outside of it, and it's paid off. I mean,
like I'm watching Curryway, not MCC. No.
Jumped into the water.
But these two
looking
are
for the
really
fish
the ones who have just
you found it though.
away at this, and I've learned MCSR so fast. So we've got Shipwreck here. We've got our first ocean seed so far of the day. So things are going to look a little bit different.
He's going the other direction.
To MCSR. Looks like the Shipwreck's a decent bit away, but Finn making it there first.
Wait, there's 2 shipwrecks.
See, we got lots of food. Oh my goodness, look at that food count. That is beautiful.
It's the same, but Finbar low-key cranked.
Crazy. 18 carrots and
to
10
this.
bread is super nice.
Okay, you opened the wrong chest.
Game, and then you can save the
he doesn't know about the mining the logs.
Just such a surplus that you don't even really need to worry about overeating or anything like that. You can just eat whatever you want. So that's super nice there for these runners. Unfortunately, looks like Finbar went over sort of the wrong way after the shipwreck, so he definitely might lose a little bit of time.
Bro, what are we doing?
Go for some gravel breaking. Oh no, is Blinky gonna do the same thing? There's no trees there, so they're looking for trees right now, and there's just nowhere to do that except you got to swim over here. So looks like both runners.
Why did he just mine a gravel?
I don't know.
Cleaner there.
Like it's so easy to get flint.
Just like later. I don't know. Like, also we knew the trees were back here. We knew that the trees weren't on that.
And I was gonna say he already has his wood prepared. He got 2 logs.
Bro, we would have won this yet.
But he had a little moment of lapse there where he started mining a tree and then remembered.
Would have died in the end again. Tough.
He's gonna have to make a stone axe.
18 carrots is crazy and 10 bread.
Get some cobblestone, so that'll be a stone.
Wait, so why did they get cobblestone if we have
shears to get a bunch of
13
leaves
iron?
so that he can use that to
He
build
can
around
grab
the nether
13.
if the terrain to the bastion is difficult.
Wait.
Wait, what? Blinky didn't
So
grab all
it's
of the
always very
stuff?
good to get
I
No, they
guess
had two different
not.
shipwrecks.
But otherwise, he's
Yeah,
just gonna
Blinky went to the
No,
one that was
no.
not supposed to be on the map, I
make sure
guess.
you
They
use
have the
boats
same
and
food.
Wait, oh no,
use
he crafted.
two doors to have an enter
Wait,
and a
okay,
magma
then I'm
river.
very
Wait,
confused.
so is it MCC players can't watch it, or
So
everybody in the
switching
world
gears,
can't
but
watch it?
One thing that I noticed is a little weird is I think Blinky didn't get all of the iron nuggets. Is what I think happened, or he missed.
Oh, backseating
one
is kind of
iron, 'cause he's
easy.
Not
Just
crafting
very easy to spot
an
mistakes.
Iron axe.
It's kind of like in
because he doesn't have
GeoGuesser.
enough iron to craft it. So
Yeah.
that's very interesting.
In
How did he get the
retrospect,
stone
everything
axe?
makes
Not
sense.
at the end of the world, but just a little bit strange.
Yeah,
that's pretty rare to see.
I saw when he was fast looting, he kind of tried to get the nuggets.
Wait,
and
maybe I
he
should low-key
accidentally
eat
sort of
something. I've
threw half
been
of
awake
them
for like
out.
11 hours and I haven't eaten a single thing.
Okay.
Bro, you sound like me.
So definitely a little bit of time lost.
Yeah, I don't know. But was I even busy?
Honestly, I'm actually
Not really.
despite Blinky being my favorite.
Like,
I like the way that
I picked up my car this morning and then
overall, though.
actually,
I mean, I guess
I played
hey, speed is
Minecraft.
speed
Yeah.
We'll have to see who ends up.
And then I forgot.
Yeah, whatever you gotta do
look
to
at
get
this.
it
Looks
done.
like Finbar's gonna be in first.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Doesn't mess up his portal.
He already has his flint. He has his flint and steel. He's getting the door down there. He's getting the bucket. He's probably gonna look for an L shape here, I would assume. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna do this L right here. He's floundering a little bit.
Okay, why is
Oh, maybe he's just listening.
Finbar looks like he
Maybe
has never
Hax
built a
actually-
magma
I gotta
portal.
remember Hax is the
Like
one
there's
who's
two
zeroing
L
in
shapes
now.
here.
Maybe Hax is making him pick a different
What is
L?
he doing?
I'm not exactly sure what the weight is right now. Oh,
Wait.
yeah. Blinky's
Taking a
already
lot of
catching up.
time here. Yeah, maybe I
What
shouldn't
is
have jinxed.
happening?
I think I jinxed him maybe saying he was gonna get into the nether first. Now I'm confidently saying Blinky's gonna get into the nether first.
Yeah, I'm so confused.
Oh,
what the
see, this
weight
is why
there
Loki the
was on
seeds
that.
should be random because
Maybe
some
he
people
might
just
not
didn't
not
practice at all
practice too
for
much, is my guess.
ocean seeds.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, maybe he just really was banking on not having any
Like he just spent
ocean
50
seeds and he's
seconds.
having to wait, and
Just
then
like
Hax is
finding the
trying to
portal
do it on the
spot.
fly.
The
No,
hell?
this seems
It's not even
there's
the
some
best one. He could have
comfortability
just
here.
mined in the middle of the two L shapes and would have a free one, and now he just needs to fill in the bottom left
Yeah,
as well.
Blinky in.
I'm worried this is gonna be
Hell.
an obby below him. Okay, yeah, he got that lava. I was
Bro, he
worried was
actually
gonna
doesn't know
break
what to
that
do.
Before, but he's got one more
What?
lava.
Okay, he flooded
place.
everything. I'm so confused.
So,
Yeah,
Very
this is.
clean, actually, in the end.
So
there.
confused why they didn't practice it and it didn't ban it
He's
then.
having,
I guess
a
they
little
can't ban
connection
both
thing.
ocean
This
seeds
water's
because
being
there's only one
weird.
ban.
Yeah.
Is he gonna grab lava? He is.
Beautiful.
But
Grab lava
I didn't know
right
about
there.
the banning stuff as well, so I guess maybe they thought they would
Chalice
just be
here,
able
right
to
in the
ban
open.
too.
You love to, I feel like that's so nice whenever the chalice is just kind of right here in front of you. Now we've got maybe a fortress. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we saw a fortress on our screen yet for Linky. That's definitely the next thing to keep an eye out for.
Blinky gonna craft the helmet here, make sure the pigs don't get mad at him as he runs down the bridge. Gonna save that last block to break last. Very smart to craft all your blocks into gold ingots, except for that last block, just so you can break it at the end. Gonna build up here, and he doesn't have a lava bucket to deal with these guys, while Finn does. So Finn might end up in this same situation, but we'll use the lava bucket. He has the flint and steel, though, so he's got one on fire.
Bro,
It's much slower.
Timber's gonna save
but
so
still
much
get it
time to this
around.
flint and steel, like, debacle.
Yeah, I mean, and I will say this
Doesn't
isn't
he have
really gonna give
enough
too
food?
much value to Blue,
Yeah.
in my opinion, because he already has so many carrots and he has.
It doesn't. I don't know. He's just killing them for safety, I guess. But
getting his
like,
food isn't gonna be that good, and it looks like he's not even gonna get.
Okay, he
pork
killed
chops
one
from
of them
one
but didn't get any
No,
cooked
or
meat.
Oh my
God.
Oh my god.
Wait, you might have pre-fired the Blinky Death in the Bastion. Oh,
oh,
1.5
bro.
hearts.
That
He's
was
good.
my prediction, by the way. But it looks like he's gonna be okay. My prediction was that we're gonna get an early Blinky death, and Blinky is gonna slowly catch up in order to make it closer.
Okay,
But
Finbar
honestly,
dropped the
I feel like Finbar's
the
been
lava
pulling the seat,
bucket.
except for the magma ravine, he's been
Oh my
pulling
god,
it
he
well, but
died.
oh no, a Finbar
Oh
death!
my god, he
Oh!
dropped the lava bucket out of his bar.
How the
he dropped it
tables
out of
turned
his
and he's
bar,
all
and then
set.
he,
He's locked right back in.
and then he didn't have it for. Oh my god, he's dead too.
Turns out.
Oh, what?
Oh no! I think we're getting a Blinky
Oh,
death.
he's alive.
Blinky's okay.
Oh, he died?
Blinky's dead.
What?
Blinky's dead. Both players
But his
died.
stuff is not gone.
His stuff is not gone.
What in the world is that?
Bro, I'm
You
actually so
would've-
coping I would have won this
You
seed.
would have won this so easily. You actually would have won this so easily.
They don't know that their enemies have both died.
You
Bro,
literally would have
there's
won
no
this so
way.
easily.
Oh my
That is a
god.
disaster.
I guess I made a mistake myself.
That is a
Like, that was
disaster.
bad, but very
That is a crazy
late in the game.
disaster,
but
and
yeah.
to happen in the finals of
Holy.
all places. Literally, me and Nerdy are in VC.
So like, what feels worse, like choking in geoguesser or choking in MC?
In MC, because you have such a, I mean, at least dying in the end. Like what, everything earlier than that is whatever. Like it doesn't really matter. But dying in the end is just so annoying because it's usually like the only part, which is the consistent part, because the terrain in like the Nether and Overworld is so unique every single time. But in the end, it's yet you have the same thing every single time.
Yeah.
Like it shouldn't be. It should be the easiest part.
Yeah.
You don't have a pickaxe. You don't
I choke in the end all the time, but obviously I'm going for 0 cycle, but like it's just fucking still so hard.
I was also going for 0 cycle, but I didn't get to do it because I looked at the Enderman.
Yeah, the fucking Enderman.
I think Blinky's definitely still
No, no.
Position's pretty good compared to Finbar who had a full reset, but the downside here
He
is
made 2 shovels on the rerun.
over here. But is this
Does it matter?
There's so many things going on.
It doesn't really matter. He just has to get more logs instead.
We have, but my overall point is that it could be a little scary, and so going for this chest here is very smart.
But Blinky has to enter somehow and get his stuff. Like
He's no gold,
no armor.
But he has the distraction, so
one gold sword there.
Yeah.
Not a lot of distraction.
And it
wait, is he
died
gonna
like
touch you
in
with the
the
lodestone
bottom.
But it's
chest?
something. It's something. It'll make it a little bit safer.
Oh, he's gonna go for this chest.
We also has gilded
he's
black.
Nothing.
But no gold armor there either.
He has distraction
Also,
though.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
he
at Finn's
should be able
screen
to
and he
get it.
accidentally made 2 iron shovels. So he has no shears.
Oh no.
Bro, this is such a cooked position for Blinky right now.
going wrong. The nerves are getting to them.
I mean, I think if he's able to get his item, he wins. But like, he should just take his time here, because
like,
he's also seeing that Finbar's not advancing as well.
And it's one of those things where hesitating a lot.
Okay, so it seems like he he has
Um,
one distraction.
He has to
which is-
punch through the.
The more you hesitate,
Oh my god. Ah.
So it is unfortunate not like have the experience of being in this situation.
The thing is, Blinky's just not the type to do mistakes like this. Like, I don't know.
This is crazy.
He never usually folds under pressure at all.
End up being faster.
Bro, he has to punch through
He
everything.
should punch the netherrack. The netherrack's gonna be way faster to punch through.
Oh my! I just
Yeah.
the fact that this is the finals and I'm sitting here watch Blinky break blocks with an arrow. I don't even know.
It's definitely unfortunate. I'm worried about like after this though, right? So he breaks these blocks and then he has a piglin
and then
His 1 gold sword to distract.
He has to just
Yo,
go.
Oh,
Raul
they're
should
oh my god.
tell him to drop the gold sword on like. Oh god, wait, he's so cooked,
Behind
bro.
him? He's okay, so he's getting his
he's picking it up.
he's getting his stuff.
Oh shit.
It looks like he
Oh,
is.
shit.
Oh,
Oh.
no,
My
he's on
god.
3 hearts.
Oh my god, he's almost dead. He just needs
builds
to
up.
Be okay.
He's probably gonna
build
Wait,
up and
that
survive.
was-
Like, he should be fine. He's no building
Oh
blocks.
my
so
god.
Nice.
he
Put
can build
on the
armor
helmet.
now.
Put on the helmet, Blinky. Put on the helmet, please. Okay.
Holy shit, wait, he actually like high key clutched the
I think
fuck
he is
out
in
of
a
that.
better position now
That was a
than
really
Finbar,
hard
obviously,
spot.
But it's honestly he's not that like Finbar is not that far behind.
Yeah, no, not at all.
That was a
He's not.
huge time loss for Blinky.
Wow. All right.
'Cause we still haven't really traded at
Crazy
all,
how the final starts
from
really cooked.
Blinky's
Yeah, true.
perspective.
True.
So, we're still talking about his picks. Another thing.
It's gonna be like this for GeoGuessr too. It's gonna be the finals and we're both gonna miss like the 3 countries in a row.
I mean, low-key, if they just make the final seats harder.
Whenever you come back to Bastion, sometimes pigs wander and you don't have as many.
But like,
I think he's
how
gonna
many
go.
pigs will
That is
Blinky
something to
get
keep an
here?
eye out, is his pig
4?
count.
Okay.
There's like 4 right here. I think he might. Yeah, he's gonna make a block.
Like, how many minutes is Finbar behind right now? Like,
Like a minute, bro.
One
Like
and a
not.
half?
Yeah, so he's gonna
One
get
and a
Yeah,
half.
not even that
3
much.
more, 4. Oh wow, no.
Okay,
still-
he's good. He's
He
good.
got a ton
He's-
there
he's good.
still.
oh,
No, I think it was pretty enclosed, so they couldn't really wander too far away or anything like that. But good stuff. Good recovery overall from Blinky. But I will say, the mental from Finbar here, he's not too far behind. If he keeps his mental strong, he could absolutely still win this.
Yeah, it must be said, like Hacks and
Oh, there's
Call
2
has to have
hoglins, I
noticed
So
forgot.
that
scared
they
of
are
the
in same
hoglin.
situation.
Oh, no.
Blinky has not gotten a new advancement in a while, so they know they're both at just entered Bastion. They can
And
even see
that's
it right
crazy
there on
tech.
top right
Did
under
he get
the
it, though?
timer.
No.
So they know it's close, but
Oh, he's
Finn
still aggro.
is now behind. Blinky's got his trades on the way, and it looks like
Why
start
didn't he
his
make
route
mistakes like
versus
this against
Bill
me? Like, he
with
was just
struggle.
a bit slower than me, but he didn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, I know.
Like that's literally it.
Let's see. He's got to wait a little bit more lava, a little bit more. He doesn't care for the food.
Okay,
he
you
just
just
wants
burned
to
it
get
again.
that route on the way. And what is he going to go for here? Probably crack smoker route. There are some fun names of routes on this bastion, which is kind of
That's true.
the decisions you make and which side you're going to go to bring your piglins. This one that we see Finn doing here is called crack smoker.
What is this bridging tech?
I'm not exactly
I don't know,
sure
but he
here,
plays way too many
just because
blocks and
it's
look, it's burning now.
someone said you'd have to be smoking crack to do
Yeah, but
that
he's not
route or
placing a
something when
gold block.
first came out. Is that what it is? That the lore there?
I think Raul, the coach here, came up
Okay.
with it. I think
Okay.
that sounds about right. Something like that. I don't know the exact lore honestly, but I think that's something like that.
Gotcha,
Okay, this is not
gotcha.
the crack smoker I
But
know.
it's a great route.
This is-
It's a great route.
It looks like he has never
Oh,
played
it's
crack
the
smoker
best.
before.
It's the best. I mean, who doesn't want to be smoking crack? Maybe I shouldn't say that. But
What is going on here?
oh my god, he has so many
Oh
pigs.
my
They're
god,
all
what's this
getting mad at him in
command?
the wrong spot. He had to drop quite a few gold early, but they're getting in there still late.
I'm
Now
coping
they're
so
actually
hard.
still at a
Like,
pretty
what?
similar spot here. It actually could still be anybody's game.
It should be you in finals for sure. Like, oh my god.
Getting the extra gold. I don't know how many.
Me in
piglins
finals
he
and
got
first.
there compared
If
to
Blinky
Blinky.
plays like that, I would have
Just
won,
on so
maybe.
many
Yeah.
gold.
Holy shit.
It's that huge.
At least the
obby
first
chest.
match.
And now we see Blinky getting ready to leave here, so definitely pretty far ahead, not having to reset. Definitely did save probably about
Oh
a
my God.
minute, something
Yeah.
like that. Maybe more. It's hard to say exactly. It's weird because it's like it's not just like raw time loss. It's like one player lost a bunch of time and was able to recover some of it. It's kind of unclear exactly how much time.
Yeah.
But either way, we'll see. We'll see when they enter the fortress. That will be probably the clearest indication of how much time these
Definitely.
two mistakes costed each of these runners.
One thing that's really interesting is that Finn is able to do his pie chart to find the fort while his trades are going, and Blinky waited until after his trades were done. So that definitely, overall, will lose him some time compared to Finn. But it's actually closing the gap a little bit. Finn still needs to finish those trades, though.
And let's see, how much string do we have? Do we have lots of string? I'm always just curious because I feel like any seed where there's low string, it always increases the chance of choking the end by so much. Whereas when you have like tons of beds, it's super nice. So it looks like pretty solid string count here, but I didn't quite see Blinky's inventory.
Yeah, little less than one stack.
block
It's a little bit
clutch.
thin, so.
Damn.
I mean, also, you were talking about that time save.
It's confidence right there. You would have probably died.
on,
Yeah.
staying and not resetting your.
It's crazy to do after
your
you already
seed.
died.
I wonder how much faster it would have been if Blinky in that first chest he opened actually got some gold armor, because I feel like he actually had to waste quite a bit of time.
Oh, totally.
Trying to just find something, and then that whole debacle with the arrow breaking the blocks. Crazy.
Yeah. No, it would have been super nice. I think like if you got like a
Loki has the record.
No, that wouldn't work because he didn't have.
Wait,
wood.
why does
I was
Finn
gonna say,
have
like, if there's any way to
16
get
golden
tools,
carrots?
That'd be super nice, but I don't think he could because he just didn't have any wood.
Oh, that's
just
a
getting some
fuck
gold armor
ton.
would be super nice.
How
Or
much
even,
does
like,
one
a gold
cost?
block would
One
also
block?
work. You could distract
One
the
ingot?
piglins really easily. But just getting with one gold sword.
Yeah,
seems
one
really
gold
super
ingot.
safe. But hey, I'll say, like, it's so
Guess that's
easy
not
to
too much
choke that
then.
situation and
Why is he
make
redoing it
take a
again?
second death, and a
Yeah.
second death would be
Because
really
they
hard.
got diagonal last
So-
time they were doing it, so it's like kind of
Just, like,
confusing, and
played
now they're just kind of
overall to Blinky,
retrying it like a little bit away.
choking. And similarly for Finbar, I feel like, I mean, obviously it's a full reset, so it's not like you have to, play around something, but it is mentally challenging to full reset. And I feel like Finbar's done a very good job of catching up on this seed, despite taking that very punishing.
Oh!
Oh my god! Speaking of deaths.
Oh, yes,
he's okay,
fire
he's
res.
okay.
Okay, he has it on his fire as well.
Woo, thank God he has fire as
Is he gonna
He's
throw
not-
up and block clutch
If there
again?
was terrain.
Yeah, I
underneath,
guess. I
he
mean,
might
what's the
have
worst
died
thing
there. I
happen? He
don't think
falls in the
would've
lava
clutched in
again.
time.
Bro.
But we're good.
He has nerves as well, it seems.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Been on his way.
He's not a robot.
Go all the way around here.
Wow. Is that fort there? Does Finn see it?
Okay,
Just
Finmar's
barely, I
just
think,
swimming.
yeah.
Respect.
Should Should be arriving soon. How many rods does Blinky have? I'm not sure where he's at, but he's already blaze bedded. His platform's pretty much complete. He's got 3 rods already. He's crafted 5
Only 5
beds.
beds. 5 beds to
5
anchor.
bed and some anchors. Should be, yeah, 2 anchors here. 5 bed, 2 anchors. Should totally be doable there.
I mean,
for the one cycle.
I don't know. Did Blinky anchor in the others?
And we do know
runs
that
as
he
well?
half bows. I think he's the only person we've seen half bowing so far.
I think he did in the.
Like, he definitely knows it though.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if he knows how to half bow perfectly, like,
See it
Yeah.
he knows
there,
how
it
to use
looks
an anchor.
like Blinky should be ready to blind pretty soon, probably after these 2 blazes. Yeah, he picked up another rod on that one. What was he at? 5 rods. So yeah, he might do a blind and then come back for a 6th. More than enough obsidian. Wait, what's happening with Finn?
Just really struggling to find the fort. Sorry, Finbar. Yeah, really struggling to find the fort here.
Yeah. I thought he was close a second ago.
I thought he was too. I think, unless I'm crazy, I thought Blinky just like saw it.
Yeah, I feel like it was pretty close for Blinky. So I don't know what's happening here right now with Finn.
Just going, like maybe a bit the wrong direction or something. This is awkward. I will say he does have lots of carrots, so that's nice, but Blinky's looking.
Yeah, this is probably gonna go really well for Blinky here. He looks really poised to probably take this first game. Finn's having to pie chart again because it just seems like he went the wrong direction, which is a total bummer. Blinky still needs 1 more rod to ensure he has.
Oh, you should gamble on 1 eye in the portal and just go.
Even though he's so far ahead.
Yeah, maybe not. Where's Finbar still in the fortress? By the way.
I know, I don't know. Like,
bro, 19-minute fortress enter.
It's not there.
Wait, he didn't find it even. Like, I thought I saw it, but it's not even there. Okay.
Bro, Hax is tweaking. Hax should know where it is by now. They've pirated 3 times, and oh my god, there it is.
He has to find the coordinates for the coordinate cup.
Yes, exactly. Wasn't coordinate cup an absolute cook of a name? Because like coordinates on maps,
thinking, like,
and then chords, like bro,
totally.
Cooking.
That was absolutely fantastic. Did you come up with that?
That was Moo. Absolute legend.
Wow. Yeah. No, I think that was. I was.
Well, imagine being Blinky and seeing that your opponent entered at 19 minutes 30.
Like a month and a half, just like throwing out names, and then Moo hit the coordinate cup, and we just like it was just called instantly. We are like, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. No, I feel like I love coming up with names for stuff. That's like one of my favorite things, and I feel like that's one of the best tournament names I feel like I've heard in a while.
Yay! Wow, Blinky at chords, making this portal, and Finn finally now at the spawner.
Bro, he built his portal off of it.
Oh wait, what happened with Blinky? He like fully placed some obsidian, and now he's.
Yeah, I think he just didn't like. Maybe he just went to the wrong coordinates slightly or something. I'm not sure, but looks like he likes this better.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
He's probably like 282 instead of 272 or something.
Time loss, but he's in the lead, so he should be fine. I mean, anything can happen. We saw an end death today.
Finbar's
doable.
killing the plays with this pickaxe.
He's above it, so he can drop
How
down.
did he not end up in starters as well?
It's not going to be at starter probably, unless this is starter actually. You can check it with the chunks. I think it is starter, but gotta get the pie chart set up to do a preemptive here. Oh, and he's getting attacked. Okay.
Most annoying.
Let's see. Oh, that looked like a very good spike.
He likes that spike there. Gonna send it this way. Looks like.
But it's just a cave.
That direction does not work. Yeah, he's gonna have to go. Maybe top left here instead.
Yeah, top left, and then down, and then wow, and then it ends. Okay.
I would mine through that.
Holy.
I'm wondering if it's sort of right here actually, and then he sort of loops around to the more eventually to get over there.
I thought it was not so behind.
I mean, I didn't. I mean, maybe the spikes are different because I didn't see a big one on this radar. I don't know.
Another distinct possibility.
Like it looked smaller than half. Oh, there's a big one.
blinding
there's actually
right
a few
now.
spikes here. I actually like that
There
spike
are.
more than the first one he was looking towards. At least for
Yeah.
my numbers, like that spike looks really nice. So I think. Oh, but he's.
That
gonna
could have been a
wanna send it to
chance.
the left,
Getting
I
blown up
guess?
by a creeper in a staircase.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be Rowell telling him, let's try sending this. There's light down here. Is that it? No, it's not here. This is a crazy
I mean, this is a
nav.
little
I mean,
bit more
it's
consistent
possible
of
if
a
this nav
nav.
continues to go this poorly that Finn can come back, and if he nabs quickly, he could make up a lot of time. That's the library.
Yeah, middle is library. It's tough.
See, maybe up.
He's doing preemptive again.
Yeah, I would try
Maybe
up there.
checking as many times as possible. To get a sense of
Oh, he's going down.
where that portal room is, getting as much info as possible. I mean, he just has to have like not a horrible stronghold here. He just needs an okay. He doesn't need an amazing stronghold. He's so far ahead. He just needs like not like.
No, I
a,
like
you
this.
know,
I like that
20
Blinky's
minute
also
stronghold
human.
Or something crazy. You know,
Because it
what he
often
needs.
doesn't
He's
seem
just-
that way.
Even like a
So
5-minute stronghold here would be totally
Yeah.
most likely.
How long have we
But, like a
been in
5-minute
the
stronghold?
so
That's a
far?
baby
And then,
zombie.
like, yeah, I was gonna say like a really slow stronghold.
That was
and
the
then a really
chance, the
slow
baby
purge,
zombie
like,
knocking
once
him
we start
in the
to maybe
lava.
Consider that Finbar has a chance if Finbar instant nabs them, gets instant purges, things like that.
I mean, this is a cooked stronghold for sure.
I mean, Hax is probably noticing
But
from
they
the
had a spike,
achievements
and I
that
think
the
it's-
snap is very difficult because Blinky clearly has not entered yet. So he'll maybe keep that in mind and use that.
I mean,
to
it's
help
possible
Finn,
that
but
it's just a
this
cooked
is
stronghold. Oh, down
absurd
here,
right
I
now,
think.
this nav.
I would
He's
try
just
bottom
running
right.
everywhere. He's getting the 10k in.
Yeah, I'll try this. Okay, GG.
Guys,
So how high is the chance that there's a stronghold without an end room?
portal room doesn't exist.
0%.
It's not in this one. There just isn't
Okay.
a portal room. That's my
Technically, you could have it that lava pool corrupts the portal, but they're not gonna have a seed like that in a
Yeah.
tournament. Like, there's just no way unless they haven't looked at the
No, but what if
stronghold.
it's the wrong stronghold of what you're supposed to find? Maybe.
Yeah, true.
Okay, let's
That's
see where Finn's
possible.
at. Oh,
no, I'm crazy.
Wait,
I'm so
oh.
sorry.
Okay, this seems like a
you got me so
completely new
excited. I
part,
thought
so
that
you
was
should
it.
find it.
Oh yeah, and a
I
good
thought
spike
that
that way
like-
too.
I just
It was just
totally
kind of
thought I saw an
cooked,
iron
honestly,
ore.
because this is a
That's right.
completely new spike.
Ooh, is this it?
Right there.
There we
no,
are.
that's what I saw. No, just to be
Okay.
clear, that's what I saw.
That's what
I
you
want to make
saw.
it very
Yup.
clear.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yup.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
don't fall into
As
the
long
lava.
as
Oh!
we all agree,
Oh my
I'm
god! Bro,
Yes,
bro.
air,
Into the lava,
air
Silverr fish.
strafe.
gonna be there.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, someone in chat, Y12 portal room is crazy.
Why 12
Gets there
portal
in
room?
the end,
Is
getting
that
his
something?
eyes in. Finn's
Yeah,
still
it's kind
just
of deep. I mean,
moving
I've had
towards
like Y5 before, but
Blinky. As long as you don't mess this up, you're taking game one of the
All
finals.
right,
Again,
seems
finals are a
like-
best of 3. Everything else was a best of 1, but we have best of 3 finals. $500 on the line.
Imagine
Sponsored
Finbar
by
nabs
Geoguesser
this
themselves.
first try.
just
How
instant
high is the
nav.
chance?
No, imagine he
Supporting us
accidentally
in
builds
this.
off like 2
Really,
blocks
really
and just hits
appreciate
portal.
Hey, that's how I do it.
Yeah.
Let's see Blinky with the half bow.
Oh,
His accuracy has been
almost
Yeah,
really
it's
good.
in the
good
same
on the half
spot.
bow. It's clear he put in some time for that.
Bro, Blinky is so good at Appo.
Looking good here. But I will say, I mean, Finbar
oh.
is in the stronghold. I mean,
Oh.
Yeah.
He's the goat.
He's been slowly catching up. I mean, that stronghold was just very slow there for Blinky. I mean, in theory, if we get a really slow perch, Finbar instant nabs this, which is very hard. And there's
Bro,
the
Finbar had
snap.
an instant
that's
really
the
good
snap, though.
spike.
He missed it.
Oh my god, he
missed
missed
the
a
good for Finbar.
perch.
He doesn't have that guaranteed 3-minute perch
Oh.
now, and
The nurse,
I mean,
even though he knows he
this
has
is-
like all
I
the
mean,
time in
this
the
could
world.
give Finbar a chance if he can find the
Bro,
portal
it's the
room. Now,
same
this is
baby
a very
zombie.
tough portal room to find.
Wait, he's going the right
Like you
way.
said, if Hax was aware, maybe he's thinking about, you know.
Wait, he's going the right way.
So it's down here. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he is going the right way.
It's
Holy
right.
shit.
Wait, he literally.
the right
Bro,
way.
Oh,
wait.
he's
now-
turning back.
No, no.
He's
Go
back.
back,
No.
go back, go back.
Oh my
He
god,
doesn't
he would
know.
have
He doesn't
instant
know.
nabbed it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That
I
was
guess-
the
I guess it makes
direction.
no
They're gonna try
sense to
going
go there,
down
but-
here. It's
He
not
should
gonna work.
rescan. If he rescans, maybe it'll like show that it's there.
Last time.
Oh my god, he's
Okay,
getting
how much
fucking
bets
cooked.
does Blinky have?
Go back.
Didn't
It's
see.
Rescan. Tell him to rescan and then pick it up and then they
He
go.
gets max perch now,
Oh.
and Finn goes in and catches the first one, but he has to find
Yeah.
the freaking
Hex is gonna try the
portal room.
back left spike now.
My understanding is
It's not gonna
he's
work.
already gotten his perch, so I don't know if he can get an.
Oh,
I don't know if
mining
he has
through?
another guaranteed perch. at this
Wait.
Oh, is that how
He
that
I don't know if
technically
that's where-
doesn't have another guaranteed purge. I'm pretty sure.
This is a very niche situation.
Wait,
so
but
I
he
could be
shoot down
wrong,
all the
but I
crystals,
kinda
right?
thought
So
it
it's
worked.
kind of.
It's
Someone in chat
pretty
correct me
high
if I'm
likelihood that it's
wrong.
gonna purge pretty
But
quick.
this might be a Nope, that's not a perch.
Oh, not a perch. Dang.
Wait, Finbar.
All right, can Finn find this?
Wait, where was it again? I forgot. I think Blinky's
Still
getting a
no perch
perch.
for Blinky. Is this gonna be another perch?
Oh yeah.
Yes, it is.
That is a perch.
Wow, Blinky finally
we
has
go.
it.
Clean.
See.
First bed, pretty
Great first
good.
bed.
Yeah, second
Crazy
bed.
bed.
Great.
Beautiful. This is gonna be a
Oh,
4
Crazy
bet. This is gonna
bed.
be
Yeah,
a
he's
4
4
bet.
bet.
Oh my god.
4 beds,
Yup.
Blinky.
27-minute.
Unbelievable way for game
Tough,
1
tough.
of the finals to go. 2 deaths in the Bastion almost simultaneously. Blinky decides not to
Oh.
and in the end takes it. And what a crazy stronghold map. I mean, there's just so much to talk about in that first game. I am like at such wow. Just unreal nerdy.
That was awesome. That was a crazy. I mean, these are supposed to be the finalists, and we saw the first deaths. You know, like that's crazy.
Yeah.
But no, but I mean, they obviously played very well. They recovered from those deaths well and made it a very exciting match. I mean, I definitely think that Finbar showed a lot of potential there. I mean, think about it, right?
Yeah.
If Finbar didn't take that first death, he wins that seed, I think, right? And so, I mean, obviously, you could say a similar thing for Blinky as well. Like, if Blinky also didn't die, that would be very
What
good.
is this comment?
Of course,
Loki, if
I'm just
Blinky
saying that,
didn't
like,
die, he would
there is,
still
like,
win.
Finbar had showed a lot
What
of
is that?
despite the fan favorite
Like,
that
what?
we've been saying for Blinky. I
Crazy
definitely
comment.
see-
Maybe
see
if
a lot
Finbar
of
didn't
potential,
die, I mean,
obviously.
Yeah,
if Finbar
Finbar
would have
did
won.
it.
Yeah,
But
I think it's totally
like-
doable. Just be all up
That's so
in this
funny.
next seed. Blinky's now 1 seed away from winning and taking home the $500.
I mean, his
Finn,
name is
gotta win
MK,
2 in a
forgot
row
password.
against Blinky.
On Twitch,
He
that's
wants
crazy.
his terminal life to stay alive, and he wants a chance at the W. He secured second place at the bare minimum, but they both have. But
Pretty good.
it's pretty good. Let's see what they can do. We're gonna set up the next room, and we're just gonna get straight into it when the players are ready. But until then, I mean, I would love to make a prediction here, and I would have to lean Blinky, but based off of that one, as you were saying, I really do think it's much closer than I anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, Blinky, I think, is the heavy favorite still. I mean, especially now that he's won a seed. I mean, I think anyone that's winning a seed, you now have a significant advantage. But I don't know. I try and root for the underdog, stay optimistic. And so I don't know. We've seen crazier things happen in these kind of tournaments, and so you never know.
Yeah, totally doable. Totally doable. Let's see. I just love that these two specifically, I know, just had so much fun with this process and got along so well with their teammates. I think all the pairings went really well, and beautiful friendships have blossomed from this. But these two definitely put in the most time. The analyst mentioned this earlier in the day, but every time I would wake up, every single day, I would open Discord. Whenever I went to open Discord, I would look in our server for the event, Finbar and Fulham in VC every single time. Every single time.
That's awesome.
I swear, they were just so dedicated. And again, we don't have Fulham today. I think now he's finally in chat, but he was
Wait, you know what's
busy at the
Aura? That
beginning
we
part, so
didn't
we got
even
Hacks
use the
coaching
team chat channel
Finn in
at
his
all.
ear, but
Yeah, we didn't use it once.
server.
Yeah,
It's just
I
literally
noticed that
empty.
today. That's so
Excited to
funny.
see that as well.
I saw that.
I swear every other
That'll be
one
so
has
fun.
messages in it.
I'm hyped
Yeah,
to
we
get to
just
this
like
last match,
didn't
looking at
use it
chat.
at all.
Looks
We
like,
just
you guys
use
having
TMs
fun?
only. We
You guys
can't
having fun? You guys
leak our
enjoying yourself?
strats to Bloom
Nice.
and
Hope
Boom.
so. With that said,
I think so,
we're ready.
man.
Yeah, go ahead, Nerdy.
Bro,
sorry.
Bloom needs
I'm
the
excited.
strats.
I mean, no, I was
Played
gonna say,
Minecraft for
I'm
3
having fun.
months
As a
and he
commentator, I
beat
can
sub
vouch.
20
As a
like
chatter,
yesterday.
I'll say a yes. I'll type a yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm having fun.
But the
Yes.
thing is, I feel like
this has been so exciting, and I appreciate you having me.
for it to be
Yeah, of
interesting, he
course,
has to
man.
kind of be like
Let's
an
do it.
unk and
Let's get
mess things up for it to be funny.
taking it. Blinky,
True.
2-0, or
It's
Finn
like kind of tough.
takes it 1-1. We're gonna find out right now. Let's do this
Okay,
thing.
so we get Flippin' Desert
I see
Temple, I
Fulham
think.
in chat at Redlime. Can you inject the hoglin_spawner.jar onto Blinky, please? Bruh.
That'd be kind of interesting. I like to see how that would go.
Yeah.
Regardless, we have blacksmith immediately. Slightly different ways to mine the wood here. Oh, and wow, we've got 12 obby from the blacksmith, so not needing to
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Which is always nice. You love to see it.
Somebody said, I only saw Fine playing Geo. He seems good. How are the others?
And you can also make sure shears. Oh wow, there's
Bro,
wow,
I
It's
think
the
he
same
practiced.
person.
there's just 16 obby, and there's 9 iron.
Oh yeah,
Never
it's
mind.
maybe it's just a rage bait account.
Unreal.
You know?
Yeah, literally.
16 obby, 9 iron. That is just, you can't even ask for any
He
better.
got 7th out of the 8 in seeding.
Shears, axe craft, beautiful stuff.
Okay.
You're gonna have to mine one, get the shovel. All they need to do here at this point really is just mine flint, and then they can just enter. I guess no, actually, Finbar specifically needs to. Wait, interesting.
Yeah.
Look at this, Blinky.
Why are you killing the...
golem. I don't know if you saw
maybe he
the
missed a second blacksmith, but yeah.
This is definitely just a little bit of time
Wait, but he has
loss
22 obsidian, 12 obsidian.
here. Finbar needs food.
Yeah, but he only has
and then
2
he has to
iron,
mine
so
gravel,
like,
enter the
it's just he
nether.
missed a
Yeah,
blacksmith.
yeah, that's definitely just like pretty much raw time loss. I mean, I
Or did
guess
he-
technically
Oh,
he did
here
not
it
craft the
is.
sword.
out of this.
Oh, there it is.
Wait.
Kind of cool, but
He's arrived at the second blacksmith.
Well,
He
they will have
has
enough obby. That's for
13
sure.
iron.
yeah.
13
everything you
iron,
ever need.
16 obsidian.
Honestly, bucket and
Crazy
shears is
speed.
it's
Bucket
good because
shears, yeah, you literally have everything.
you can
ever
just get a
want to
lava
grab
bucket
and
for
just
like
eat
you can
on
grab the
your
lava
Minecraft
bucket from the
with
blacksmith
that
right
much iron.
now, and then you can have it to
21
kill
bread,
hoglins and
22
bridge.
bread. I mean, this is just a great seed.
Yeah. Well, not like they did last time.
Yeah.
Finbar here, now able to save some time, gets that flint.
I
and
swear
Oh,
he wait.
trap
Did he?
doors.
Oh,
Yeah.
what?
Build.
Bro, why is he
Miscrafted.
nervous all of a sudden? What is happening?
Portal. He's gonna lose a little bit of.
Maybe it's because of the final.
there.
But, bro, what is going on?
Not great for your saturation. I tend to do that.
Glowkey? Finbar's way ahead.
Finbar forgot food, but no,
I mean,
got
yeah, he
his-
has like a
got his
2-minute
bread, so
enter.
maybe
That's
crafting that
crazy.
now, maybe
He's
crafting a goat
crafting his
as
bread
well.
now.
Good stuff, and
Okay.
he should be good.
Maybe
to
get the building
enter
blocks in the
nether.
slot.
Yeah.
Blinky's behind.
Wow. I mean, you love to see this, especially if you want to close.
Blinky's taking bets
finals.
though.
220, and he's on his way to the bastion. Does he see it? Yeah, he does. That's why he, or no. Yeah, he does. But now he's looking for fort as well to see if he just happens to be able to notice it.
Oh
Gas,
my
like,
God, what is
right
this?
in his face.
The ghast spawn. But it's kind of crazy seed, no?
The
2-minute
focus
enter.
is
He's
spotted as
right on the
well.
bastion.
Yeah.
I think, unless I'm mistaken. I think I saw it
It's kind of
beyond
crazy.
the bastion.
I feel like he lost all his lead.
So
I know.
Finbar
Like why he's
looking
crouch
good
walking
here.
into
I
the
like
bastion.
Finbar's position
I mean,
so far.
it's like such a dangerous spot. Is he doing mid
He's in
down?
such
Okay,
a
this
nice
is chill
spot.
actually.
Blinky entering at about 3.
This is actually really fine. Honestly, that's
Finbar
like
about
totally
40
fine.
seconds ahead.
I'm curious, like
Bastion right there.
I feel like
Blinky's
the better the seed is, the better it is for Blinky almost. Like I feel like he's really good at playing fast, right? So
Mid down kind of deal.
Yeah.
Getting some pigs.
yeah, he's going insta for top down, which is just
Yeah,
like
it
gonna
works,
be
gets the job
faster than
done.
Finbar probably.
Blinky opting to build
Wait, he
up the
didn't open
terrain
the
so he
thing
can
above the
make sure he
gold
can do
block.
top-down housing.
Oh wait, did he forget to
At
drop the
the
pigs in?
That's
yeah,
right,
he
I
forgot
think
to
this
do
is
it. He
not a
like
bad
mined
play
the
at
gold
all.
block and then instantly
You
went
know, a
behind for the
little
other
bit.
gold blocks that didn't open
Yeah,
up.
I think I like
Dude,
this play
he's
overall.
gonna
I
have
mean,
Quite
so
sure.
little
likely
pigs.
gonna need these chests
This
to
route
go.
already
Unless
gets
I
so
missed
little.
It's
it,
weird though
but
because he is behind. So
Oh.
what?
yeah,
Oh
Blinky's
shit,
got
Blinky
Blinky
fell.
faster, but look at this. Blinky taking a lot of damage. This is a
Oh,
scary
he's in a
situation for sure. I don't know if
interesting
he's
spot, but maybe he
comfortable
juked all the
miraculously getting
piglins.
hole here.
Yeah, he juked them.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
That's
Wow.
good.
He saved it.
Hi Blinky. Now.
Good
So like
save.
I said,
I don't
he
know.
is
Do you
just
see how
behind,
many
so
there?
in
Oh,
theory,
bro, that's were like
Finbar
3
gets lucky
piglins.
with these trades, lucky with the chest in the front here.
Now that's be more
He
because
could
there's
just
so
leave
many
very
trades
quickly
here.
and be even more ahead. But this chest is going to be important. Ooh, yeah. So not getting a lot of obby. So he's going to probably have to end up going to those top chests, unless these pigs really lock
Oh,
in and give
this
him all
guy's
the
so
trades he
annoying.
could
Oh, there we
possibly
go.
ask for. But he does still need 8 obsidian.
Yeah.
And
He'll probably
it's
run up.
likely that he'll not have enough.
I mean,
I
if
mean,
Fimmer gets lucky
Maybe
trades,
it works
low-key.
out to go up. I know it sometimes can be nice to
Yeah.
sort of do your pie charting from the top, and then you're able to just pearl out really easily. So maybe that's what Finn. ends up
Honestly,
having to do.
Finbar has like his trades. Like it's actually
But we'll see.
very chill.
Blinky
He's gonna do pie
finally
He only has
chart.
16
top-down
obby.
route, letting some pigs down
Yeah,
here
but he has
still.
like a
Gonna
bunch
throw
of
a
gold
bit of
trading
distraction
still.
gold, so he can
No gold
pop on
armor
down,
on.
get in his little hole for gold.
Should be okay.
Now Finn already looking for fort.
What? They did not see the fort there. There was nothing. There was nothing. There was nothing
I'm
there.
not sure he
I mean, maybe
What?
they
might
did
have
see.
enough obby.
Bro, I trust hacks.
I
Maybe
don't trust
He doesn't have
him.
enough yet, but he might have enough once he checks.
I
these
mean,
trades.
if we unhands the pearl and he is in the middle of a lava lake
Yeah,
with
so he has
nothing,
enough, so he's
like,
good.
enough, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mid
let's
down
see.
was
Oh, he has
overall
obsidian.
worked out.
Okay.
It's actually gonna. That's what's
The
gonna
obby and the
happen. Like I
golden,
swear.
so it just
There was some string
ends
up
up
above.
Not
Did
really
Haxon
mattering, like,
listen?
if you go to
Tell
those
him.
top chests. safe play from Blinky.
Oh, he got
I feel like
a lot of
Blinky
string.
also is just
Okay, just leave.
his nethers have looked pretty smooth, so he definitely might be able to make up some time just being a
He's
little bit
worse than me
faster
at
with his
inventory
nethers, but
management.
We'll have to see. I
Wait,
mean,
let's see.
Finbar, I
Is
don't
there?
underestimate Finbar. He's been playing the seat great so far.
Is it gonna be
Yeah,
this
really nice
way?
pearl hang.
Oh,
He
it was like
finishes up
7
his
away.
trades, he does a little bit of inventory
One direction.
management, and then he gets himself.
So I guess it could have been like
It
they
could
saw
have.
it.
He's still pie charting.
Wait, let me see when
figuring out the
Blinky
direction he
crosses
wants to
this.
go
Oh,
in.
yeah, they're totally going the right
Yeah.
way. Yeah.
Whereas Finbar did.
Oh, never in
That's
doubt.
definitely a big time
I
save there
swear
for
they
Finbar.
did
I mean,
not
at this
see
point,
it.
I mean, Finbar could be entering this
Bro.
over
Aaron, thanks for the prime. Thank you.
Hex is young.
Not
Still
exactly
has
sure,
the
but
vision.
close to 76 it is.
Yeah, wow. He is just playing.
Just can't compete sometimes. Oh,
Unbelievable.
block clutch from Finbar? I don't know.
I mean,
Oh.
Oh!
but he does miss the block clutch there. with
He
the
could have
pearl,
died if he
makes up
placed
to
the
build
block.
up on this.
Yeah, he
That's
would
not-
have. Yeah.
That's not
Oh
terrible.
my god. It's fine. It's fine. He's so
Really
far
nice,
ahead.
Yeah.
1 or 2 minutes. If
Again,
they didn't see the
Blinky's
fort.
supposed to be the big favorite here.
That was a
Um,
crazy check then.
3-minute faster
Wait,
average
6-minute fort.
But I mean, Finbar. I mean, this is like really.
Why is he
Yeah, I
doing
mean, I'm
that?
saying this is a pretty good seed.
If he plays the
I was
rest of the
not
seeds.
ready for that.
I mean, Finbar entered after
Hopefully
2
you can
minutes
find a
because he had all the
spawner
obsidian
quickly.
already.
I really hope we don't have a similar
It's right there.
debacle.
The only
Oh,
thing it
it's
doesn't
right
have is
there.
1 or 2
It's
extra
right
bets.
there.
Beautiful. That answers your question there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
question answered. Bloom, shut up. Like, there it is. Rates, I think he got.
Bro, how does he not get hit there? Bro,
must have
every time I do that, I get hit
correctly.
15 times.
No,
He
it's
ran into
like
the blaze.
I'm able to craft a bed here.
Blaze
Okay,
Blaze
didn't see
melee
it
is so
because they're
random.
looking.
Respect that decision. He
They'll
does
find it soon though.
string. Like, he has enough
Yeah, they
Oh.
saw it
for
now.
Oh my god, look at these
at
pearls
least
from Blinky. He's gonna save so much time. He
6
found this
beds
upper
after
turret.
this, which he definitely
Oh,
might
yeah.
be comfortable with. I
It's a
mean,
really
6
good
beds is a
one.
lot.
I mean, he could have
Yeah,
clutched the
you know,
block
it's
clutch,
not like
obviously.
it's
So
one-
Yeah.
he will do it
Yeah,
as well.
for sure, for sure.
Let's see
I'm
it.
curious is like
Damn.
glowstone and crying obsidian count because
And now
I
it's
know he's
literally
very
like, it's like
comfortable
20
with
seconds
the
or something
2
behind.
anchor setup for 1 cycle.
And he will
I know
half
he
bow,
put a lot of
so...
And his
Yeah,
end games are like
into
way
that, and I've
cleaner.
never
If this
seen him
drops,
set
just
up
don't even
anytime I
blaze
watched
by
him do
Lucky.
it, so if he has enough for 2
Like he's like already.
anchors
Oh my god, he double bedded. What
and
the
6 beds,
fuck?
I think he should be chilling.
I mean, yeah, he has like all the bets from
wow,
the
they're both
village.
there at the same time in
will
blaze
I know,
mode.
but like I didn't even teach you double
Blinky
bed.
on his wheel, getting the double blaze
I mean,
bed off, and
I would have
honestly,
known
that
what to do
double
if you
blaze
told
bed
me to do it.
saved him a lot of
I
time.
know, but I just like didn't expect
Finbar
like anybody to learn it because
kinda
it's such a
really
small time
slow
save. It's
to
only
get
like
that
5
blaze bed
seconds or
off.
so. And you have to
Blinky's
spend an
really
entire extra
placed
bed.
those double blaze beds and
Yeah,
got everything set.
but they had a lot of strings, I guess. Maybe they just opted for it. And
Yeah,
they went
yeah.
there with 2
Let's
bets.
see
No,
if
like it's
he's
correct
gonna
for
get
them,
their
but like I'm just
rods
surprised.
quicker.
5-second time
Rods
save
here for
worth.
Blinky.
Yeah.
Not sure how many Finbar is on exactly.
Bro, are these
Yeah,
blazes
one of
like
those
not
is
dropping
inventory
anything?
again, and I
Or
need
am
to
I
do,
seeing
like,
that
a-
wrong? Like on Finbar's stream, I swear I haven't seen a single blaze
Check
drop
his entire
something.
inventory quickly. Not that we can actually do that, but that
I
would be
think he
fun.
has 4.
I want to see his anchors. I
Oh
need to see how
my
many
god,
rods he's
stop
at.
fucking
Oh.
sprint hitting them off the map.
Oh,
Oh, he's getting bombarded a little bit.
Oh.
Virus,
I
get
think
one
he has,
down.
okay,
Get
Blinky
one
only has
down.
2 as
Little
well. Like
floundering there.
the rates
Took
are
a
really
decent
bad.
bit of time,
I think he only
but
has
he
2, but
gets
he's
by the end.
overlapping
Definitely
better.
a small time loss, especially when they're this neck and neck.
Yeah.
But
5
he's still
rods I
Finbar's
saw.
still ahead for sure.
I see
5
24
rods,
plus
okay.
44, so that's a. I think he's got. You can make
Maybe.
Math
4
numbers
anchors
and
there,
things.
and then 11, so he could make 2 anchors. Okay, so he can
So,
make
but
2
is the
anchors.
number of
Perfect.
blaze spawns also like
He should be
standard
chilling
for
with
both
6
players?
beds.
Yeah, if they have the same amount of blocks cleared out,
Another
it'll
rod,
be the
that's 6
same
rods, I
spawns
think.
every time as well.
At least.
Okay.
He's gonna blind.
But like Finbar's
if they-
spawner
if-
isn't as nice here, so
Beautiful
Blinky's
shot.
gonna have a bit
Time.
better
Wow, yeah, both
What?
like a 9
places probably.
leave.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact
Let's see how much faster.
rod count.
Okay,
So
they're
he has
both
6,
bow
I think
dying,
they
never
both
mind.
6 and
6.
7. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean. I
Six
swear,
and
I didn't.
Nerdy.
I didn't mean to do
6.
that. I didn't mean to take a. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
Wait, Loki,
Nerdy.
this is good because
I swear I
Finbar
didn't- I swear I
can
didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to
not
do that.
like Finbar can leave the eye
Yeah,
because he has 1 extra.
It's okay. This is unreal. I mean,
Wait,
they're
what?
going
Blinky
through
left
the
it.
same
Oh no,
time.
it broke.
6 and 7 rods. Wait, but Blinky Blinky with a crazy
But took
fast
so long for
blind
that.
there.
What's happening?
He's already
I
back.
know.
Maybe
No, well,
he's going
Blinky's
to
just so
walk.
fucking fast too.
Yeah.
Let's see
It
the scanner
dropped.
on
He's
this. It
out.
goes, so we can already
They're
have
leaving the
strike
same
off on
time.
that. They're both now traveling to towards at the same time.
Yeah, he's literally ahead. Found the
Oh,
angle
but they
already.
take very
And he's
different
what?
pathings here. Finn's gonna
Wait,
probably
what?
lose a
He
bit
just
of time
pulled
here going
down,
down
or
in
is
the
it that
lava,
close?
but he's already much
Oh my god, it
lower
is.
down. Blinky actually has to follow suit as well, so they're both gonna be
Wait.
in the lava and just have to build.
Hacks calmed better
Oh my
terrain
god.
here.
This one. So I thought that might have been a time loss, but they're actually pretty similar.
Or build up.
Build up. Come on, even I know that.
I don't know what the exact chords are, but
Yeah, bro, this is gonna be
Oh my god, they're
so
on.
close.
Looks like they're
Wait, Finbar took better terrain. That was
the
goated.
exact chords.
Or like he got to the chords
Finbar
faster.
is potentially just placing this
Yeah.
right away.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dude,
he's
no,
very
you
short.
can't
You have
do
so
it
much
like
extra.
that.
You have so much extra
Bruh.
obsidian.
No. His
Just place them. It's
This is
bro. You
crazy.
don't need
definitely
obsidian.
struggle a bit with the portal building. It's definitely a place
Bro,
he
Blinky's
struggles
mining
with.
through a
It's
pillar
definitely
now.
towards
Yeah,
the end.
Blinky
He gets it done in the
did
end. He's
not
in starter
good.
by the looks of it. He's ready for preemptive.
Straight mid?
Now
Oh my God.
finally building his portal as
Big
well.
ass
So this is
spike.
just
Oh,
a
hell
Spike.
no.
Holy shit.
Looks like it could just be
I
back
swear
half.
Blinky
spike.
saved like 10 seconds on the portal build.
Let's take a look.
Any one of
There it
these
is. There it is. He saw it.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
it was,
Was it
it was
library or-
library.
The library.
Oh my god, am
There
I
it is.
hallucinating?
Oh,
I swear
good
to God,
nav,
I
good
saw
No,
it.
it
nav.
was just the library.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I saw
Okay.
it.
Wait, he's in
The-
first.
the-
Wait.
the
11-minute
copy.
end enter 2 is crazy.
I saw what you saw,
Holy
but I
shit,
realized it was
wait,
the library.
11
So
minutes.
He enters
Okay.
the end here at 11:27.
Nah, this could be a
I mean,
crazy
this
sub
could
15.
Rush his PB if he gets a good perch.
This is an unbelievable time. I mean, he's already making his way up. Like, he's
Blinky
right
also
there
nabbed really
following.
well.
I mean, these times
If
are
he just
crazy.
plays it
No, this
like
Silverr
well,
in the
like
finals,
consistent.
unreal. The
I
thing
mean,
is,
this could
And
legitimately.
Blinky will have the
be both
advantage
their
of like
PBs.
half going maybe and
could.
saving some
The
time
one
there, but
thing
if
that
Finbar
I'm
gets a fast push
concerned
for no
about now
reason,
is
then
that
he wins.
Yeah.
Finn doesn't half bow, and
Okay,
I know
6
Blinky
beds.
does, and that could
That's
reduce.
Yeah.
okay. He's
the
going
push
for
time.
anchors.
Let's see.
Maybe just pearl into the pillar. Okay.
All right.
Wait, is it?
I swear that
Assuming
like
it's
Gonna set up his
perching.
double
Right?
anchor
Wait.
no, I don't
setup.
No, no.
Yeah, looks like he's getting those ready.
That would have been unlucky. I swear Blinky pre-crafted everything as well.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, Blinky,
Double
Blinky had
anchor
really
setup,
good
getting
overlaps.
ready. Oh, he looks a little nervous. He's placing stuff a little weird. Blinky's already on the
Goes down,
half bow.
okay.
Blinky is so
Blinky's going
clean
hard
at end
versus
games. Oh
all
my
bids, and
god,
I
but
don't
it's
know
like,
how many beds he has.
oh my god, it did! He sussed
He
it!
got some beds in the village.
Go for it,
so
go
I
for
think
it.
he was able
Oh,
to
it's
save
Go
some
for it!
beds there.
Oh my god!
There's the perch.
Wait, it's so weird. What is
Yeah,
the angle?
God.
It's so.
It flipped on him. Oh no, he messed
Oh
up.
no, he can't get it anymore. He has only 4 beds left.
Oh.
He has to, okay, he's
That was such a
abandoning.
weird-
He's
It was
abandoning.
because it was east-west, it was straight,
This
and
is not
like it perched like the
good
other
for
way.
Finbar.
No, it is not.
And, oh my god,
that
wait.
could've been it.
Oh, Blinky almost. Oh my god, it's so.
Oh my God,
Wait,
I think he's
Oh,
okay.
he pick blocked.
Oh my
Wait,
God, is he gonna mess
what?
up too? No, he's
Just
good.
pick
No,
block
he's good.
obsidian.
I think he's okay.
Wait, how
He's
many
at
beds
such
does
a
he have?
bad
I
angle.
don't know how many he has
Oh, that was a
exactly.
good one.
Oh my
That was
god,
a
he
PB.
clutched that.
Bro,
He beat his PB.
holy. 13,
he
he just PB'd.
Dude, Finbar, if
Oh.
Finbar hit that one cycle, he would have got a sub 13.
Bro, that would have been a
That's
sub
crazy.
13 in the game. That is crazy.
Blinky, that is just absolutely unreal.
Bro, holy shit, that was so crazy.
Up the one cycle.
Yeah, it would have been.
Wild.
He was playing. That was such a good seed. Wait, 13-13 is so good. Like that's better than the the mid-offs times that anybody got in the tourney.
I mean, just like very well played overall. But
Blinky's the flipping beast.
but
I mean,
Blinky taking the
Finbar
W
could have
here,
gotten a good
taking the
Finbar
lead.
could have
was just
gotten
so
it
good.
too. Yeah, that seed was
Out of
so
was-
crazy.
The stronghold was so near, like everything you saw, like they
Yeah.
saw for it from the bastion.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's like the god seed.
In throughout this tournament.
And they had obsidian
yeah,
from
I mean, thank
the
you so much for
blacksmith.
having us. It's
Like,
been amazing.
bro,
Yeah, I
what
mean,
more
of
can you ask for?
course. Wow, there's like so much I want to say that I don't even know how to speak anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like,
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. That's not, yeah, for 100%. I mean, that was just an amazing grand finals.
yeah, you can't ask for any.
That was really
better.
hype because
Insane drops to
Finbar
win.
like had
And
such a
must
good
be
chance to
said
win
that
him and he
even-
barely lost.
even
But
if
Blinky like
Finn
is
had
the
to
expected
reset
winner, and
away
then
for another perch, that
Yeah.
also would have been his PB.
Yeah.
Even with waiting there,
Sure.
so just like incredible props
Somebody
to
asked
Finn.
if was
I-
Finn
we can
trolling.
count that as your PB, man.
Right.
That's just
Bruh.
You know what I mean? Like, why not?
Christ.
No, you know, I believe in you, Finn. I think Finn and Blinky are both going to be two players who really actually continue to play a lot of MCSR going forward, which is amazing to see. I absolutely love that. So massive props to Blinky on that insane W. We'll send it to
I
the
mean,
analyst to
that's the
quickly
thing with
break
Blink.
down
He
the
just
game
if
and
he
say
sets
goodbye, and then
his
we'll come
eyes
back
on
to
something
us
and wants to
really
be good at
quickly just
something,
to
he just
close out
can.
the show after that. So do stick around for some
He
closing
has
words.
he has
We'll get
everything.
started up
He has the
tomorrow.
brain. He
But
has time.
before then,
Like that's all you need.
analyst,
Yeah.
I need you to talk about this game. Let's go say hi to Malchus and Moo.
And he's the oldest player in the tournament, so the Unks won technically.
Absolute fucking cinema for this game.
Learn-
I mean,
Oh,
wow.
dude, I'm so
just
cooked. I
totally
read
cannot believe it.
I
Like,
read Bad's
both of these
message in
players
the
entered
geoguesser
the
channel. He
end,
said, "Bro, I
like,
can't lie.
he
Learning
said
all the
days
Minecraft
whenever he was
bollocks
speaking,
was
like,
bare fun." And I
for
thought
That's
he
just how we
said,
talk.
I thought he said the Minecraft
it's
ballers, and I was like, I thought he was making a joke about like
for
some Minecraft ballers or
for
something.
Finn to have the insta perch, but
Why is he hating on
this,
pie charting? Nah,
it's
he's
just
tripping.
so
He
unfortunate. Like
is tweaking.
that's the reason why.
Bro, imagine you don't have the
Finn
pie
chose the
chart.
cycle there was because
I know, life would
took
suck.
on a direction that
Like, imagine every stronghold you just have to go like, and you just have no idea which direction to go.
Good job.
Like,
Go
bro.
middle.
Yeah, go middle. Yeah.
Yeah, that was such a great final. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was
11
really good.
and enter, and he gets a fast perch. Oh my god. But so what happened exactly? Like, why was the dragon not the normal way? Like, it was at such a weird angle for him. Like, how did that happen?
It was because the like the dragon always perches opposite direction to you, right? And so since he entered end without pre-crafting, and then he did all his crafts like like kind of slowly because he had to do anchors, and then he did the anchor setup, it perched opposite to him, and when he was standing east west, it perched all the way, and then it was like basically just like flipped 90 degrees, like rotated, and then so it was just like front back one cycle, which is still hittable, right? But it's pretty hard because the timing is completely different.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're really good at just looking at where the head is,
The
then you
head
can
is,
still
yeah.
hit it.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, even if my dragon flips, I usually can just still hit it. It
Yeah,
just takes
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
like 5 or 6 bits then.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally just the same as that. I mean, inherently you get a little less damage because the head doesn't swing as nicely for like the beds and stuff, but like it's still like hittable, of course.
But it was so crazy when I saw Blinky pick block the obsidian. I was like, bro, what is happening?
Yeah, I thought he was
But
gonna choke it for a
clutched it.
second too, but he clutched it super hard.
Yeah, nobody even able to take a game off him, which really speaks to the work he put in along with his coach Raul. And so, yeah, I think that is a great result, very well deserved. Yeah, it was cinema the whole way through.
I like how the dichotomy of the two matches that they had, like the slowest completion and then the fastest completion right after.
Do you have anything else that you want to say before we send it back to the casters here?
Not really. I mean, I think it's a great way to end the tournament on that.
Yeah, I mean, like a great set of games here.
Yeah,
I think
both players just crazy pace at the end. It's fitting. It shows how much they've improved. Either one of them would have beaten their PB easily on that seed. It's a bit of a shame, really, that Finbar didn't get to drop his.
True.
Yeah, that's just the way that tournaments go sometimes. But I mean, I'm sure he'll bounce back and do something even faster soon if he keeps going with it, which I do hope that he does.
Of course.
Both of them. They're both great players, and yeah, they really showed it. It was great.
Yeah, so I would like to say that this is not the end of the tournament. There is a GeoGuessr day tomorrow with your favorite Minecraft speedrunners. We'll be playing against each other in best of 5 in GeoGuessr, so that will be fun as well. We'll be here on the desk for GeoGuessr tomorrow as well. But for now, that was the analysts for MCSR. I hope you guys have fun. I hope you appreciate our insight and our stalling. But I think we're good to send it back to the casters. So, freaking hearts in the chat, freaking W's. Okay.
Hearts for Malchus and Moo. They killed that. My introverted kings. Guys, I literally forced those two to do this, basically. I was like, I promise you're the perfect people for this. I know you're very shy. You're doing it anyways, because they're fucking awesome.
No, they did so good. They did so good. Like, seriously, I feel like it was totally spot on with everything. All their analysis, spot on. Felt like they did a really good job, just like recapping everything.
Yes, agreed. Amazing from them. But yeah, guys, that'll be the end of our show for today. Some quick closing statements to go over. As Malchus just said, tomorrow's going to be GeoGuessr. We had these pairings of 8 GeoGuessr pros and 8 Minecraft speedrunning pros. They've been training for 2 weeks, and not just in one direction, in both. So tomorrow, we're going to get to see the coaches of today play a GeoGuessr tournament in best of 5 in the classic setting that we do in all of esports. Blinky with the rage. Shout out Blinky. W win. Guys, if you don't follow Blinky on Twitch, you should go follow Blinky on Twitch. But gonna be insane. I'm so unbelievably excited for tomorrow. I have to give another massive shout out to GeoGuessr for sponsoring us, and I believe tomorrow we're gonna be co-streaming on the GeoGuessr channel as well. So super fun stuff. If you're new to GeoGuessr, we have a link in the chat. There's a Co-ordinate Cup challenge. Try out GeoGuessr. You can try it for free. There's 10 locations, some pretty easy and fun stuff. So feel free to try that out. One thing I haven't mentioned, because I'm actually going to mention this much more tomorrow, 5 random people who complete the challenge will get a year of free GeoGuessr. So if you want a year of free GeoGuessr, try out the challenge. Give it a go. Give it a go. We appreciate you guys. It's been an absolute pleasure casting today with Antidotes and to do the ending with Nerdy. Nerdy, thank you so much for joining us. Do you have any final things you want to say to the people?
No, I mean, I'm super impressed by the GeoGuessr players here. They did so well and throughout this tournament, learning so much in a very short amount of time. I mean, I feel like that last seed was, it really encapsulated all that they've learned, right? I feel like both players getting an insane pace.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay live.
End was
I
so
have to
cool to see,
practice
and
as much as I can before tomorrow.
It's super awesome to see this collab.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. I love bringing these two communities together. There's actually such a strangely weird correlation between sort of the vibes of the two communities.
Yeah,
and
I kind of get it. It's like single player games that are also kind of against each other. I kind of get it. I kind of see it.
Yeah, it's weirdly like a niche comparison. I mean, Crooks, obviously, shout out Crooks, was the first one to really make that crossover, but so fun that we're having it happen today. But yeah, with that said, everybody, that'll be it. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST, we will be going at it once again on this exact same channel. I hope to see you there for some GeoGuessr, guys. I've been Blooming as always.
Whoa, what the fuck? Why does Bloom have so much aura?
What did he do?
It's like, and as always, I was Bloom, and that was all peace, and then it fucking raised the music.
Yeah, W production.
Fucking W
we're
production.
out here. We have everything. We have Big Diallo running everything.
Because then it makes. If you care about overlapping, then it's like you're gonna see your.
Yeah, I mean, in streaming wise, that went pretty well. I feel like we had a bit of everything. Very close games from the semifinal on. I feel like it was just a bit disappointing that some people didn't really try in Minecraft.
Yeah. All the Geogue people tried really hard, or like MCSR people are trying.
Yeah, just MK didn't do anything.
I mean, it's a really like hard spot, but like at the same time, like. Bleh.
But yeah, if he has never played a WSD game in his life, I'm kind of surprised he accepted.
This is not his sub count, right? Sorry, I'm watching this stream.
Where?
150K. What is that number?
Where? From who?
Oh, followers probably, right? It's probably followers. Now that I think about it, it's just definitely followers.
Wait, you don't have 150K followers?
No, I don't have 150K. Oh, who has follower count on stream, dude? That's crazy.
Not me.
Dude, I haven't seen that.
Two-digit number.
Yeah, okay, well, I haven't seen a follower count on stream since like 2016. Follow and see if it goes up. Nah. Just kidding. Kidding, but I'm not. Anyway, Feinberg is wasting time. Alright, peep this. Peep this, ready?
That yeah, that's you got no front plate in Manitoba. It's a bit unlucky.
Okay, they're that's so cooked. Oh my god.
Okay,
bruh.
I'm just gonna get my oven going so I can actually get something to eat.
Okay, sounds good. Let me just... Alright. Alright. It went up. Nice. So I've learned some freaky ass Japan bollards for like no reason. And I'm like what are these bollards, bro? I know, I'm pretty sure it's like somewhere here or something. I don't know, maybe here. Yeah. It's my car. It is here. No, it's wait, it's here, I think. Like, why did I learn these? Unfollow to make it go down. Hello? What's the coverage like in Senegal? I like, I forgot. Are we still practicing NMPZ? Well, I don't ever practice NMPZ, and I never practice moving either. The thing is, like, about moving is just, like, I need to, like, not let the information overwhelm me. It's, like, more of, like, a mental. Bro. Oh, right. Wait. Yes, this one. It's not British Columbia. Do we even have bollards
Okay.
in BC?
Yes, we had them a few times.
Really?
They're really weird, but I've never really seen them on my own. Like, I usually only see them when I play with you for no reason.
Really?
I don't know. Like, I've never really seen them.
That's actually funny.
Like, I saw them in the like learnable meta like thing, and I was like, wait, really? They have like unique bollards? I mean, you don't really need them if you just know how BC looks like. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, sometimes I just don't know stuff because I don't use it or don't need it.
No, that's what I was like. That's what I kind of like. Sometimes it's like a little bit annoying where like I feel like I'll like memorize something and then I just don't need it because I just like why would I ever memorize anything for Switzerland unless it's NMPZ? They just like always just will be able to recognize the car insta.
Yeah, you could also recognize an NPC, but it's kind of tough.
I don't know. Kind of looks like Spain to me. Okay. The fudge. NPZ prac. Oh, that's I'm already good at NPZ. Need to do moving
You're
prac.
better at NPC than every other player for no reason at all, and I don't even know why. Because sometimes you just have every time you play no move, and you just say your vibes are like completely off. But for some reason, when I give you 10 seconds in NPC, you have better vibes than when you look for 10 minutes.
Yeah, like Loki, I should just
Why?
start like fucking like insta guessing like every time. Like I should just stop like I should
Like
stop.
we get a dry ass landscape, and you're like, could this be Southeast Asia? Oh, that is Turkey. But then in NPC, just lock in for no reason.
At NPC, I just like it's just so much more vibes based than like meta, and then like filtering through all of the meta stuff in my brain. Maybe that's why.
I'm just realizing also if I
I mean, honestly, I don't really know. Like, I feel like if I wanted to learn Brazil, like, phone codes.
I mean, there is a learnable meta Brazil, I think.
Oh, maybe I should just do that. I feel like.
But they will usually just give you clues how to region guess Brazil, not recognize it. But I don't know.
Poles of vegetation. Phone codes. Wait. 67 locations.
Oh no. I mean, that's how many phone codes there are.
Okay, I should have the Plunky guide up because there's just no way I know
That's
them
not a phone. It's not a phone number, there's no prefix.
Wait, really? What the fuck is that?
Not
Oh, it's
I
like
have
the
to,
end of the phone number.
You have to screenshot. Wait, okay, you have screenshot open. Never mind. I just checked your stream for no reason.
Oh,
yeah, there it is.
Wait, what even is it on this?
54.
Oh, 54.
Small numbers next to it. Yeah, it will always be like a different format or in brackets before the number. And then you can kind of tell because if you just look at the other sign right to the right of it with the heart, you can see that like the number's way too short to be. There's no prefix on this.
So 54 is bottom. Bottom. So like Loki, I might just memorize like 9, 8, 7, 6. Wait, so 9. Wait, 9, 8, 7, 6. Wait, that is really easy to remember.
Yes, it is.
5, 4, and then jump 3, 2, 1. 5, 4,
yeah, you
jump
can also
3, 2,
remember
1.
like okay, the ones are near the biggest city, which is Sao Paulo state. 2 is the second biggest city, which is Rio de Janeiro. And that's the 2s. And 3, the third biggest city, I guess, is Belo Horizonte. Yeah, the 4th biggest city, I don't even know what that is. Probably not Curitiba. But yeah.
Okay. That's not. Oh. Oh.
51. Like usually the 1 will always be the biggest city. So if you have the first number and the second one is in 1, it usually is the biggest city in that state.
4 is like... This is 2, so like... does that follow any pattern or no?
You're not. You're in the 6s. 6-1 is Brasilia.
Oh fuck! I forgot. It goes 5-4, then jumps.
I mean, the thing is, with the 4s, it's not really like the 4-1 is the biggest city, and then it just circles around Paraná, and then it goes down to Santa Catarina, so you can kind of have a path to just follow. At least that's how I just remember it. So 4-7 should already be Santa Catarina. There's 3 phone codes in Santa Catarina, which is 4-7, 4-8, 4-9. And Paraná is all the other.
Okay. Nine?
Nope. Not a phone number.
Why do the phone numbers look so funky? Or where is it? Oh, 82, 98 over here.
Yeah.
82.
So 8-1 is Recife, so the biggest city, and from there it kind of goes. 8-2 is south of it, 8-3 is the north of it, and then it circles around. If you look at the map, then it kind of follows it. So 8-1, then it goes down 8-2, 8-3, but then it goes like counterclockwise along the coast.
Where the fuck am I right now? Yeah, fuck, I was not low enough. But kind of goes like 8. Okay. I'm so bad at like knowing where I am
easy.
relatively.
I mean, just knowing where 8 is good enough. Honestly, it's not like the biggest area of all time, but
yeah,
like the 6s are the most important, and the 9s, just because they're so far away.
We had this one earlier. Like over here or something. Oh, it was 5-1, right?
5-1. Yep. Seven, 9.
Here somewhere, I think.
Yep. So the 7s are Bahia. All of Bahia State. And 7-9 is the closest to 8, so it kind of makes sense. Kinda. I mean, for Bahia, it's kind of hard to learn the pattern. I just remembered at 77 just because it doubled. It's like the biggest part of it in the West, and then kind of just remember the other ones because they don't really follow anything that makes sense. Like some things you just have to learn, but
Yeah. Okay. I mean, like, as long as I'm not like super far off, then it's like probably fine.
Yeah. Okay, we just had that.
7 is the big. Wait, fuck. What state is it? Bahia, right? That's the biggest part of it, which is over here or something.
Yeah, you can kind of remember that's the biggest part because it's empty, and the West is like really empty. There's like almost no cities. No big cities, at least. Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, like I kind of get it, but
like if you look at the coverage map, there shouldn't be that many roads there.
Like, what are these like lines in between? Because this is like states, or no? It's like a bunch.
They don't always follow states. That's the thing. Like some states are
This would
halved,
be like a bunch of them, right? Huh?
Yeah, like
how did they
usually
get
follow
these like grid lines? Is this just like a thing? Like if you live in this area, then you get that phone code or whatever?
And they're like almost state-wise, some of them, and then some of them are halved. Like that's Tocantins state you're circling right now. It's just a shape.
Oh yeah, it is. Wait,
Yeah.
and then.
But like Maranhão, for instance, is like halved in the middle, like 99, 98. Like the entire state is 99 and 98. So it's not just the entire state.
Yeah, I see it.
So it like kind of follows the borders, and then you just have to remember where it's like split.
But like, I'm confused about like Bahia is just like split up like a bunch of times, no?
Yeah, because it's just so big, I guess.
Oh, and then
And they
I
had
guess
all the
this is...
seven left. I don't know. Yeah, technically, yeah, also Alagoas is 7-9. And they were like, oh yeah, wait, Alagoas also needs, oh, just give it to the sevens. They have enough left anyway. No clue. You just remember where 6-7 is.
Where 6-7? Oh, fuck yeah.
Mato Grosso do Sul.
6-7 is gross. Mato Grosso. Okay.
Right.
Not looking correctly.
I mean, some of the locations would be like, this is small camp, so it might be updated, so the phone number might be gone. Like, there might not be a phone number in this panel.
Oh, I've had that a bit before.
Yeah, it's like here I didn't see any phone numbers, so you might as well just send, because I don't see one. There's literally not anything here.
What is this? It's fucking massive.
I don't know. It looks like a big city in the northeast. I have no clue. But we have round poles, which is a bit weird.
Oh shit.
Okay, that counts as northeast. Cope.
Counts.
Okay, that's close enough.
I literally
Oh,
had
yeah, the
this one.
exact location.
Wait, 4 and then...
No, Sao Paulo's 1. Biggest city is 1. So
1 and then...
No. Sao Paulo state is the biggest. It is the biggest city in it with Sao Paulo, so that's 1.
So this is 4.
Yeah,
because it
that's
goes
either
5,
5,
4.
Yeah.
And then this is the biggest city, so it's not there. It's somewhere. Oh, you said south or something?
No. So the southern ones are the higher ones. So if it starts in Paraná with 1 in Curitiba, and then it goes counterclockwise in the state. Like, so for instance, like 4-2 would be a bit more northwest of Curitiba, and then it goes for the north, and then it goes down. Like, you can look at it on the map, and you will see what I mean. Like 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-5, and it goes like counterclockwise, I would say.
Oh, it like...
Yeah, then you go to the 7, 8, 9.
Oh, bro, it's hard to remember that. It like
I feel like that's really easy to remember.
No, but like it goes like middle and then up and then around. Sure, this is
Yeah,
counterclockwise, and then it jumps and then it goes fucking clockwise the other way.
Yeah, but it's really easy because you have 2 different states split up, and it's perfectly easy to learn them. Because you just remember, okay, the highest 3 ones are Santa Catarina. Okay, they go clockwise, and the other one is counterclockwise. And for 4-2, you can just remember, okay, so the biggest city is Curitiba, and the second biggest city is whatever that's called, Guarapuava, I guess.
Wait, what the fudge? Wait, Santa. Wait, this is 2 states. Wait.
Yeah, the 4s are 2 states. 4-1 to 4-6 is Paraná.
Oh.
And then 7 to 9 is Santa Catarina, so it's really easy.
So bang bang clockwise.
Counterclock.
Counterclockwise.
Then
and
you
then
jump to the 7.
Luminau, and then clockwise like this is clockwise, yeah. So bang, bang. Wait, I see
Like,
it
look,
actually.
the 4s are one of the easiest ones.
I see it now. 7, 1. No, 9. Wait, fuck. 9, 8, 7, 1. Salvador.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, 9, 8, 7 down there. But like, still, in the ocean. So would this kill your country streak if you guess the ocean?
On what mode?
I don't
Because
know,
on
just
the
like...
official GeoGuessr country streak one, you can't do that.
Oh, really?
Like,
like...
usually if you click there, on like, if you do go like for world
Bruh.
records, you get the one without a... and you know it's Belém.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I didn't know it was
But
Belém.
if you do it like official, like for world records and stuff, where there's not a possibility, like usually we would just count it. Like even if in the Philippines, I sometimes click on the water between the islands, but it's clearly that I want to guess Philippines.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
same
yeah.
with the Brazil line. Like, what other country could you have been guessing? It just has to be like very clear which one you want to go for.
Sao Paulo is the biggest,
State biggest city, so it gets the entire state gets the 1.
and then 3
Yeah, so there it's a
somewhere.
bit harder. Like
somewhere just go in the middle. Oh shit. Okay.
I mean, now that yeah, you could do like there's like websites where you can just click them instead of getting them in the game. We just get a map and you get like, okay, you get a free one. You have to click the space where free one is. Like I can send it to you, but maybe that's better for you. Like there are some really good websites that people made for learning and stuff.
I just like don't even know if like how worth is it for me to even like learn the secondary part of the number. I mean, I guess it's like I'm learning it pretty easily, so maybe.
I mean, it's just so high. Like, I mean, it's just so high yield, especially the
like
6s and the 9s.
Okay, sure.
Like if you click this link, it should take you. I guess you didn't.
It just cheated. God damn it. Where am I right now?
Yeah, so if you click on. Okay.
Oh,
if you
sorry,
click
sorry.
on quiz, it's in freaking French. But if you click on quiz complete, then you kind of see what I mean. So for free, and now you have to click where the for free would be. But you see the divisions here, which usually on a map you wouldn't see. So that's like a bit of cheating.
Nice,
I feel like you can. I don't know how to do it normally, like, but maybe for starters this is easier, so you kind of recognize where the borders are in it.
Yeah.
So now you would have to know where the for free is, which we learned the force.
It's
you know them.
Bro, the borders are like low-key tweaking me out. It's this. I think. And then 3. Wait, so this is
This for 1, biggest city.
Got it.
Nice.
Okay. And then uh-oh. Wait, 6. Oh fucky. 9, 8, 7, 6. Somewhere 5 over here. I think this is 6. Oh no, this is 6, 7. So like
6, 7.
Maybe one of these are 5 or something.
Yeah, you can. Oh, he's cheating.
RNG.
All right.
3, 1, 5, 4, jump 3, 1.
No, that's 6, 1. Belo
Yeah, it's
Horizonte
6,
is the
1.
biggest city. So 3, 1. So the frees are only Minas Gerais, so the state. But you have like a lot of borders on now, so you can't really see where the outline of Minas is. I don't know. Like it's the entire state. Like the thing is, we have so many borders on that are usually not there.
Where does the border go? Like around here or something?
Yes. So Belo Horizonte is the biggest city in Minas. So 3-1 would be the city.
Okay.
And okay, 8-9. But we didn't learn the 8s. You kind of have to learn first. You have to maybe learn each starting letter first, and then go for this because there's no way you just raw dog this right now.
Just raw dog it. Errors 5. Fuck. 4, 9. I know this one though. It's yeah, I probably should learn them first. Honestly, I could probably learn this on my own. It's probably not the best to do when you're here in college.
Okay,
we should do more of...
The seats are out. The seats are out.
Oh, really?
Yes. The seats are out. You're playing the GOAT himself first round.
Who?
Infume.
Oh, shit.
And if you win, you play Andrew.
Oh, fuck.
Bro, Andrew's first by a mile, by the way.
I know.
The thing is, he played before because his account had games from like 1 year ago.
Oh, really?
So not the first time.
So
he
he's
played,
cheating.
yeah.
So he's cheating.
I mean, technically.
Technically, I have a 7-year-old
Maybe-
account or whatever.
Yeah, so your account is.
I probably have the oldest account.
Yeah. You probably have. Yeah, I mean, yours is way older. The thing is, he was just really good in the first coaching session he had with Lenley. He already knew so much stuff. Like, I feel like he
Really?
just had a big advantage coming in, but it is what it is.
Ah,
Could say the
dude,
same
if I
thing
didn't
about
have,
people playing that.
I should have just, low-key, like, just dropped all my classes and just, like, fucking done Joe.
I mean, low-key, you should have just been a bit better in the moving, and you would have been like 3rd seed or 2nd seed, and it would have been so much better for the bracket, so you don't have to play him in the semis.
Yeah. Bro, like, what is this? Like, what am I doing here? I was so cooked, man. Like, I just couldn't figure out the countries. Like, I feel like it's just like what is this? Like, what is this? Why am I getting a higher score in NPC than I?
Yeah, that's just crazy, honestly.
I know, dude. I found Omaha. I found the sign, and I didn't know where it was. So I couldn't.
Oh my god, no.
I couldn't fucking find it. Like, I know now. Fucking, in my moving game, I literally probably found that sign the fastest out of everybody. I was like, okay, where are we? Okay, US, and then I just started going, and then I went to the right, and then there was just a sign, Omaha, and I'm like, oh fuck, where is it? And I spent the entire time with my mouse like on Omaha, just like looking like this, and I never actually looked on my mouse. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I would have gotten the New Zealand because I wouldn't have gotten trolled by the fucking yellow lines and had my brain backwards, falling off. Why does it say 5? Oh, 1, 2, 3. What?
Wait, what? Wait, are you 50? Wait, what? I'm so confused now. Are you playing? Wait.
Maybe I'm playing fruit.
Yeah, wait, this is not ordered. Why is it not ordered? Oh my, I'm so confused. But yeah, I just saw the scores. Wait. So you're playing fruit, but you're still facing Andrew if you win. Like, it's still the same thing.
Yeah.
So fruit was pretty good at moving, not good at no move, and then where is he on the? Okay, and decent at NPC.
No, like I think fruit was just like pretty consistent. I guess. Oh no, move. He was kind of bad, but.
But this is the worst spreadsheet I've ever seen in my life, by the way. Like, this guy is not a data analyst. Whoever made this, not a data analyst. Like, especially me being in that field, like, bro, Excel sheet in general should be banned. In general, like, if companies work with spreadsheets, like, just stop working. Like, you're not operating on a high level. Like, just stop. Yeah, this is really bad.
Bruh, Andrew fucking gapped by so much.
He's cheating. It's over. What can you do?
I was like this is so stupid. Like Poundy got second, last. I got first, fifth, first, or 8th, 5th, first, or whatever. Like, why did Poundy and I like swap? But I just swapped like less bad.
Poundy and moving third.
Like, look at Infume and Fine. They were just the same.
Yeah.
Like, just swapped that.
Like, yeah, wait, they're literally the same. I mean, you cooked an NPC, what can I say?
Yeah, moving is RNG, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Moving is RNG.
NPC is where it's at.
I mean, there is a case that moving solo is RNG because from spawn, obviously, you have 2 directions to go in. So off the bat, if you are not well trained in going in which direction to move, it can be RNG in
On
lower
the
ranks.
yeah.
In higher ranks, it's
Also,
not really RNG.
on
But...
the maps they gave us, we had only one way to move, like almost every single time off the moving.
Okay, they made it. Okay, they made it easy then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but moving is one of the hardest modes to balance. Like,
Bro, it's
really
so
hard.
moving is so hard, man. Like,
so do you want to do moving practice?
like low, yeah, like high key. We should probably just do moving practice like all day today.
Oh wait, I need to put my fish in the oven.
Your
1 second.
fish?
Fish à la Baudelais.
Oh. You had like a pet fish or something. Okay. Peep this though. 11. So that's bing bing bing. Bing bing bing. Wait, why am I in Argentina right now? Rio de Janeiro? What? Where was I? Wait. Fuck. Wait. Huh? Oh, 8-3, not 1-1. So how am I supposed to know that? Oh, I could just check this one over here. 8-3. Like, surely if I just cross multiply. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Cross comparison. Was I like on for 1-1 though? Oh. Wait. Didn't you say that 1 is like the biggest of the biggest? Maybe that's Sao Paulo? I don't know. The only fucking city I've heard of is Rio de Janeiro. So I just assumed that was the biggest.
Right.
Wait, where's 1-1 on because I can't tell. 1-1
is Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo. Wait, is Sao Paulo the biggest city?
Yes.
Shit, I didn't know that. Okay.
It's massive.
Fucking massive. Alright.
Alright, we should do moving.
Yeah.
So I just want to honestly, what's 1 minute time limit? 1 minute time limit, right?
Yes.
So first off, I just want to see you just go in community world, honestly. And I will just for the first seed, I will just watch you. I will just watch you for.
All right. Yeah.
Then,
like,
just to see how.
Because I'm just gonna like. What you're looking at. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I just learned this. No. Okay. Well, I mean, I know we're in Malaysia. And Kuala to the right, south, wait, so west. So there's no numbers on the sign.
Yeah, they're washed out.
So I didn't actually move yet.
I mean, on a location like this, there's info. You don't need to move. There will be locations like this in the map, I'm sure.
Really?
Yeah. The question is, what are you moving for right now?
A different side that doesn't have washed out.
Okay.
I mean, like, I'm just gonna like go like here or something, but
okay,
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
gonna watch again because you didn't look for the other city that was on the sign.
Oh, what was the other city that was on the sign?
Kuantan. So you know it's between Kuala Lumpur and Kuantan. And then honestly, just getting somewhere there is good enough. Like you will not get the correct intersection.
Okay. 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 I mean, I'm pretty sure this is the Guatemala car. And then from there, I have absolutely no idea. I thought this might give me something. Bruh.
I mean, yeah, Guatemala can be quite hard to find information, so it's not too bad.
Okay.
I don't know if we learned that pole top, but it's
useful.
We'll tell you after.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll tell you after. I actually, didn't go over that with you. But that one's quite good.
Okay. I feel like I low-key just have to crank until I spot a sign or something.
Yeah, on a round like this, you have to. Because you saw everything. You saw the pole, and you checked the intersection you were on, and you didn't find anything better yet. But 1 minute is pretty low in a round like this, because you're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
I don't know where we are. Probably BC or something. But I guess maybe... Yeah, Oh! Fuck!
It was Ontario.
Maybe, like, if I don't see the Transformers, should I assume it's not BC, or is there not going to always be Transformers?
There's not going to always be, but BC is also not that flat.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm trolling.
Usually.
It's like too... So much to think about. It's like, I think it's the fact that I'm thinking while moving that's like...
Yeah.
Like, I have to, like, actually think about, like, the proper things that I normally think about. As well as... I mean, I was looking for a baller that I knew or something, because I, like, low-key learned some bollards in Japan from, like, the thing, but I think this is just a Japan bollard, so I don't really know. Okay.
Yep.
Well.
Good enough.
Like, maybe I should have been looking for, like, a road sign more, but I was playing to my strengths.
It's very hard this round.
What?
What a cool location. Holy shit. Nice. It's like I've seen this before.
That feels like it's gonna say a town name, but I just can't read it. I'm so confused. Because why is it Gen 3 black car with an antenna? I thought... And Cyrillic. I thought... But, like... Right, I think I just have to go Russia, but I just don't remember. Is there... There's something about, like, antennas in Russia or something. Okay, well... Maybe it's... Maybe it was no antenna, or... Oh, is it Gen 4 Russia has no antenna? Or... Fuck, what is it again? No. I know I have a note about something about...
Wait, what was your question?
Like... In Russia, I was trying to think about, like, the car metas, and, like, there's something about, like, Russia that, like, differentiates it from the rest of EU, I think.
Yeah, black car.
A black car.
Long antenna. You technically get it in a few places in Europe, but it's going to be really, really rare. And obviously you have Cyrillic, so that makes everything really easy.
Yeah.
That excludes the other countries that can have the car, but none of them have Cyrillic.
So that
So
was
that's
like a
good.
lake. That was so cool looking.
Yeah, there was like something in the lake. There was like a
statue
tower
thing
on a
yeah.
small island.
Yeah, this like castle. Hold on. Oh, no small cam. Is that what I was thinking of? But like that doesn't help me at all. Oh, fully hidden car is common in Russia. That's what a note of mine says.
In Gen 4, yes, not in Gen 3.
Gen 4 though. Okay.
Gen 3 will always have an antenna in Russia. You will never have no antenna, and it's possible in Ukraine that you don't have an antenna.
Oh, so if you have, oh, okay, yeah. I mean that was okay. I guess this one is really bad.
I mean that's a really good guess for Russia. I mean it's Moscow, but all right. So
yeah,
if you check the location again in Ontario, we can take a look at the polls.
Yeah. So also yeah, this is way too flat. Like there's just no mountains. I shouldn't have guessed BC. I feel like if it's BC vibe but there's no mountains, it's Ontario. Is that like kind of is that crazy?
Maybe, but okay. The poles will always look like this. Like they have things sticking out and they are slightly angled up at the sides. That's just an Ontario pole, and nothing really looks close to it in Canada. There's a Quebec pole top as well. That maybe looks a bit similar, but also worth learning. Maybe if I send you an example, Quebec.
Probably worth learning.
Right here, I take a screenshot of both of them.
Okay.
There it is. If it's sending, yes. So they're kind of similar because they're both have like an angled, but you see how like different it is.
Yeah. Okay.
And these two poles are really good to know.
Wait, so this is so weird because this is like I guess I realize what like this is just totally different to this, but like it's the same. Like it's like it looks wait, no, actually it just looks thinner to me, but maybe it's just my angle.
I mean, yeah, maybe like some things will be a bit different, but generally like the Ontario pole top is quite
yeah, I mean, yeah.
But what you have to know is that it's not like if you don't have this pole top, it can't be Ontario. Like Ontario can also have just wooden poles with nothing on them.
Yeah.
Same with Quebec. Like it's just like not if you don't see them, it doesn't exclude those.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you see them, they will be unique. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean that was not too bad, honestly. Like, why didn't you play like that on the seeding,
dude?
Like,
I
like
know.
other than Canada, that was pretty good because you checked everything, even found the Kuala Lumpur.
I know. Bro, I think this is Cambodian. I just don't really know. Maybe I should. But like, this is the sign that I need, so maybe I shouldn't leave the sign. It's just like, how the fuck I'm gonna find this? Jungle rafts? River Kwai
Maybe you should
Hotel.
confirm the country first.
Yeah, like, how do I?
But you also just got gifted 20 subs, so.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
So check that
out. Holy shit, Mark, thank you. Wait, so is it not Cambodia?
It's a square pole with holes all the way to the bottom, and you have Gen 4, which doesn't exist in Cambodia.
Oh my god.
That's the thing. Like in no move you would get this location easily. It's just the fact that you're not checking the right things. Like you see the pole, but the pole is right in front of you. You looked at it. I was like, is he checking the pole or the sign? I hope he's checking the pole as well. But yeah, that's the thing with moving. But yeah, that sign was completely useless, by the way. There was nothing on there that could have helped you narrowing it down in Thailand.
Okay, GG. Mark, thank you so much. Thank you. Actually, you're
maybe,
crazy.
Yeah,
thank
Thailand,
you.
You shouldn't
Holy
really
shit.
Look for signs. There's no way you will find anything.
They're just
that
like
you can use.
way too difficult.
It's too niche. Like you have to know the abbreviations of the states and how the Thai letters look like. So there's no way you learn Thai letters in the remaining time. Like, it's not really worth it.
Okay.
But yeah.
Wait, what? Bro, what is happening? This is, yeah. Loki, I forgot what camera gen Tunisia is. Wait, I could do this. Time save. And I
Holy
missed all
shit.
my info.
That's
Bro, it's just
Yeah.
a road.
It's just a road. That's true.
And it's a bit green. Where am I right now? Oh my god.
Okay.
Did I move all the way to the green or something?
No, it's just a bit greenish there near the lake, maybe. But also, you guessed where there's no coverage. So if you look at a coverage map of Tunisia, it's like literally just the east coast.
Where am I? Oh, right. I totally forgot about that.
It just goes to the coast and then the island in the south. Like, that's it.
Just between Tunis and Sfax is probably a good like spot just to like slam.
Sfax.
Sfax. How the fuck do you?
Thing is, to this day, I don't know what the correct pronunciation is. We just say Sfax. Like, I don't know, Sfax. Yeah, Sfax. It's kind of, bro, there was this texture pack in Minecraft back in the day that
Really?
had the name No.
Sfax?
Isn't that a texture pack in Minecraft?
Wait.
That's what I used back
Yes.
in the day.
Wait, I think you're cooking, but I low-key forget.
Bro, it was like the most popular one back in the day. Like 2013, that was the way to go.
Wait, what the fuck? That's French.
French expert.
And that's Belgium flag. This right here or something. Bro, I don't know. I did like a language plunket and then it was like there's some French part of Belgium or something.
Yes, there is. The thing is, Belgium is divided into languages, basically. French to the south and Dutch to the north.
Is it like right along this line?
Yes, pretty much. And Brussels is in the middle and has both languages, so it's bilingual.
Prussia? Wait, what? Sorry, I just zoned out for a second.
Brussels is just bilingual
Brussels.
because it's in the middle. Yeah. Bro, back knows. He knows facts. Yeah,
I read that message. I was like, oh.
Bro, see, like, it's literally the best texture pack of all time. Let's see if it still exists. Facts. It has a different name now. BD Craft. What?
This is like the like, dude, I have not like thought about this texture pack in like actually probably 10 years.
Bro, this definitely was the most. Like, this was the
No,
shit.
it was like faithful. That was the.
Nah, that was the one that kind of just looked normal and was boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is not it, bro.
No.
Bro, back then, like, literally, you loaded it up, bro, and you had creepers in different colors. That was mind-boggling.
Oh,
like,
true.
Like, you have like unique mobs, like, bro, that was just different. This was so good back then.
Yeah, that's true, honestly.
But
that's true. Alright, keep this 5K. And I don't know where we are. And I know where we are. Unless I forget that flag, but I don't think I do. And this is. Bro, there's so many fucking towns that just like have like a sign, even though they're like kind of like lame towns, dude.
Yeah, this is not the biggest city of them all. I've never heard of the city, but it probably is findable on the map.
Like if I zoom in like this far and just kind of scan, like am I gonna? I mean, I guess maybe I should try and. Mountainous.
It's the first guess, like where we are technically.
Yeah, I have no idea. That's the thing. Bro, there's so many. Is it this? No, I don't think it was that. It's like duh, something coulda. Bruh. Like you have no aura. Like why are you making a whole ass fucking sign that says your
That's
city
so good
name?
to find though. That's like so good for geoguesser.
Yeah, but like I'm not good enough to fucking find it.
Yeah.
How many zooms do I have to do? Bro, you're so zoomed in, man. Okay. Oh god. I should just not be like, okay, wait, this is Cambodia because of and 3 in raised house. Yo, we got fucking passed. Hurry up, man.
We're driving too slow.
Wait, what was that? What the fuck? Oh. Oh, I guess,
Cambodian beer.
I guess we're in
That's the beer.
Cambodia. It's just called Cambodia?
Yes. It's Aura, no?
Yeah, kinda. Angkor.
Oh, Angkor
Phone
what?
called. Phone code. 097? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Help. And I lose. And should I have gone more north because it was kind of...
The thing is with Cambodia, there's like 2 areas that are super green. But at the same time...
Sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't look at the poll again.
Like, Loki, what you could do is, in a moving game, always sort of maybe spawn looking around a bit, just to like maybe see something that almost confirms the country for you. It's just like, because it can be hard under the time pressure when you have like 15 seconds left, like, oh wait, I have to think about where this is, I didn't find a sign.
Yeah,
like that can happen so often.
Yeah, that's definitely what I
But that
wanna
was
do.
a decent seed, I can't lie.
Wow, like, I have no clue. What the Gen 2 ass? I don't
Just
wanna...
got into Gen 1, by the way, for a second.
Really?
Yeah.
That's gotta mean something. Oh, Australia. Oh, polls. Is this
Let's see.
the... Wait, what? Lame? Lame? Here. Wait, wasn't there something else about like numbers or something?
This one doesn't have something specific, nope.
Honestly, we're like kind of like Loki. We're in Bendigo right now.
Bendigo.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah,
Wait,
you can also get those poles there, technically. It's like
okay,
NSW is kind of weird with it. But yeah, you recognize the concrete poles correctly.
Okay.
So honestly, it's not too bad.
Okay. And the giveaway sign. They gave it away for me.
Yeah, that was... You got Australia.
Yeah. Oh. Car. Okay. Bah. Like, this is like I just like I went to like a hype spot for like a good moving player, but like I don't fucking know, dude, because I feel like the towns like this are like more north. They look like this when they're more north. Like, maybe I'm crazy. Shit,
Yeah.
more north. Like, I feel like the towns down here are like so just dry and like kind of... Oh, okay, maybe there's some green. Maybe I'm just coping.
That is not really green. Like, even though it's marked green on the map, like that's pretty... There's
Yeah,
like
let me
trees
look
there,
at
but
it.
it's not really green. Like, you can check it out.
Oh shit.
Like, I mean, this is green. I don't... That's not really green, is it?
Like, would it be a fair thing to say that these cities are more scuffed than these cities?
Generally, maybe yes. Also, if you have cities in the south, they usually have this like ridge in the north because there's like a huge ridge going along the coast. Like, if you click cities on the coast, they will always have some big mountains north. But I don't know if you can always see it. You would have to move somewhere where you can look north freely.
Oh.
Big ridge north, yeah.
Huh.
But you can also get that in the middle, like it's not gonna exclude stuff.
Yeah, okay. Or Scub. I mean, that O is very Swedish or Denmark, right? Or is it not those ones? Oh, it's fucking Norway. Wait, what? Norway? That looks like this? Okay, then it has to be near Arisdov, which is near Oslo. And Tvingstrup.
Okay, there's a few things here I will teach you after.
Okay. Wait, it is in Denmark too?
Yeah, the letters are not unique to countries, yes.
No, but some of them are. Wait, I thought the
Yeah.
O with the slash was unique to
No,
Norway.
that's also in both. And yeah, it was just completely flat. The sign, like the yellow, the red arrow, I don't know, that's Denmark also. Do you see an intersection that there's like triangles on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are so Danish. You will see them at pretty much every intersection in the country.
Oh,
That's such a Danish thing.
Okay.
It's really good to know.
I literally said the O is found in Norway and Denmark, and then I zoomed in and I didn't see any of the O's in Denmark. I was like, oh, just Norway. And then I was like, wait, why does it look like this? And then fucking I just had everything, and then I just like fucking trolled myself. I literally said everything, and then I just like undid all of my knowledge.
Yeah, happens.
Okay, so just the fact that they're red, or like the red arrow, or like, with the text or something. Like, what is the unique part of these signs? Oh, is it like the way that the metal goes around them?
Yes, also, but for me it's just the red with the white arrow like pointing.
Okay.
I don't know. There's in Norway it would be like a yellow sign, for instance. So like no country is even similar, and you have a bollard right there.
I have
so
a bollard that I didn't look at.
It's just a thing. Like,
and then, okay, the dot, the square, the triangles. I'll remember. Understand 95%. Is there like a way to differentiate? Is there like a letter that I can look for? Wait, what the fuck?
I don't know.
I don't. I mean, these are like the New Zealand Poland bollards, but they're not. We're not there. What? I should probably stop staring at them. They're not going to change.
Nope, all the same.
Wait, what was that though? Low key. Oh, it was the same bollard. Wait. Fuck. Maybe it just is New Zealand. But wait, where's this one? Mountainous New Zealand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Use the same alphabet. Well, GG.
Well, you knew it. Thank God you knew the difference between Poland and New Zealand bollards. Like if the yeah, also this reflector is unique, like where there's a yellow stripe through it.
Yeah, I've never
but
seen
also
that before.
that the red just wraps around the entire bollard. Like,
wait, doesn't it do that on Poland too, though?
I mean, it might. Like, I'm not sure, but not in this way.
Bro, I swear it looks like the same, but like.
But you also have like huge palms next to you, like.
Yeah, I didn't think it, like, low-key, I didn't realize this was New Zealand. Like, I just didn't think New Zealand looked like this, but I guess we're just like in the mountains.
And it's a crazy road, like it's one of the most famous roads of all time.
Really?
Yeah, because it's like it's a highway. Like if you zoom in, it has like a highway number, and it's a dirt road, so it's only like dirt highway.
Oh wait, this is where I guessed.
Yeah, it's
Oh what?
like it's like it's supposed to be a highway. Like you can see that both ends have like a highway connecting it, so it's supposed to be connecting these two highways, and it's just a dirt road.
And you'll just like die like 50% of the time when you drive on it. Basically.
No, New Zealand is safe. Trust me.
Mm. It's just a fucking ad. Oh Jesus. I mean, like, I have no idea. Just bricked out the Norway, Denmark. Poland is
Isn't that-
thicker. See, it wraps too, but it's just like.
Yeah, there's like a reflector
It's
on
like
the
a
back.
wedge.
I don't know, they just look way different to me. Like also there's a wedge shape.
Yeah, the wedge shape is definitely a big one.
Thicker, yeah.
Go in your location. Bro, that's you sent a virus in my chat.
They did. I clicked on it and it's not a real link. Like you messed something up with the links. You linked like a map and you show a location. That doesn't work. I just lost all my Bitcoin. It's fine. Bitcoin is in the bin anyway.
GG. Go! I fucking clicked like 7 times. Like, I swear, like, sometimes I can get, like, stuff from... Oh... I mean, I think we're just... in, like... Ireland. Or something.
Okay, you just moved past the signs, I guess.
Wait, really? Fuck.
Yeah, because passing place signs, that's unique. Oh, we're gonna learn that. So, passing place sign only in Scotland. Sign like that. Passing
Wait, really?
place. Yep. Only Scotland.
I moved past the
Mostly
signs?
not only, yeah, bro, Ron, there's no way to get a location. I've never in my life gotten a location with it somewhere else. I swear, on my life, I have never gotten it. Yeah, but you play UK maps. I don't. I play world maps, and I've never gotten them. But yeah, technically, maybe aware it could be Eastern England, but generally, you just click Scotland.
Okay. Wait, so... Oh, what side? These sides? Dude. Oh my god, it says Scottish water. These are the sides that I moved past?
Yeah, I guess. So you had like triangle signs, so you would have known it's UK over Ireland. And it says Scottish water, yes. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yes.
Is this Gen 2? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's Gen 2.
Alan, gosh darn it. That's a throw. That is a throw right there. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay. Yes. Yes, okay. Now what? I looked at the poll. Hey man, what's up? Oh.
Oh, there's the abbreviation of the state. Oh, so it's NN. So it should be Nan. It's in the northeast. There it is. So you know it's Nan. So it's the provincial road 3197 in Nan. Provincial roads. The ones in white boxes are national roads. So you have to go even further in these ones in blue. So if you find the 3197.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Wait, so how the fudge did you know it was non?
Because it had the abbreviation was the two letters in front of the numbers, so it said NN, and I just know that that means non. I mean, I learned them like a year ago, I think, Rowan. So I just remember most of them, but non is just so easy because it's a double letter.
Wait, so it's this right down here, is it?
Yeah, that's the letter N in Thai. It basically looks like the letter N almost.
Like upside down, kind of.
Yeah, but the other letters are so different and weird that it's not worth learning. Like,
okay, I get you. So how about vibe guessing Thailand then? Is it like
it was just very hilly, honestly. If you go back to the spawn.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
And if it's just like super hilly, like you're in the mountains, just guess north, honestly.
Okay.
That should normally net you good points. Like guessing Chiang Mai or something is good.
Okay.
Clicking middle north.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm definitely a sweat for learning Thailand abbreviations, for sure. Not every player knows them tough. Oh my god, a yellow guardrail.
What the fuck am I looking out over right now?
Bro, that's the biggest city of all time. I wonder which one it could be. Yeah, you will not be able to move in the city, but maybe find more stuff.
Wait, what even? What the fuck is this? Okay. Is this Turkey?
Not a bad guess.
Wait, I should look at the car. Okay. I don't remember what that gives me.
You know it's not Turkey because it's Gen 3 with antenna.
Uh-oh.
But you're not far off with Turkey.
Uh-oh. Biggest city ever. Georgia. Fuck, why'd I click there?
Athens.
What?
So you're looking at Athens, yes. Just on a hill next to it.
Bro, I should have known because of the...
Not in easy Greece, we had like yellow outer lines and stuff. Like it's kind of...
Bro, I didn't even look at the lines, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, with like full yellow lines here in the middle.
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
But yeah, that's like the biggest city of all time.
Of all time? Holy
not really, but...
fuck. No, but like, what is that? Like, I was like literally looking, I was like, are those fucking houses and buildings?
Yes, those are all houses, they're not rocks.
I was like absolutely just befuddled, and I'm just like, do they have a fucking town like this in Turkey? Like, no way, right?
I mean, Ankara might... It's kind of similar, like, with how big it is.
Really? Holy shit, bro. Like, that is fucking... Maybe it just looks bigger because of, like, I'm, like, close, but, like, I feel like that's just massive. Like, absolutely. Okay, I was trying to click, like... I just didn't know. I should have gone Greece, though. That was way better than... Like, my brain was, like, flipping through, like, different places. I was like, Bulgaria. No. Ukraine. No. And then I was like, uh-oh, where now? If it's not Turkey. So then I just, like, fucking plot it out. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, God. Like, I don't remember. The fences are like maybe Brazil filled. Oh, jeez.
They're kinda, yeah, but I don't know. This is like just way too temperate climate to be Peru. I feel like I don't know. It's kind of
Okay.
hard. Not an easy round. Peru also doesn't have blue car, I think, in Gen 4. It's like blue. Or it's like white even. It could be a bit tricky then, but yeah, that's a bit hard to get. Like Peru is a pretty decent guess because you check the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't go Brazil, thankfully, because we had Spanish, obviously, instead of Portuguese. So but that's not too bad of a guess. Just comes down to more vibes then. And yeah, those signs were useless. I don't even know what they say.
I thought it was Cyrillic at first. Like, huh, okay, where's Cyrillic here? Are these, like, anything? The white,
No. That's just a random sign. I would not trust signs that are off the road like that. They're just private signs.
Okay, so it's just like some random shit.
Okay, so you know the country, you know what to look out for in this country.
Yeah.
Can you move to something you know? That's the question.
Like, just...
Now you have to scan what is flying past you if there's any pole inside. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. He knows it.
Bang. But like low-key maybe hedge a little bit because it could be that... No, probably not that road,
I mean,
huh?
okay, so this state you have to know vegetation because the north of it is just completely dry and there's not going to be no trees. And if you have like green trees, you're just going to be near Adelaide, honestly.
Oh, really?
Because the rest is just so deserted and stuff. Like, there are going to be trees, but not this green, I think.
Okay. Oh, wow.
It's even further south, yeah, just because it's way too green. But you knew the pool, so that's big.
No, the Australia stuff was so easy to learn, I feel like. It was like so cake, honestly.
Oh, my food is ready.
Oh. Your results. 17K, that was some dog shit. Chill though. Five one one. What do you mean 511? What? Houston, Canada? What do you mean Houston, Canada? Oh, BC. What the fuck do you mean Houston, Canada, BC? Houston! Oh my god, I found it. More Ice Mountain. 8 kilometers to the south. Am I gonna notice anything on here? No. I need this sign. Smithers. Ooh, not bad. I feel like I'm actually kind of good at scanning, but like I need to like get better at like knowing the area that I'm supposed to be scanning in, which I guess is most of the skill, but like I feel like my eyes like can look well. Oh no-y. Oh no-y. Bro, I feel like I don't like the fact that I'm... Like, I feel like I just... Like, nothing is speaking to me, and it's like a problem. Nothing is speaking to me. Like, I feel like this should speak to me. Like, I guess I see these, but... Oh, I don't know. Ah.
You had the yellow speed signs with a round 0.
Is that's exclusive to the three, the triply, like these?
Yeah, that's only Sweden. Finland would be the
With the
more edgy zero,
the edgy
and
zero.
Norway would not be filled in yellow.
Okay. 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 Sweden.
Yeah.
I like literally looked at that last night. I just totally forgot. What the?
Wait, Pingu might go.
Yeah. Wait, does stuff show up on English in English? Okay, that's a center though. Like, there's just no way I'm gonna be able to find it, right? Wait, why am I second guessing myself if I'm... This is the same like car that was in the NMPZ one. I have no idea where we are. Okay. Oh, maybe I should have just gone back here. Oh no, I did go back here. Happy family. Bro, this fucking aura art. I don't know, like maybe I should. No, I feel like the way I chose was like good to go to. Japan, electrical pole, Albania. No, I didn't. Bro, where am I? Where am I? What the fuck? Is that a flag? Is that Estonia? E? Bro, I'm actually throwing right now. Wait, is it? But this is, bro, whatever, I don't know. It's fucking not the right place at all. Wait, what?
I mean, you had wet car. That's.
Oh, yeah. Bro, why can't I go? Bro, what was that flag? Oh my god.
I mean, it was not a flag, just like painting. It looked like the Estonian flag, but yeah. I mean, you just have to know that the architecture is not European at all. Maybe Spain, but look how bad this looks.
Yeah. I just totally didn't know there. I just was like totally stun locked. Bro, I like moving around with Google Maps is so fucking annoying. Dude, I was like, look, I saw this car and I'm like, huh, where? I think my brain instantly went to Europe because I saw this or something. But like, why would I instantly go to Europe if I see that? Like, and then I was just so like stuck on that like concept.
Yeah, tough sometimes.
What the fuck is this? Wait, oh my god. What the?
Bro, look at the sign.
Wait, to Ghana from here, so we're not in Ghana. Is that's the...
It's the Ghana flag, yeah. But there's a police car behind you.
Yeah. Wait, it's looky dry as fuck. Let me go up here. Oh, GG. Dude, I didn't see this at first, and then I got really confused.
Yeah, can happen. Also, Ghana would have yellow plates, so if you don't see yellow plates.
Oh, true. XDR DVD, thank you for the prime, thank you. Wait. Oh my god, I saw a Nigeria flag too. No, I didn't. Did I? Bruh. If someone didn't speak English, they think it's Ghana. True. Bro, like, low key, good thing I speak English. Alright, well, I was confused by that cam. I didn't know Nigeria had, like, roof rack like that, but, like, I think it's just because I
We
don't...
talked about it, though, when we checked for, like, shit cam. We also saw roof rack. There's, like, different roof racks. There's, like, roof rack where it's clean. There's roof rack where there's, like, yellow, black tape on it, like caution tape. There's just a lot of them. And then it's just almost blurred here, so it's kind of weird. But you know it's Africa driving right, so there's not that much possibilities.
Yeah. Wait. Which way does Uganda drive? I'm forgetting. Left? Okay. So, these all drive left, and then these all drive left.
So yeah, driving
And then
right
just
is
driving right is just up here.
Yeah, driving right is like Rwanda, I think, as well.
Oh,
Rwanda,
Rwanda.
Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal. So, but you know the car meta for the other ones, so should be good.
Yeah. I low-key have been second guessing myself on Africa a lot. I mean, oh my god, wait. Am I fucking goated? No. This is literally Morongo, what do you mean?
I mean, yeah, it's just unlucky. What can you do? You found it, though.
Okay.
Bro, we get this country way too often. Holy shit.
Bro, it's so hard to, like... Well, I mean, you already told me that I just wouldn't be able to fucking do this. Like, this would not do anything for me. Right? And then, wait, it was... I don't know, probably more southern, right? Just totally flat. Bruh. Maybe I should hedge a bit more middle, and then very north is the hilly part. Okay. The mountainy part.
was reading some messages in the Discord.
Huh.
Bro, Finbar was saying that I think he had a 30 stream streak in Full Am's stream like two weeks ago already. Like what? I was watching already. This guy. That's why he's so good. But you're cooking. Wait.
Let's go.
It's big and massive.
Okay.
It said the country on the first sign you looked at.
Wait, really?
Yes.
What? I was reading it so fucking carefully.
Oh no, that says Slavonia, not Slovenia. Okay, I got trolled.
I think it's
all
like.
Right. Oh, it's close to it. Oh, it's close to it.
Brah. Oh. Wait.
Oh.
Fuck.
Oh.
No time. Why'd those just spawn in when I moved over here, bro? What the fuck? They're gone. I have to go like over here. How did they spawn?
Yeah, that's the thing with moving. Sometimes you move in like random panoramas.
Wait, this is not even. This is. Wait.
That is the Croatia flag. It's red, white, and blue with the crest in the middle.
I thought that was the Slovakia flag. I can't see the checkers, that's the problem. Oh, I can see them now. There we go. But either way, Gen 4, so. Anyway, Slovakia is good. Well, okay, dude, fuck, it's so hard to remember all the card metas and everything and all the, and not being stupid and read fast and then.
Oh, you really have everything here. The country shape. Oh my god.
Wait.
The flag. The car. Language.
And it is this one. That is the shape of the country, not the other one that I was almost gonna get wrong because I keep throwing. This is. This looks like a border or something.
Could be. Could also just be like where you have to pay for using the road, like a toll station. But yeah, it could be a border near the south. I don't know.
The south?
Not there. Okay, so it is just a toll road. There's no coverage where you guess, by the way.
Oh.
If you look at a coverage map, like it kind of stops after Osh in the south.
After Osh. Okay. Oh, like I just hate that. I'm so in my head about the fucking, like I just know it, but I just don't know. I just like keep like I just panic for no
What do you
reason.
mean? Kyrgyzstan
Oh.
and Kazakhstan, or
Yes.
okay.
I just keep mixing them up. Circle K. We have. Wait, no, we don't have that actually. Wait, do we have that? Oh,
It is very common in this country, though. That's for sure. We do not need the flags here. Let's ignore the flags. We have road line.
Norway.
Good. We do not check the flags in practice. Gotta ignore those.
Yeah, but they're so much fun. Okay, wait. Low key, like, we gotta be more northern. Jor. Something. What? We don't have to be more northern. There's a lot of Circle K's in Norway.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Which makes sense because it's near the polar or the Arctic Circle. Circle K. Boom.
Yeah. Type shit. I was just gonna remember it because Circle K is red and there's also red houses in Norway. Jawsdal. How big of a city are you? Like, how do I like stop doing that? How do I like know like this one up top is probably like the most aura, so it's like gonna be the one that I find with the most zoomed out or something, right?
I mean, it's only 6 kilometers away, so it's kind of not something you would look for usually. Like, it's not even showing up on the map, by the way. There's literally not even a label for it. So if it's something is so close to it, like, or the other things, like it's 1 kilometer, 0.1, you will not find those.
Oh, just because they're like kind of like the in the town signs, so it's like not like as
Yeah, and also the other one is like 6 kilometers away. That means okay, it's just probably a smaller place. The one in the bottom could be. I mean, it says Älvsmyra Nord. But I don't know if that's our city name. No, ours was Tonstad. Yeah, that's hard to find, honestly.
What about my
You would just
region guess?
I mean, it's not too bad. Like you guess south. The thing for Norway is that the road numbers, if you find that one, are not like ordered in a way.
Like an easy way or like not that easy?
Pretty easy. Like it starts with 1 near Oslo, which makes sense, and then like the 2s and the 3s are south, and then it goes up, and the 9s is like all the way up. But the smaller ones, not the big ones. You have to zoom in pretty far to find them, like 3 digits. Like there's a 72, so that's already the 7. And yeah, if you zoom in more on the smaller white roads, you will also see it. Yeah. There's like the 60, 670. I don't know. So if you see a 9, don't go south. That's just what. So 8's like 7 is the middle part, 8 and 9 is like north.
So we're kind of just counting up. Wait, why is this 17?
Oh, it's just a very long road. It goes the entire coast, probably, or something. Like there's just some roads that are really long.
Oh shit.
So 2-digit roads are not that ordered, but 3-digit roads should be pretty ordered.
Okay. DE, which is Germany.
Ooh, Stausee Hohenfelden. It's crazy that you got the super rare Gen 2 Germany, by the way. Like there's you're in Gen 2 right now, like all of Germany. There's like a tracker. I mean, Hohenfeld is like famous to us just because there used to be like so limited coverage in Germany outside the big cities that this is like famous.
Oh, because this is like some of the few coverage that you used to get.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Like
so like you know
cities,
this guy type shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I just know where Hohenfelden is now just because of that. But it should be somewhere in Bavaria, so in the south.
Oh. No.
I guess more central. It is Bavaria, right? Wait, is it Bavaria? No. Yeah, that's just a random small place in the middle. Like, kind of hard to remember where it is.
Yeah.
So that was just one of those places that randomly had coverage in Germany and nobody knew why.
That's funny.
It's crazy. Yeah, I guess we're playing Community World, so Steve just let it there. I don't know.
Hi, Hona. It got deleted?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this shouldn't be deleted. I mean, we just saw it, so... Like, the Gen 2 in the big cities got deleted, but not the Gen 2, like, trackers and stuff. Those are still alive. But the Gen 2 also, that is, like... There was also some Gen 2 in, like, in Lower Saxony or something, but yeah, those got deleted as well. But trackers didn't. Anyways, just random nerd talk. Let's... Bro, can we stop getting this country? It's not even fun anymore.
Like I kind of like
yes,
it because
like, we
I'm
have...
comfortable.
Okay, we have the Thai pole, we have the Thai bollard. Like, yeah, it's... put the fries in the bag. Like, we're not learning anything from this.
This is not what Albania looks like. Maybe I shouldn't have gone down this road. Oh, maybe it's okay, actually. What the fuck?
Yeah, the movement can be bugged if there's like a invisible wall. This might also be end of coverage, so yeah.
Oh.
So rightfully for you away. Ooh, there's a code, HR. Do you know? That's really confusing also.
I do know.
That's the thing, it doesn't start with a H on the map.
No, it's...
Also, the fact that we have no EU strips in Europe is also makes it this country, because in Gen 3 they didn't have it.
Fuck. Fuck. Wait, I could just remember HR. HR. No, you can just remember that. I like okay. Those like little stickers are like kind of common, right? They're like not super uncommon. I swear I like...
Yeah, they were very common back in the day, because if you wanted to cross over into an EU country, you had to put this on your car.
Right.
So in Croatia,
okay.
because
oh my god,
see,
look, everybody has it.
Yeah, so basically they have no blue strip and they live near a border, so it was quite common to cross the border, but you were not allowed to drive in other EU countries without that sticker on. Like when I went to the UK last year, I had to put a D sticker on my car to go there.
Oh, so they still use them.
Technically required. No, because Croatia joined the EU.
Oh.
So in the older coverage, like you just said, Gen 3, there will be a lot of plates with no blue strip and with these stickers, but in Gen 4, there will be just normal EU plates.
Wait, so why do you have to put one on for Germany? Is Germany not part of the EU?
No, when I went to the UK, because they left the EU.
Oh, so right, UK left the EU, I forgot.
Yeah, so...
Oh... Wait, I knew about that, but then I forgot about it. Okay. Oh, come on, flag. God. Oh, fuck. What the... National Park? Okay, we could find that later once I figure out what country we're in. Driving right, white line. Bollard. Yo, we fucking cleared the bollard. E. What?
E, bing, bang. Okay, maybe look at the plates.
Yeah, and they're yellow. And they're yellow, and we are in... But like, why did I think we were in Southeast Asia? Wait, is it
Southeast Asia?
Why did I put Denmark? Wait, it's because of this. Like, what is that? No, lucky it was because of this. It was just a symbol. I thought that
It's
was
just like
text.
some random symbol or something.
I thought that was text.
But yeah, you had the bollards, you had the yellow plates. Like, yes, Denmark uses yellow plates, but only on work vehicles. Those just were regular vehicles. So
Yeah. Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Like, low-key, maybe this is good practice because I'm getting so much, like, reps of just, like, the shit that I should just have 100% in my brain, and I just don't for some reason. Canal DTD. Oh. Oh.
famous bollard.
Right, so can we find the Canal DTD? The
I mean,
yes.
there will not be the number DTD, but oh, you have a town name. And you have a sign name with 2 other towns.
Oh, this guy, right? Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, that just means town. Oh, shit.
You had a huge sign with cities on
Yeah,
it.
I was gonna, and then I.
Ooh, that's a big city one. Yeah, Versace. Very big.
Versace. Huh? Verba? What? Bro, I should have found the DTD.
Stands for Dunav Teaser Dunav. Right.
Where is Versace?
Like northeast of it. Like it's massive.
Oh, I see it.
I mean, for Serbia standards.
Gosh darn it. Okay, do I know anything about 617? That means something that I don't know.
No, that's not a phone number, or at least not a code.
Oh. Bruh. It's cooked.
Yeah, South Korea is cooked. Sometimes you can't move everywhere.
Oh, really? You're just like
Yeah.
boxed in. Look, yeah, we should do moving and then just have moving tools where like you're just stuck in like a small little area, and so it's like doesn't really count as moving. It's just kind of no move.
I mean, honestly, in the purpose of the tournament, I don't think it's more important to get the country than actually finding info.
Yeah.
Like, first thing you have to do is, okay, I need to find out the country. I will look for maybe better signs later, but kind of like you did in the Serbia round. You looked at the bollard first for like 10 seconds. You know,
Yeah.
okay, it's Serbia. Then you found a good sign, and then it's okay. I just need to look in Serbia. But otherwise, if you look at the sign, you're like, okay, we had like Cyrillic. Okay, this could be like Serbia. This could be NMK. This could be Monty.
Yeah,
You already
yeah.
had the country figured out, so that restricts us to those countries. So that's good. It's kind of how you should play it in your case.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
What round? Yeah, let's see if you get get this correct.
What the fuck? Why am I going up the mountain?
Yeah, so generally, if you're driving, always try to go down hills.
Yeah.
Always drive downhill, usually. That will lead to civilization.
Okay, well, too late now, gotta commit.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, I have just absolutely no clue. I mean, I know it's like those kind of look like Brazil pools.
Yeah, those are sadly regional in a different country. That's the problem. Those are like South Ecuador poles. And that region, Ecuador, is just really baity because honestly, I see going Brazil here with everything.
Fuck.
So it's a really hard. The only thing that you saw that could have helped you are those poles. So yeah, you would have to see them and know.
So like,
they're like
is it
holy
the fact
poles,
that they're
basically.
like doubled or something, or is
No,
it
they're holy poles.
Yeah, but like, what's the differentiating factor between them and Brazil ones? Am I like
Brazils
forgetting?
don't have holes in it.
Wait, they just don't
They're
have
just
holes?
like ladders. Yeah,
Oh
Brazils
my
have like those
god,
steps.
yes, now I'm remembering.
Doubted
Okay.
myself for a second.
Loya. Wait, I memorized a ballard for this area, I think. Because it was just in the all ballards map for some reason.
Yeah, there's like a Locha Bollard as well. That's true. It's quite specific. Can't
Yeah.
lie.
I don't know why I memorized it. Self-serve lumber. That... where to go?
So they released the bracket officially.
Oh shit.
You are locked. You are locked against fruit berries.
Okay.
And Andrew's playing Feinberg on the other side.
Oh shit.
And you will play the winner if you win.
Okay.
Pound Cake against Rowell. Fulham against Infume. Okay, they released also the maps for the modes. So maybe we should switch the map because we could get repeats. So the map for moving will be a tweaked world.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
On.
They released the maps, yes. They. I don't assume your gender, Bloom. I'm just being respectful. I don't know. Maybe you need to.
Wait. Today was so lit. Here's the bracket and seating. Oh no! I don't know what I'm saying right now. I'm scared though. Feinberg can lock in, right? Like surely. Like surely he'll just lock in.
Yeah.
I did not think Feinberg would get 8th seed. Like I'm shocked by that. He was cooking me when we were playing like a few days ago, and he's been consistently playing every single time.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he wanted to kick out Andrew in the first game and he just trolled it.
I'm pretty sure he didn't want to play Andrew because he kept saying like, I just really don't want to play Andrew around. He kept saying that. And then he fucking no move in NMPZ arbitrary world, master tomorrow tweaked world. Okay.
Yeah. That's like me. Dying in a flipping end to Enderman. Like, other than smaller mistakes I made, the only mistake was looking at the flipping end.
Yeah. Yeah, let me finish
That's
this
what it
round
is.
out.
Bro, can we actually stop getting this country? I'm getting really annoyed. How is this possible? We just get it over and over, like every seed.
Wait, hold on. Peep this though. Kunfang.
Kunfang. Yeah, never heard of that in my life.
If I've never heard of it, it's probably gonna be small.
Yeah, and the problem is only the big cities show up with a name in Thailand. Like the smaller place names don't have a label, don't have a name. They're all called Mu. If you zoom into cities, they all called Mu. Mu 9.
Mu. Wait, what?
Mu 9.
So you think this is Mu 9 or what?
I don't know what Mu 9 is.
Oh my god, it
You
was
kind of cooked.
It was, what was it? It was Mu 1. Or no, it was just Beachhead. What? Bro, this shit is impossible. Okay.
Okay. Map change. Tweaked world. Tweaked world is basically the same as community world but only with the fact that there should be more signs available in shorter amount of time.
Oh, more signs. Oh god. Fuck, keep. What? Like Loki. Oh. Like Loki though.
Do you know somebody that's thick and wide, French and wide?
You think I can find that PN87? The N79. It's kind of close to PN. Alright, well. Publication of the NMP was weighted only 50%. Yeah. Wait, so I got 5th then because NMP's was later. You guys should have weighted it higher. Because I did well in it.
I just saw like some random fan art of this of us in in the MCSR tournament. They just draw me with like like brown hair, and I just have a gold ingot in my hand for no reason.
That's funny.
Like, bro, I don't have brown hair. Like, what? What is this?
Is this
low-key, like
not?
some of them, they just drew like NPCs. Like they didn't know who I am, and they just randomly drew me. Like for Blinky and RC, they made like, okay, this guy has a beanie, this guy wears glasses, Zigzag has a beard, Lenley has a cap on. For me, like my eyes are closed, so they don't even know my eye color. Just randomly have a gold ingot in my hand. Oh my god, that's funny as fuck.
Wait, I've heard of this before.
Horseshoe Lake, famous.
It's famous in Missouri.
Bro, that's a goated emote, Bloom. What do you mean?
What the? Silver Lake. Why is it like all lowercase too? Like this is how I fucking spell my name. Wait, Wisconsin. Okay, wait. I'm kind of forgetting about the rules about plates in the United States. I'm forgetting to apply that to my gameplay. Wait. Why are we driving left right now? Okay,
Okay. Do you know the country? Because then you can use the signs.
no. It's
Yeah, figure out
driving
the country.
left in the...
Okay,
Oh my god, okay. With a truck. Yellow on the back. Brah. I don't know. Kenya. See, like, if there's no follow car, I'm so cooked, bro. Like, lucky I had it, though.
All right. Uganda, which has the truck as well, but it's gen free. So Gen 4 truck.
Gen 4 truck. And the only thing I can even consider comparing that to is Namibia.
Yeah, but it's white.
That's white, and this one is silver, gray, or black or something.
Silver, but Kenya can also have white truck.
Okay, Kenya can have white truck.
But Namibia should be recognizable just by how
Deserty.
Deserty.
Okay. I get it. I get it. I don't get it. I feel like I know these bollards. Like, I feel like I saw these earlier today. Wait lines, driving left. Malaysia. And this flag, which, what the fuck? Yes, right, yes, Malaysia. And then we see this, and we see that it says Mahakta. Wait. I know how to check for Malaysia. Oh, okay. Wait. Church of Ghana. Alright. Palm trees. The Church of Light. Can I see a church up on here if I like zoom in?
Like you could find it. There's like certain POIs that have like a cross on it that usually means it's gonna be a church, but they can be very small. Like there you have one, but
it's not the right one. But maybe they're rival churches or something.
rival churches. Wait, it's the Church of Light. Fuck. Wait, okay, never mind. Wait, I think I saw the Church of Light. I just forgot. Church of Heaven. Church of Heaven, bro.
Oh, Church of Life. Winneba. Okay. Okay. 20,000 points. That is terrible. That is terrible. Okay.
I think that's okay. Yeah, just the Kenya one you should definitely get. The US is whatever, kinda. But go back to the US. Maybe there was a poll sticker that is kind of helpful, like because it's really good to know.
Oh,
I
this?
think Rowan mentioned. No, that's not it. Maybe move to another one. Oh, there it is actually. Beneath the black thing, do you see that sticker?
Mm-hmm.
It always has like an orange top that says danger. And if you have this, it's just gonna be Wisconsin. I guess you can also get it in Michigan, but so going like Michigan, Wisconsin border could be, but usually that part. Like it can be that part in Michigan that's like attached or like detached. I don't know how to explain it.
Oh, up here? Wait,
Yeah.
oh, up here.
Yeah.
What the freaky?
Yeah,
so why did Michigan just like steal all the lakes? They like low-key are hogging.
Yeah, I don't know.
Alright.
No clue.
Wait, what? I don't know where we are.
Ooh, small cam W.
What?
He
W.
moved into small cam.
So it just looks nicer now, or?
Nah, it's just like rare these. It's just rare still.
Bro, I don't fucking know. Okay.
Citizenship might be gone.
So
But there was no real meta.
Fort Maitland East
Oh,
Park.
there's this marker. There's the property marker in green next to it.
Right.
Okay, now it's gone.
Like this?
There. Yeah. It's like an Ontario one. You can get similar ones in like Wisconsin, but pretty good meta for Ontario.
Okay. I know these bollards. I don't remember though. Wait, that's a. It's on a flag,
Yeah.
right?
It says Gobierno Regional Puno. So the regional government of Puno.
What the fuck is Puno? Peru.
Well.
But no, but this is the. I swear this is on like Ecuador.
It's just a random crest.
It's just a random crest, bro. It looks exactly like the one that's. Oh, these signs, bro. I should have.
Yeah, if you look at that green sign, it has like town names in kilometers, like 230 kilometers away, so it's really good.
Oh yeah, that's
I guess
so
San
obvious.
Ignacio I've never heard of before, so I don't know if that's really findable.
Oh, Puno. Wait, no, not Puno.
So Puno was on the other sign, but yeah, it says Gobierno Regional Puno, and Puno's this entire area.
I feel like I know the triangle bollards, but I just like forgot. Okay. High shoals. And it feels like somewhere northern Canada. We have fronts. So random flag. Maybe. Hilly? Yeah. Northern BC. We have double lines, I guess. Fuck, maybe. This is bad. Oh shit.
Yeah, so there you had the reflectors that we checked before.
Oh, yeah.
And here is really good. You see how they're like, there's like a double middle line and they're on both sides like this.
Like
the reflectors on both sides of the line. That only happens in Georgia and Florida, and it's hilly, so you know it's Georgia. That's how this is how the location would be like really easy solvable. Also, like only northern Georgia is hilly, so you can definitely, if you just know that information, you literally just get a free northern Georgia.
Okay.
But you have to just know that. We learned.
Wait, so double, but then also Oh, why did I think? Like, nah, the trees
There's
are too
stubborn
like.
pines here.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just a thing I don't know how to teach because I just know that those look like southern pines, but it's so hard for me to describe why.
And then also like if it's wait, what was it about like the yellow on the this can't be found in Canada, can it? At all?
I'm not sure. You have to know. You drove through Canada. I don't. But yeah, I mean, just the setup should just be Georgia, Florida.
And then it's if there's only one, then that what is like the principle again? I kind of forgot.
If there's just like one, I mean, there's just entire South and like all the way to California.
Okay, and then if there was the one that's like indented in the floor or whatever, that's where it's
Then
snowy or something.
yeah, like snow plowable things, and those are like more north of that. So it's like West Virginia, Ohio, Virginia, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, that type of area. Indiana as well. So it's basically built a square north of that. I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
can that box.
Healthy. I should not have gone up here.
Yeah.
Huh. Cheesed. Okay. Wait, I figured out the country. I think. Wait, we're not Gen 3, are we? No, okay.
It's actually north. That's actually tough to get. It looked like near Florence with the vineyards, but yeah, it's just a weird, slightly hilly area there. It's actually a tough location. I would have guessed Florence up north.
Okay, well, I got close.
Good Italy.
Green? That doesn't mean anything to me right now. Brick, rock wall, rock floor. Oh. Holy pole all the way to the bottom. Not thick, so Romania, but okay. Wait, I feel like it's not Romania. Rapashuta. Maybe it is actually.
No.
Fuck.
You said they're not fake, so it can't be Romania. So you had everything correct, but the language is just Hungarian as well.
Wait. Not thick, so it can't be Romania.
I mean, yeah, it's just more likely to be Hungary. I mean, there's a lot of signs here. Like this green sign is also just Hungary. I think Ega is a big city, but if you have like there were like so many letters that don't exist in Romanian. Like honestly, Romanian just seems like it's Spanish, but weirdly, it's just a weird Spanish language. And then Hungarian is just like something you can't really, because it is not related to any languages near it. Hungarian is just so unique. There's nothing near Hungary that looks anything similar. Like Hungarian has like this S with the thing on the bottom, but nothing else really. Like they don't have any special letters. It's just Hungarian has like so many letters. Like they have the O with the dots, they have the U with the dots, and they just have the accents everywhere.
Okay. Okay. But I thought like the thick ones meant Hungary. But they mean Romania?
Yeah, I mean, if they're just super thick, I'd just go Hungary, Romania usually. Like, look how much bigger that one was than that we just had. Look,
Yeah.
this is like massive. Like that's like.
Wait, so oh my god. I swear the image though, it seems like the Hungary one were bigger, no? No. No. Not really.
You can also look for the holes at the top, maybe. I don't know if they had any, but if you see the image, like this one doesn't have any, so it's Romania. If you check the location we just had again, maybe you can see it.
Yeah.
So there's holes at the top. So I guess checking for the holes is easier.
Yeah.
So you know it's not Romania. It could still be Poland, but obviously the holes go all the way to the bottom, so you know it's Hungary.
Damn it. Okay. Hey, I can't tell where we are. Oh my god.
I mean, there we had no EU strip plates.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, Turkey doesn't have Gen 3 antenna as well. And it's just like, I don't know if you see these poles, they have like this black and white striping on them. That's also something that happens in Russia a lot. Also, we had Cyrillic there. Like, I feel like you just moved like in a way that you kind of missed all the things that you could have used.
Like, I saw the black and white, I just couldn't remember. I looked at the plates and then I thought for some reason that Turkey didn't have the strip.
Turkey uses the EU strip for no reason. Not even part of the EU.
I definitely missed this sign though.
Yeah, I don't think you saw it. I mean, obviously.
I just like didn't look around at all. I mean, I did a little bit.
That's the thing with moving. It's tough. 1 minute is not a lot.
Bro, what? I mean, like, I just don't know how to, like... Isn't there something about, like... I have no idea. I'm just gonna Google. If I'm even correct that it's India, which I think it is.
And you even guessed in the right part for the language with Hindi language, with like the line at the top. Yeah. So you guessed it makes sense at least.
Maybe I should have like hedged better, like up here or something.
Yeah, I guess, but that's like really minimal. I was only afraid that you would go Bangladesh because of the tuk-tuks, but they obviously always exist in India as well. But yeah, small cam.
And
So
Bangladesh, yeah, Bangladesh is small cam.
no, Bangladesh is not small cam. We were in small cam.
We're in small cam? I thought we were in shit cam.
No, at the beginning, yes, but you moved in small cam for a lot. If you move one step to somewhere where you moved,
Where did I move?
Which direction? I don't know.
I thought I moved this way, but
no, those were not any of the signs. Here at small cam, see?
Yeah.
Like image
But
quality
also,
is good.
Bangladesh doesn't have any shit cam, right?
It has like a minimal amount in downtown Dhaka city, but that's it.
Oh, okay. Like I was thinking Bangladesh of these tuk-tuks or whatever.
Yeah, but you also get them in India. You just have to be careful.
Okay. I was looking at the language too. I feel like
I mean, Bengali is pretty similar.
Yeah, there was just like one thing on the Plunkett guide, which is like there's just a lot of triangles, like these like right angle kind of triangles.
Yeah.
And so I just kind of look for those sometimes, but obviously I'm probably not that good at pulling them apart anyway. Okay. Entering Bab.
Bab is the town name.
Well, the problem is I don't know the state even.
Oh, sign. Not that
What
one.
sign?
That one. Just the other one with the 89 in it. So do you know it's the US Highway 89? And it's hilly. Don't go to plains. Now you're going more east, even though it is west. And you had glaciers, so you're more north because it's a glacier, like many glacier.
That
and
all makes sense.
Yeah, so
RV, thanks for the raid, thank you. Hope you're doing well.
No, I mean, this was not easy. It's just like, I don't know if you would even find the Highway 89. It's just like, I didn't even see if there was in Montana Bollard, like the diamond, the white diamond. There was like the other one we had in the location that didn't look like one. Like we had a different one that showed what that was. But yeah, you should definitely get the Western US vibe here, not going more east and not going plains. Not going the middle west, like Midwest.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I thought like I was kind of looking at like the like this, and I was like thinking that it looks like so dry, but then I just didn't know where.
But the West is very dry in a lot of places.
Yeah, I just didn't realize
Idaho,
it,
Utah, Nevada, so dry. Montana's really dry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
Thanks,
just the word like glacier could have helped you so much.
Yeah.
There's not that many. There will be no glacier in Colorado. Like I feel there will all be like in Montana, Idaho, like Panhandle and stuff. Don't think you would get them further south.
Okay, I'm like so bad at US. Wait, I should look at that longer to differentiate between. I don't know. Gen 3. I mean, I don't know. I'm feeling like it's Mexico, but maybe I should look at the sun. Oh. Oh wait, was that? Wait, what countries have? Yeah, Colombia is one of them.
Yep. The Colombian cross.
Okay. I was trying to remember what countries have stubby antenna.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you look at the language again on the sign you looked at, trying to figure out whether it was
at this
that. There's an N with
the
the
N, yeah.
thing on top. The Enya. Brigenio Perez. So that is how you would have ruled out at least Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess since it's a name, maybe there's people named like a Spanish name in Brazil, so
I guess
that can happen. I guess you don't have to, because these are all like political adverts, obviously. But so I guess, I mean, I've never seen it, but technically it could maybe happen. But yeah, it was weird because at spawn we had a octagonal pole, but they always exist in Colombia as well. But yeah, the white signpost and the Colombian cross should definitely, like, it looks octagonal at least, like at the top.
Mm.
Yeah, kinda. I don't know. But Colombian cross, white signpost, like white thin metal signpost. You got it. But you looked at Loki looked at this one, and I was like, okay, why is he not sending Colo? Because you looked at this sign back for like 5 seconds.
I looked at it and I was like, oh, it's not Brazil, because it wasn't. That's what my mental was.
So,
I was like, okay.
Okay. Yeah. Then you went past this one. I was like, oh no, why is he moving past this one? And then you like randomly turned around and then looked at this one from the back, and then okay, so I
No, because like I think I mentally like realized like, huh, the back of that side did look weird.
All right,
there's like
we
no
got
cars
it.
around. Yeah.
Sadly, no yellow plates. I mean, do you know about yellow plates in Colombia?
Yeah.
Surely. All right.
Wait, I know about something about motorcycle. Hey, get back here. Okay, so not Indonesia. Wait, I feel like these bollards I should know. Driving lefty. Okay. Oh, wait, what? What?
Republik Indonesia.
Wait, so what was I remembering
not every
incorrectly?
motorcycle has it. Not every motorcycle has to have it. It's just like usually, and that was just a fancy motorcycle.
Fucker.
So unlucky.
Oh, I see it. Oh my god, his fucking play is on blurred too.
Oh.
Should I even guess? Oh.
Not too bad. Not too bad for Indonesia.
Like, Loki, I should probably guess like here or something, right? Is that better or no?
Yeah,
like,
I guess if you have no tiled roofs, then yes, that's kind of the spot to go if you don't have anything else. I don't know, maybe we should just quickly go into your map making app and check maybe Sulawesi versus Sumatra, because if you click anywhere in like northern Sumatra, you would usually have oil palms everywhere. So, okay, now you're in
Sumatra.
Sulawesi.
Oh, Sumatra.
Okay. That's the western one.
No. West.
More west.
Okay.
There. Yeah, so click anywhere there, and yeah, there will be oil palms.
Oh, these?
As you can see. Yeah, those are oil palms.
Mm.
They just look different from regular palms. They're like lower as well. And see, bro,
Oh
he has like
my
a million oil palms.
god.
So basically, if you see this, go anywhere in Sumatra, preferably a bit more north, like Riau, Jambi. Like Riau is the standard hedge pretty much.
Okay.
If you see like a lot of oil palms, it should usually be here. And on the other side, it's also pretty flat where you have these. On the other hand, Sulawesi is like very hilly, where you guessed. It's like very hilly, and they have a lot of normal palms. If you go a bit more north, maybe as well. Like, okay, like low key, West Sumatra is a good choice because they also have all palms. Like this area technically has all palms as well, but it's hilly. Go more north instead of basically like the furthest tip, so I can explain something. Like more north. Yeah, just go more north.
Like up here?
Like somewhere there. Yeah. Here, see, here you have normal palms. Coconut palms. So if you see them spammed in Indonesia, that usually means you're all the way up there.
Or I
Like here it's
can't tell
just
the
normal
difference
palms.
between them. I guess I can see the coconuts, but
Yeah, but do you not see how like the leaves are not as
frequent?
like see how far apart they are? Like in the other one you
Yeah.
can't look through them. Like they're just super
Yeah.
like I click on the location again. Like bro, look at this.
Okay, sure. I see that. I see it.
That's a cool location. Holy shit.
Yeah, I fuck with this heavy. Alright.
Yeah. So that's just a crash course on
Indonesia.
Indonesia. So maybe if you see them, that could be
It's
really
so if
good.
I don't see either of them, then I just go.
Then you just wing it somewhere in the middle if you don't have any roofs.
Here. Okay.
Yeah. Also, I feel like we had blue roofs in that location. Blue roofs are kind of very common in Kalimantan.
Okay.
But yeah, Indonesia is tough. There's so much to know and shit.
Yeah. Okay. I want to see this sign. Cyrillic small cam. Use strip. Flat. F1.
Are you sure about the language?
Wait, is it? Oh my god.
Yeah. That's just like the average beginner mistaking those two languages. But
Just like not looking closely enough at all. GG.
That's the thing. Like usually you check, okay, it looks like Latin but weird, so it's just Cyrillic, I guess. So that makes sense, but it's just gotta know the differences.
Mexico board?
Yep.
Where the fuck are we?
In Mexico, somewhere. Not near civilization, it seems.
Bruh.
Este camino no es de alta velocidad.
Yeah, so I don't know what that means.
The street is not meant for high speeds. And you're speeding.
I'm fucking going. I forget where the hills are.
Everywhere. Not too bad. Like the west and the east are super hilly, and the middle it's just flat. That's just really weird.
Oh yeah, right. It does like a kind of V shape out like from here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is like a decent hedge, maybe like a little up, maybe. But I feel like those should have been recognizable. To like this feels like a recognizable area if I like knew what I was doing, but I just don't. I don't know. This is so like this is just absurd to look at. Like this is just crazy. Alright. NT. What the?
Cannabis shop, you reckon?
There's so much English.
Yeah, because it's touristy.
Which is Bangkok.
I mean, the most touristy is probably Phuket.
Is Phuket, which I don't know where that is.
Very far south. Like that small island bit on the left.
Oh, I see it.
That's usually where it's like the most touristy. With
Yo.
Koh Samui, it's an island, but close enough. That's also very touristy.
Right, did I say thanks for the sub? Legsy, thanks for the 7 months. Thank you. Sorry if I missed it. Okay. Picasso. Picasso was born in somewhere. Wait, what? What are these plates? Why are they so red? I forgot. Belgium?
Yes, yes.
Really?
You also Dutch language.
Ah, they have Dutch in Belgium.
There was also a yellow plate for some reason sneaking over the border. Picasso was born in somewhere. Yeah, that's probably the quote of the day.
Like, was he born in Belgium, though?
I have no clue. Pablo Picasso, there's no way he's from Belgium.
Oh, Spanish, right. He's Spanish. Now I remember.
Yeah, there has to be Spanish.
Lived most of his adult life in France. Born in Spain.
Who moves from Spain to France?
True. Whoa, Castle, UK. They are the only place with castles and kings and stuff. I really don't want to be going into the... Oh, never mind. Yeah, that looks really good down there. Hey, no, where's the sign? Commune de la Chapelle d'Angelion. All
right.
So they have castles in France, unless maybe this is not France, but... Wait, isn't there something about, like, France, like, plates?
Yes. Quite commonly double blue. Sometimes really hard to see on the right side, though.
Where would they have? Probably closer to UK, they would have some more, castles and shit.
I mean, if you click the middle there on your 5K. I mean, they have castles everywhere, like chateaus everywhere in France.
Castles are just such a UK thing in my head. Because I went to UK and I saw castles. Oh, there's double blue. Like, Loki, it's kind of light blue. Am I, like, seeing things? Right. Okay, I'm seeing things. Hey, not bad. Could do better, though. Indonesia plate, maybe, I think. Wait, what? I'm confused. Indonesia look like this? Wait. I don't see anything. Fuck. Oh my god. They're everywhere now that I look right now. I'm over here. What is you? 1700, even though I call it the country. Like, what?
It's just rough sometimes. Sometimes it's just rough.
Where are there mountains in South Korea? No, wait, this is not South Korea. This is Japan. That's it on me.
Norwegian guessing. Bang! We like to see clicking middle being correct.
Yeah.
Just more middle clicking.
Yeah. Are we gonna pass this fucker?
I don't know, maybe it's... Guess not.
That's not the... I don't know where we are. Dude, I've just been running this whole time.
Yeah. North Dakota.
Maybe I should have gone this way.
I mean, hard to tell on the road. That's just... Oh.
Dakota College.
Oh, no. Dakota College. And it's at the city name, Bottineau.
Oh,
Yep.
shit. Bruh.
Hey, moving be like that sometimes. What is this? War, divorce, wealth. What the fuck? Oh my god. Raft River.
Wait, Pollard. No, private property side. TP me up here. What? Wrong way?
Yeah, try to click there. You can jump for sure.
Oh, there you
Should
go.
be able to jump, yeah. Ooh. Does he know?
Hey.
That's a cold guess. Getting southeastern Idaho there.
I was going in between Idaho and Utah.
Nah, that's fair enough.
Okay. What the fuck? Why does that look so funky? Truck? I mean... Wait, why am I blanking? Because isn't it just Ecuador, but... I feel like I'm forgetting something. Ecuador. Wait, but like low key, we in the whatever. Can't remember. Oh.
Yeah. So with the white truck, I mean, with this antenna, you should be in Panama or Costa Rica. Copyright check. And so it's Panama.
What am I thinking about with Ecuador?
It also has a truck, like with the backlight and stuff.
But with the backlight.
But, yeah, I don't know. It just looks way different.
Hold on, let me look at it real quick.
Yeah, you can get it fully blurred as well, but the location we had was just so tropical.
Yeah, it was. You're right.
And they don't have this antenna.
Oh, no antenna.
Yeah. So definitely
That
solvable.
doesn't like ever get blurred. Like there's just no way. So easily solvable too. Like fuck, I couldn't remember because it's been so long since I got those, and I knew I was forgetting it, but I just couldn't remember it. Romania? Yes, see. Low key though, these like aren't very big. But like I saw the flag, so okay. If the round is not working my brain, then it's not a good round to even care about.
True. If it's too easy, it's just too easy.
Yeah.
So sometimes.
Black car Gen 4 is
Gen 4, you reckon?
What? It's Gen 3. That's the back of the car, and this is the flag for where are we going? Palestine? Or Jordan?
Which one had the black car?
Jordan. But
yep.
Okay.
So I think there are some parts in West Bank that also have black car, but you will always have like some car following you, like a white car. I don't know, but I mean it's just like such a Amman. I mean, I guess you will not be far off even if you guess West Bank. It's like okay, but
yeah,
in a round like this, should always go Amman.
Okay. Holy shit, it was like right there if I just clicked it. Oh my god, like why did I think that was Gen 4? It was obviously the back of the car. Alright. And I'm cooked. And we're in the middle of nowhere.
We are in the middle of nowhere.
And that's a diamond sign. And there's double lines now, and I can look and I'm gonna know the plate. Even though I haven't memorized them. Ooh, I know it's not.
Oh.
I don't know. Fiber.
Feinberg? Yup.
Feinberg. What does it say? Brown County.
It has like 3,000 counties in the US.
But I know this one. 382 Avenue and 133 Street. And
yeah, just 5K. You have 10 seconds to 5K.
Bang. Fuck.
Close.
I had the X axis, but not the Y axis.
Yeah, it's like me reading the coordinates wrong.
Yeah. with you going 2 blocks off and hitting stronghold or hitting portal room.
And hitting the portal room. No. That was just to get sub 20 in that run, so I have time to miss the first purge and almost die by getting knocked back by the dragon. It's fine, all calculated.
Yes, all calculated. I fuck with that. Wait, I learned something about Cyrillic. I want to use it.
What did you learn about Cyrillic?
I learned the road sign for Ukraine.
Well, you can also just check a single plate here and know if it's Ukraine or not. That's usually just how I would do it, and not use the specific letters to the alphabets. It's just me, though.
I mean, antenna is in Russia. Short antenna is
possible in Ukraine, but rare.
Possible in Ukraine, but rare. I just feel like I'm taking like too long to make these decisions. I'm just like so not locked in. Okay. It's just hard, I guess. The rare part in India with Bangladesh? Nah. I mean, in India with... Man, what am I trying to say right now? In Bangladesh with shitcam? Wait, is this not shitcam? This is low-key...
It is shitcam.
Oh. Like, what can I even do right now? Is there anything I can do or learn that will greatly help me improve my scores? I mean, I can just hedge,
know
like...
you know the language, so...
Yeah, I can just hedge, like, here or something, right?
Yeah, you can check more signs if they maybe have a state on them, but you would just hope there's like Latin script on it, obviously. But yeah, we didn't find one, sadly. I mean, there's a lot of pole meta in India, but usually the ones in the cities itself are just normal. So I feel like in urban environments in India, you should just hope that one of the signs just has Latin and it just says the state on it or something. Like, I don't think there's anything better you can do. You recognize it's Hindi, that's good enough. Like, not a bad score.
Okay.
Bro, you have to get your level rewards. It's blinking up.
Holy shit.
Oink.
I don't think I've ever claimed that.
I mean, it's the same for me because they introduced this and I was already max level for like the past 2 years. So, like, I don't know.
All right. Double A. What yellow?
Yep.
I mean, I think it's... Jimint?
Teniente Sötervod. Sötervud. Something. I don't know. Maybe it just means like Southwood.
GG. Wait, what card do I have?
Okay, you asked what card do you have, and you looked at the back, at the front.
No, but Uruguay.
Yep. You have the trident pole tops. You have the white signpost. Everything speaks for Uruguay. Hazy sky, real.
This looks like Romania.
Romania.
What are they? What's the coverage look like? I don't remember.
I mean, it has pretty extensive coverage everywhere.
Oh shit! Oh,
It's more dense in the south, but that doesn't mean anything on a map that is evenly distributed.
I should have clicked in the middle.
Yeah, in retrospect, yes. In retrospect, yes, but
Malaysia.
all right.
Palmetto. Coconut?
Yes. Did we have Malaysian coconut palm net or what?
Oh, wait, that was Indonesia. Wait, we have sticker meta though. That just means bang.
Crazy that you've managed to find the only pole that has like a weird black thing on it, and the other ones just don't have one at all. And you just check that one that has one.
Wait, so if they don't have one, then I just would go like to the right more, right? I would go to like over here.
Unfortunately, you didn't have any pole top that is unique. Do you know Saba pole top? I mean, this one isn't. That's the problem.
Maybe you taught me it. I don't remember.
Maybe I didn't. You know. I just go into the guide real quick and send it. Where is it? Bang, Malaysia, Sabah. Okay, here you have it. And these are really helpful to learn.
Oh, yes.
So Sabah is like the crossbar under is like the same length. So if you have no black sticker, then you're like, okay, maybe I should look at the pole tops. Obviously, in that location, kind of didn't. And then you just checked some random black shit on one pole, and it's like, because technically black stickers exist on there as well, not only mainland.
Okay.
Just very rare there. But yeah, those two pole tops can help you as well, because you will not find these in mainland.
Okay. Wait. So this is Borneo. I just opened up Minecraft.
Force of habit. Ro is about to zero cycle real quick.
Wait, so where the fudge even is this? Sabah and Sarawak. Sarawak? Sabah.
Yep.
So Sarawak crane type shit, and then Sabah's
the crossbar.
Parallel crossbar. Crossbar challenge. Okay. What the hell-y? What the hell-y? Gonna and is like a way like isn't the coverage in Ghana like oh never mind. Yeah. I'm just gonna hedge there every single time.
Honestly, just do it, yeah. Unless it's like completely
dry, then I like should try to go more north or whatever.
Yeah.
Stenio. That is Spanish. And we are in wait car. We just driving and shit and driving and shit. We just hella driving and shit. What the fuck are all these damn ass poles, bro?
Maybe check the plates.
The plates are Argentina. But this don't look like Argentina. Oh. 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 Wait. It is Argentina, right?
Yeah, and you have mountains, so you should go west.
Fuck. I didn't even notice the mountains.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to see. They're to the west, probably. Yeah, there they are. But it's just something I look for in Argentina, because then it's like, okay, it's like not dry and it's mountainous. Like, it has to be just somewhere northwest in those cities, like Catamarca, Tucumán. I don't know.
Okay. Should I mod this person to my chat?
Let me see. Your dog is ugly and I hate your cut. What dog? Oh,
Like
your
my
profile
promotion.
picture. Nah, low key, you should VIP him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like give him VIP for a minute, and then if he says sorry, don't ban him instantly. But
No, dude, people like that, like if it's like 50% of the time they'll like just say a slur after.
The thing is, I like his emoji.
In a positive way. Oh, okay.
Interesting. Interesting.
Singapore. Philippines? I'm mixing them up. I'm mixing them up. I just don't even remember anything anymore.
What are you thinking? Like, what other country could it be?
Well, I just saw. Oh, fucky. It has to be Philippines.
Yes. I mean, what other country were you considering?
No, I saw the flag. I saw the flag at the very beginning. And
yeah.
I thought it, and I couldn't remember. Wait. Singapore. Images. Right.
Yeah, maybe you should
go
with Singapore flag.
But I just thought it would show up. Huh?
I don't know. It's not really that close to Singapore flag, and
no, it's not. It's just I got them mixed up because I'm just a noob. I'm just a noob. I'm just a fucking noob. All right. Brazil. Like 2 metas just instantly in my face. Bem-vindo a la vida. Okay. Give up. All right, man. Yo! Wait, this is probably like the greatest restaurant ever. Hello? Or you might die if you eat it. It's like 50-50 chance.
that looks bussin', to be fair. I could go for something here.
Bro, I could go for any food right now. I haven't eaten today. Plenty of
GG.
you.
I ate my nice fish. And I had like 2 yogurts in between games. Feeling.
Bro. Okay. Oh wait, I fucking learned the phone codes. I should have been going for a phone code.
Yeah, bro.
I just like didn't think about it.
Okay, which phone code would have this been? No. Okay, maybe. Okay, whatever.
Wait.
What would that be? First number at least.
8 or 7. 7.
7, yes. It would be, I think, 77. It's like close to the border.
Okay. Because it goes 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes, you got it.
Yay. Okay.
We're being chilling.
Ocean Resort. Where are we? W Antenna. Right Side Drive. Windham. Tall Tree Tropical. What the fuck? Uh-oh. Is this some freaky place?
Does he know?
Fuck.
We gotta learn this. Especially the language you had on the first sign should just give it away with everything else.
English?
English and a tropical island with small cam. Where could we be? There's 2 places that come to mind here, and the language we had confirms 1 place because we don't have it mixed with Spanish. What does the US own that this could be?
Hawaii.
I don't know, when I see like things with so much K's, the language, I don't know, it seems so Hawaiian. The first sign you looked at, I don't know what it said. The one to the left of that. I mean, I guess those as well. Yeah, like see how many K's there are on this sign? Yeah, Kai. I don't know. That's just so Hawaiian.
Bro.
But yeah, it's just the US tropical big mountain there. That's just.
What other US thingies could I get mixed up with?
Puerto Rico maybe has small cam as well. Could be. But
Puerto
here you have the.
Rico.
Yeah.
But that's a truck, right? No. Small cam. You said it has small cam as well.
Puerto Rico is small cam.
So
yeah, like Spanish and stuff.
Spanish and stuff. What about what other US things do they own? Some like shit over here or something? Northern Mariana? No, wait, I know those. Marshall Islands?
No, doesn't have coverage.
I'm just zooming into random stuff out here. Fiji.
No small... doesn't have
Midway
coverage.
Atoll.
That's Gen 2 tracker.
Oh yeah, this is what. Okay, I'm never gonna miss that one. Okay, please get a Midway Atoll versus Fruitberries, and then I'll just fucking nail it, and I'll win on the spot with 10 times multiplier.
I don't know if you will get to 10 times multipliers in a match, to be quite honest.
What if we just keep like guessing like zeros every single time? Generation 3 black car between. No, guaranteed Jordan, unless I'm forgetting something. Wait, no, yeah, no, I'm not. I think. I don't know. Okay.
Only one single divided highway in the country.
Oh, really?
Yep, kinda. If it's not in a city. Ooh, let's see this.
Inward. 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 Hill. Mountain. My house?
Is it? There's a phone code. Does he know?
I don't remember the fucking weird phone. Oh, yeah.
250?
250.
Does he know?
Is everywhere else that's not Vancouver.
Okay, if if you have dry hills, don't go that far north. It's like near Kamloops or something.
Oh my godness.
Okay, you got BC though.
Okay.
But actually, let me. Okay, I kind of want to show you something.
Yeah.
It's like kind of Taz to know. Wait, let me screen share real quick.
It's Taz.
Yeah, it's like low-key cheating.
Okay.
Like, okay, so basically this only works in specific. So basically, if you get a location and you think, okay, this could be the US or Canada, and it's generation free, it has to be generation free.
Okay.
Then you can do a trick, which is you look forward, look at this blur at the side where the mirrors are usually, and see there's like a double bump here, right?
Mhm.
Where it's blurred. So if it's like a double bump, it's Canada. If you go to the US and hopefully find a road that has generation free as well, okay. Let me take a main road. Okay, this is generation free. So I check, okay, I look, driving direction, I check here, and it's there's no double bump, it's one. That's the tech.
Wait, so Gen 3 always, or just like for specifically Northern or something?
No, Gen 3 in general, it could be anywhere in the US. Like if I
Wait,
check down
this is
here.
so OP.
It is. When when we found that out back in the day, it was like, wait, what? We can never get it wrong again.
Wait, that's so OP.
Like you just check here, okay, could this be Canada? I don't know. I just check here. Oh, just one bump, really big bump. Okay, it's US. I click anywhere in Canada.
Wait, which one are you doing? Front, right?
Yeah, front or left or right, it doesn't matter. Like both sides have it.
Okay.
Okay, check here.
I've
Okay,
I've noticed the double bump. Does the double bump exist in like other places that aren't Canada
Yes,
as
I mean
well?
everywhere. The thing this is
It's
just for
just not
differentiating. It's just for
US that
getting the difference. Yeah.
US doesn't have the double bump.
Yes.
That's kind of sick as hell.
That's like that tech is kind of like for Gen 3 is really good. Like obviously it gets rarer and rarer with time going on.
Yeah. Okay, we
It's
need to
just-
go back type shit.
Yeah, it's just like, bro. I wish I knew that when I started playing. Back in the day, it was so hard to get the difference between those.
Like if you knew and nobody else knew and like you low-key gate kept it. Oh wait, okay, this is a question, and low-key, if it's a drama question, you don't have to answer, but how much gatekeeping is there in GeoGuessr? And is it like really heavy at the top level?
There used to be a lot, but honestly, I think it was never like define gatekeeping. Just like doing research yourself.
Yes, doing research yourself and not really like talking or telling anybody about it, and intentionally hiding it so that it gives you an advantage, so that you can like perform better in the World Cup or World Championship.
Yeah,
or whatever.
it always was a thing, and it still is, especially for mapping out specific countries.
Okay.
Like nowadays, a lot of things just get published by different people, but back in the day, I feel like a lot of people just kept their own maps to themselves and didn't publish them.
Like, do
But
good
honestly, I feel
players not map that much on their own? They more like grind the game, or
No,
grind
they
like
map
studying.
a lot. The
they
highest
do,
players map a lot.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Like Radu spends so much time in making up. Like just clicking around, then you can add a tag here. What you see, especially for like Brazil, you could maybe see what type of palm did I just see in this location? Just have a map. And yeah, the thing is, you can just do that. It's like, okay, there's a bad example. See here, I have like Canada 25 coverage, and I have it tagged by car color. So I know, okay, when I see a blue car in 25 copyright, I kind of know where it can be. And that's just the stuff you do. We just have tools that can auto tag locations by month as well. So we're like, okay, this is all the April coverage, this is like all the May coverage. And then you can tag it further to colors as well. And then that's kind of what top players do, honestly. And it's honestly, I think it's fine to gatekeep your own stuff, unless I don't know. I think it's fine. It's not that much of drama.
So it does happen, but Not as much.
Not anymore, really. There's just too many people researching too much stuff, so
it's almost like everybody has like their own strengths because of their own things that they've researched or whatever.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's cool. If everyone just had the same data, it would be really boring.
It would just be whoever could memorize the most. But this is like memorize plus. I mean, there's a lot that goes into GeoGuessr. It's not just memorization.
Yes.
Like
also, it helps doing this yourself, just because you will remember it more easily if you
Yeah.
actually put in the work yourself and not just have an already ready map at disposal.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now there's like things. We have like computer modeling more. Like you see, there's like confidence model Gen 4 hood US. I don't know what this means, but it's basically okay. This is like 90% that I got the car color correctly on this location from the model. So now it's just like, okay, I don't even have to check myself for the car color anymore on a location. I can just let it, like a model over it, and then it just tags it for me. So there's a lot of stuff that can get like automized these days. So you have to spend less work, but I guess then you don't remember it as much. It's an interesting topic. I don't know.
Yeah. No, because in MCSR it's like there was like people don't post tutorials that much, and so I would say there's like definitely some gatekeeping for sure. But it's like one of those things where if somebody like asked you or whatever, you'd tell them. But everybody streams so much. I feel like most top runners stream so much. So it's like if you just watch their gameplay, like most of the stuff that I learn is just from watching other people's gameplay, right? But I feel like that's probably so different for GeoGuessr. Like, are the top people like streamers at all, or?
No, bro. No top players really streaming. That's the thing. Blinky. I mean, he streams sometimes, but I mean, is it really streaming? Just it kind of is streaming in his way. Like he's just streaming. He's not a streamer. He's not really reading chat. It's like that's kind of the vibe of his stream. It's fine.
What does he do on stream? Does he just play it ranked or something, or like?
Not really ranked. You never really want to play ranked on stream with no delay. It's just really annoying because people will stream snipe or like check where you're guessing. Like I would never stream duels unless it's just for fun purpose.
Oh really?
Yeah, there's so many annoying people in GeoGuessr. That's what it is.
Even at like a high level.
We just have we just have so many alt accounts, and I don't know. It's just a thing. Yeah, like top people usually don't stream. I don't know.
So wait, what does he do then? What does he do on stream?
Just do like speedruns solo. That's what he kind of does sometimes.
Oh, speedruns.
Or like when he's practicing specific countries, he sometimes like streamed it. But he usually goes like silent before big tournaments, I guess. I don't know. Grinds. But yeah, you will never catch Radu streaming on Twitch or Consus. You will not. There's just no way they will. It's just not gonna happen.
Maybe yeah. That's interesting. Okay, that's cool though.
Also, I guess there was no incentive really because back in the day, like GeoGuessr was not big enough that you could gain like any financial.
Yeah.
Like, there was not that much money in it, so you just would get a few euros here and there from streaming.
I like for MCSR people, like if you want to do this as a living, like are there GeoGuessr players that do this as a living? Like you'd have to make content. It's just so like the top players are a lot of the time also content people because because they can, if you're doing it as a living, you can spend the most time out of anybody, or you just are jobless.
I mean, that's what ZIGGI is kind of doing. I mean, he's big enough where I feel like he's not really doesn't need to stream because he makes enough money off YouTube.
Yeah.
But he also streams sometimes. But yeah, there's only a few people really that are GeoGuessr full time. Like Lenley is one. He's full time now after finishing his studies.
So, and how does Lenley make money? Is he doing content or is it just from competing?
YouTube, Twitch.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he has to be a content guy too. So it's similar to MCSR that way.
It is similar, but it's getting more now because when you pumped out content back then, there's just no way you would have enough views for it to matter. But now there's enough eyes on it for other people to make money off it. Back in the day, only Rainbow was really full time.
Wait, so
That's
I
the
feel
only
like
person.
GeoGuessr is like, I guess maybe the GeoGuessr pro scene isn't like, I'm trying to compare like MCSR to GeoGuessr. Is it like which one's bigger? Like GeoGuessr, right?
Oh, no, GeoGuessr is not bigger.
Really?
I think okay.
But
I don't know. To me, there's just more people interested in watching pro level MCSR on Twitch than GeoGuessr. Like the top geoguesser streamers on Twitch will get like Finbar would get like 100 viewers, and that is kind of insane. So yeah, like not a lot of people got Twitch partner by playing GeoGuessr on stream. Like I was honestly, I think I was the first German to get Twitch partner from GeoGuessr itself. I didn't stream any other game.
Huh.
But that was only due to Rainbow back then, honestly. I'll be honest, but
way more people. How many people watched the World Cup? Because like playoffs, yeah, playoffs had like, I don't know what it was, like 10K or something, 15K.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you can't compare that because GeoGuessr has just way more money at disposal. They have just so much money to throw into this. We got the Sidemen showing up to the World Cup. Like, obviously, I feel like the esport is bigger, but the scene on Twitch is way smaller.
But the esport still doesn't make enough for you to live off of. You can't like be a full-time pro. That's so weird. That's such a like weird like in between.
Yeah, I mean, it also makes it hard for the people like me who do like, okay, I work with GeoGuessr with casting, kind of like Bloom.
Yeah.
But I could never go full-time GeoGuessr casting. There's just
yeah.
There's just no way. Like for me, it's like a nice side hustle. It's nice money, and I get to travel somewhere sometimes. But yeah, there's no way it's full-time. It's
Right.
just a hobby.
Yeah.
But maybe that will change. Who knows? Who knows?
It also might be like on YouTube, I feel like on YouTube, GeoGuessr is definitely bigger too.
Yeah, but there's
maybe just because of
who
Rainbow.
really lives from GeoGuessr YouTube.
Yeah,
Zigzag, Lenly maybe like he makes decent views, but then, bro, I don't know if anybody makes enough money to go full time. Like Jake Lyons, Chicago Geographer, I feel like it's not enough. Like they get decent views, but just not big views.
I mean, yeah, if Ranked was like Minecraft sponsored or whatever, then yeah, it would be way bigger probably, but
yeah, that's the problem for MCSR. You just think you're not allowed to do competitions without.
Yeah, it's like there's like a fine line that we have to walk, and I think it's becoming more acceptable and like becoming more like more and more people are actually like doing like content creators are actually doing like collaborations with Minecraft itself. Like there was a lifesteal thing today. And so like the door is opening a bit compared to how it used to be. It was really, really bad, but now it's like
Question is, will you get? Wait, who's the owner right now of Minecraft? Is it not? It's not Mojang. It's Microsoft.
Yeah.
That makes it really hard, I guess.
Yeah, but like I don't know. It would be like yeah, I guess it does probably just make it really hard.
Yeah, GeoGuessr is growing, but at the same time, I don't know if there will be a big hype again. Like it's kind of in a phase where we don't really know where it's heading.
Hmm.
Yeah,
because the
I mean,
last World
honestly,
Cup was pretty big, right?
Yeah, I mean the last two ones were really big.
Yeah.
I mean the viewer turnout was massive, but in terms of how much I mean, geoguessers paying money to make these events. Like they don't earn anything; they lose money by doing geoguesser esport. But
Mhm.
at the same time, you can also see it as okay, they're marketing through that kinda.
Yeah.
So you have to see that, and it's not like geoguessr is in a bad financial situation. They make a lot of money every year. They make profit
From like the game
like
in
which is
general, yeah.
yeah, from like the game in general. It's just like okay, they lose money through doing geoguessr esport.
I'm like surprised or curious that they make more. Like I'm assuming that they make more, and that's why they made the base game paid, right? But I'm surprised that they make more from having the base game paid. I guess just so many people would just be free to play if they. But like,
Yes.
it's
Also, you
just
just
like,
make more money. You just like people sub and they forget. It's like kind of Twitch subs where you just forget to
bro, I did
cancel
that.
them, and then
I literally
yeah,
did that exact thing.
like it is what it is.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like some like Fortnite or whatever is like free, and then there's in-game shit. But I guess there's just not as good in-game shit to sell in GeoGuessr.
Yeah, honestly, the avatar like things
What
are
are you
not
eating?
really it. I mean, I don't really care because with the content creator badge, you literally just have everything in the game. Like, there's nothing I can
Okay.
buy in this game now
Yeah.
with the badge. Just like you can't buy anything in the shop. There's nothing for you to buy.
No, I guess that just like totally makes sense.
So I don't really know. Yeah.
Like maybe they should like let it be a little bit more chill if you're trying to be free to play, but I don't know the business side of things like well at all. It just seems like one of those things where it's like, oh, you might want to like try it and then get hooked and then play it more or something like that. But I think they have some stuff like that, right? Seems stupid.
Yeah, I think with Google Play you can try it for free for 14 days.
Mm.
But then it also, if you don't cancel it instantly after doing the period, then it would pay after 14 days.
Right,
So like technically you can yeah, technically do it for free. But even back then, I feel like most people had Pro, even though you could technically play for free, just because you had to wait between games. And also, there's this banner on your screen that said like, "Oh yeah, you have an ad here, and if you are subscribed, you would not have a flippin' ad on your screen right now." So I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, it probably
I mean,
works for them, Loki.
I mean, it's looking good financially for them. I can't lie. Like, apparently they're doing the right things, but for us, as the core community, it always looks like they are doing the wrong things. But bro, you do not know what the outrage was when they changed from profile pictures to the avatars. Like that was an entire like ordeal they had to go through. And now, but they kind of like that. Okay, you still have your pin as you can still set the pin on the map that is displayed to the profile picture you had before. So it's still possible.
Wait, so that's why you have like the. Don't you have one profile picture?
Yeah, I have one. Yeah, like I don't know, my Twitch profile picture as well. It's like the Pepe frog with the
Yeah.
sausage.
People are mad. But like what is like the like do people know like the GeoGuessr like wait, what? I'm so confused.
Why are you confused?
No, I'm not confused. It's
All right.
New Brunswick.
Okay, then 5K it.
Okay. I'm not even reset, like so I'm just not at the right area.
I wonder. So what you had there is actually a pretty good sign because it says kilometers an hour in like black in the black box that is on the Ontario sign. Do you see how it's like?
Yeah. Wait, I thought
it's
that
bilingual. Yes, that can happen in Ontario.
What can it happen in New Brunswick or no?
Yeah, it's very common in New Brunswick. Like the stop signs will have stop and.
Oh,
sign.
that's probably what I was thinking of.
And also the road signs will have road and chemin on the other side. So you can have.
So, but this is still bilingual is still pretty common in Ontario, even for road signs.
Not like super common. Like it's actually pretty rare. I've never really seen a sign like this. So if I'm being honest, I'm not. You didn't do too bad. It's just like okay, not that common. But the kilometer an hour sign looking like that, it has to be Ontario.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sadly, no Ontario pole top here. Tough.
Oh shit, I didn't look for it honestly. Wait, I remember what it looks like. I think it's like. Oh my god! Why didn't I just keep going?
Oh no. Ontario travel information. Nah. You don't want to do that in the tournament tomorrow. Passport is just gonna be in the bin. Crazy how there's two signs saying Ontario if you move this way.
Yeah.
This is the normal one, by the way. This is one how it usually looks like. The kilometer
Yeah,
an hour
without
sign. This
the,
is like this is the Ontario one.
Speed limit / debut. So how what are the what are the Ontario things again? Whoa. Whoa.
You don't have one here.
No.
Oh wait, this one, yeah. This one is one. Yeah. This one's
Oh
Ontario.
yeah, with like the little Versus. What was the other one again?
Quebec
Quebec.
has a similar one. If you just look in our chat and click on the image.
Yeah. Right. Installing into my brain. I will never forget that. It's installed now. Gaz Optimum Canada? Nord? TNO? I don't want to go this way. Drifting into the unknown. Wait. Let me look at the speed sign. Ontario? No? Now to me? Polls? SOS? SOS is a bad sign. That means we're in the middle of nowhere.
Bro, I think I know where this is. Wait, you have Gen 3. Loki, do the tech.
Canada. Wait, but I already knew I was in Canada.
Right.
And this is in Quebec because these are the Quebecy thingy, my bobby.
Quebecy. And we had the... Oh, we had mountains, and it was cloudy. Gas Peninsula. Also, there was the road number technically on the sign. If you go back, it says like 29299, so you can find that on the map. That's like the Quebec road numbers. There it is, 299.
I saw this. I knew it was Canada. Like Loki.
Oh yeah.
Goated ass tech.
The tech is goated.
Wait. I like see it very well. I can see it actually. Okay. So Quebec's kind of hilly.
In that part, yes, but there's also some mountains like north of Quebec City, like.
Ontario's so flat though. What the hecky?
It is.
And Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Wait, so. Wait, what the hell? So BC is like the only place with mountains in Canada.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
up here.
Yes. And Yukon, Northwest Territories, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Thought you're from Quebec, from Canada.
I'm from the. I just assumed everywhere looked like this. I think.
Yeah. That would be quite OP if the entirety of Canada looked like BC. They would be bing chilling. But let me be real. Like if you spawn in Manitoba, it's kind of over.
Wait,
And
Alberta.
win as a team.
Riverdale Mini Park.
All right.
Wait, I'm trying to see
1
the
minute to find the
sign.
Riverdale.
This sign just does not matter. Let's look around a little bit. Okay, feels kind of. I don't know. I don't know what I get for that. Maybe up here or something.
It's quite hilly for Alberta standards.
Oh.
We're not in the mountains in Banff, but could be closer to it. I don't know if Riverdale will be a city. That's the problem. Maybe. Maybe not. Especially if it's in park.
Yeah.
Okay, I totally lied. Somehow east. That looked so west.
GG.
Right. That was not Riverdale.
That was not Riverdale. I saw the photocopy. French. No? Maybe. Maybe not actually. Like with these plates, like am I more like, okay, it's totally Italy, or it's like might be Italy or France?
I mean, if you have a short front plate, you know it's Italy.
Oh, that's short. That's short.
Yeah.
And also it feels like
And
Italy.
Yeah.
Centro.
I wonder. Centro, yeah.
Okay, so let
You
me
should
go in
scan
the.
for it.
Wait, look, it's the same. Look, circle, dot, dot, circle, dot, dot.
Yes, it's the city center, and that's the center of the country.
Yeah.
I don't think we're in Rome with this vision. We're definitely on Sicily with these. I mean, with these houses, it has to be Sicily.
What the fudge does Rome even look like?
I don't know. I've been there, but not a great experience.
Why not?
I parked in Rome and my window got smashed.
Oh nah. Did they steal anything?
Yeah, like a tire kit, like to fix tires. It's like, bro, it's like $20. It was not worth it. But
What
it was like
the fuck?
it was like in a satchel and kind of looked like it would be like a briefcase. So I think that's maybe.
Oh, so
They were
they
like,
were
oh yeah,
like
that's gonna be like
they were playing for the
documents
high
in there.
roll.
Yeah, they low rolled. Yeah,
That's fucking insane.
It was just a hassle with everything after that. It's just like, oh yeah, you have to go to the police, and to this day I've not heard back, and it was 3 years ago. So I think they never caught him. Tough.
That sucks. I always forget yellow plates means something. And it means Japan, I think, but is that true? This looks.
But they also have white.
Okay. Okay, well, ocean to my southeast.
On the first sign, you had a national road number.
Oh, shitty. Wait, where was I? Dude, it looked too small. Oh no.
Oh, there's a map. Can you find this peninsula on the entire coast?
Oh shit.
There it is. The map was accurate.
Is this a map?
Wait, let me see. Yeah.
Oh, 55? No.
Yeah, that's the road number. It should be the one on the map.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh-wee. Okay. I am learning a lot from moving because I just feel like I don't zoom into signs like ever before, and now I zoom
you
into
got
signs a lot.
3 Canada rounds in the seat. What the hell?
Oh, I know these, I think. I know these poles. Peep this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's best I'm gonna do anyway. Yeah.
Picking middle wolf in the 5K.
Yeah, but like I play for the higher up. Okay, so these guys have kind of some aura right now. Probably you said people are well dressed in Italy or something.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't use that meta. Yeah, they are well dressed in Italy, but we don't have double blues, so oh.
Yeah, we don't have double blues, and we have a sign here. San Esteban Residencia. There's a car here, and there's ballers that I don't recognize, and I am confused. I'm scared and confused. And ladder pole, and that still doesn't tell me. Oh, Valencia,
San
Spain.
Esteban.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, go back to the location and move to a sign where you have. I don't know. Move where you moved in the round. That's not where you moved.
Oh. Where the fuck did I move?
Okay, look at the speed sign. Look at the speed sign. Do you see how it's red all the way to the border?
Yeah.
That's Spain.
Oh.
That's also pretty good.
Take a little screenshot of that. Dude, some of my notes are so bad. Like I have like 12 pages of notes where I just like I just write like something equals something. And some of my notes are just like I literally don't understand what I meant. Because I'm just trying to jot them down quickly. It's so stupid. I accidentally wrote like wait, hold on, this is so funny. I wrote where is it? It was so stupid. I wrote where is it? I was just reading back my notes for like the first time in a while. I just started. Oh, my note was white guardrail equals white. What does that mean?
A white guardrail, Japan.
Oh, so why did I say equal white?
I mean, maybe we're so proud of recognizing white for the first time.
Tasmania.
Let's go. That should be a Tassie. It's Aura.
Bang. So we know it's not yellow.
Australia polls are in.
Yes. KZ.
Oh, it's a cooked bollard. Holy shit.
Why the fuck are they so cooked?
Bro.
All bro, fucking somebody like walks past here every day and just starts picking at them or something, or just like kicking
Why
them.
is every single one broken?
Oh fucky, I don't know.
I mean, you know the bollards.
Slovenia?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait, I do know the bollards. Why was I so unconfident in myself?
I don't know. I mean, if all of them are cooked.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe that's why. Oh, what the hecky? Ah, close enough. Ooh. God.
Ooh.
To double A. Palinky. A dot dot A dot dot. And wait. Denmark.
Don't focus on these too much. They're common in every Scandinavian country. They're just very common. Oh.
I did see something
Go back to
though.
the speed sign.
Yes,
Go back to the speed sign.
Not blocky, yellow background, yellow ring around it.
No. Is it round or is it not round?
It's round.
It's not round.
It's not round.
That's not round. That's not round.
Finland?
Yes, and 1552 is the road number.
Oh shit, quick, 6 seconds.
There's no way you find this. They're like so small, by the way. Like you have to zoom in so far. I know one should be south, like near the capital, but yeah. Okay, so check the difference between round and not round again.
God damn it.
Not Norway. Norway doesn't have a yellow background. You don't need to check it.
Doesn't have a yellow background.
Yep.
Round. It's literally
round.
so round.
It's a circle.
It's actually just a circle. Ooh, Sweden.
Let's go.
And so then I just lock it in, and then just fruit berries. He gets flustered. It's just a fruit berries kind of thing. Oh, what?
Yeah,
Probably should have gone middle.
He's dizzy.
And then wait, this is what you said. It looks like the other. There's a lot of accents and a SK.
And it says the town name
It
on
says
the
the
sign.
town name. What?
Krajovsky Chlemek is the town name, and the street name is Slavana 55.
Okay.
I've never heard of it, so I don't know how big it really is. But
I forgot.
Decently sized.
No. What was the sign? What was the road sign again? Oh, 55.
No, 55 is just the street, like the number of the building.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Wait, what did you say about the road?
Nothing. I just said
I just made it up.
Lavana is probably the road name, and 55 is the
house
number.
Lavana. Lavana, it is.
Yep, it is.
No entry. Biking. Not flat. Coffee. Palm tree. Floor. Left. The fuck is that steering wheel on the right? Yes. Left drive. Concrete floor. Not concrete floor. Wait. Oh god. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. There's so much shit going on. Well, here.
There is.
Bellywood. Indonesia. This is plate.
Indonesia with white plates.
That was a black plate.
No, that's bro, check, bro. How is this ever Indonesia? Bro, everything is in
I
English.
thought it was. Oh my god! I thought it was fucking. Nah, you're right.
Was waiting for you to check maybe a poll, but there weren't any polls.
I was like, I was honestly, I thought it was New Zealand at first, and then
Oh, New Zealand, bro. We don't have palms like this.
Oh.
Like we have some, but not like this. There's just so many.
What the fuck?
Gen 1.
Gen 1. Oh my god! I don't know why I psyched myself out of it. I looked at the plate and I thought it was 3 little sectionies.
I don't know what you saw, but it's not black plate. There were like a million white plates in the parking lot you were in.
Okay.
Also, like all white lines, like this. Indonesia would have a yellow middle.
Oh my god! No, because I was like, oh my god, it's all white lines, so it's got to be Malaysia. And then I was like, wait, plate. And then I immediately just forgot everything in the rest of the round. Like instantly, I just forgot everything that I just had forgotten literally everything. Tuk. Is this not Dambola Road, Nawala? Oh god, wait. I thought this would be like this. But I don't think I'm thinking about it correctly. Well, let me go. Yellow plates? Big Eye Mountain. Whatever, let's try it. Oh, okay.
Oh!
What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, you also low cam, so you didn't notice it, but maybe you
low
used it still.
cam. I was trying to figure it out, and then I couldn't figure out what was
wait,
freaky.
Do you see this Wait, do you see this road line to the one side where it's like zigzaggy? That's such a Sri Lanka thing. Like,
really?
I don't know, the road line zigzags.
Isn't this a Britain thing too?
Yeah, I mean it's a British colony, so.
Ah, wire. Yeah.
Like zigzag.
Zigzag.
Nice guess. 10 kilometers. Ooh.
Easy. Well, these bollards look like 3 different bollards that I know. Grafendorf. Can you say this word real quick?
Which one?
The bottom one. I just want to see how it sounds. When you say it.
Grüß Gott in Högertshausen.
Did that roll off the tongue? Has to be German ballers, right? Just has to be.
It says verschmutzte Fahrbahn.
What does that mean? Fish up here?
Dirty pavement.
Dude, why is it so orange?
On intersections, these are orange. They signify that it's an intersection.
So wait, I thought this was Lithuania because of that. Is that
that's tough.
scuffed?
But if you check the other ones, they will all be white. Just the ones that are near intersections will have orange.
Gotcha.
But you also see this town entrance sign you saw here, this yellow one. This is also just a German one. And you see, okay, Högertshausen is the town name, and then it says Kreis Freising. And there's like 360 something of the Kreise. So if you want to learn all 360, go ahead. You have like a few hours left, but
I'm good, awesome.
I think you're good.
Oh, like why did I go to Indonesia and Australia?
No.
I'm
no.
so bad. I'm
Bob.
so bad. Like low key though, like low key, I'm not missing the countries that much. At least I'm kind of only missing them sometimes. What is this fucking chopped ass vehicle? What the fuck? Why'd we TP me? Paraguay.
Yeah, I don't think it's Paraguay. It's just a street called Paraguay.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I am not 100% sure. It's black car. Oh, why am I in Africa? Fuck, Argentina. I think it's Argentina. Oh, why did I switch?
Yeah, you had long plates there in Gen 3, and in Gen 3, like, Argentina didn't really have them. Plus, you had the white signpost. Like there.
This?
Yeah. And yeah, if you check every plate, those are not arch plates. They would always have the dot if they're like white.
Wait, I thought they were like
Yeah.
blue or something.
They can be blue on top. That's the new version.
Oh.
But if it's like the old is like just completely white, there's no way it's Argentina. White plate.
They. My brain is fried.
You had it. You had
My
it.
brain
Why
is
switch?
fried. I was like.
Oh, there's also the square pole. But yeah, okay.
Oh.
To the right. No, to the right. This is like this is the good one, but also this one, square pole, also helps.
Really?
Yeah. But yeah, the white signpost should be good enough.
Where else do they have white signposts in South America? I feel like they have some other ones. But maybe I'm just tweaking.
I mean, Colombia. Have the thin white metal ones.
Yes, 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 yes. Like, what is happening right now? Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck. I can't remember.
Not again.
That was
By the
Gen
way,
4?
By the way, if you go to spawn and turn around the
Gen
other
3?
direction, there was like literally a white signpost. Also, the road lines with white in the middle, and there's like yellow on both sides, also Uruguay. Trident pole top, also Uruguay. And you have the bird's nest that migrated over from Brazil. You check the pole top, and it had like a bird nest on it, like the ones in southern Brazil.
But I swear I saw the front of the car, right? What is this? This is the back of the car because we're driving on the right. Oh, God.
He's losing his mind. Uruguay is in. So we had two Argentina guesses on Uruguay. No, that's why as we spawned and I was like, okay, there's no way he misses it. We have like a white signpost off the bat. He literally just looked at it, but then you turned around, tried and pulled out. I was like, okay, we have the road lines, we have the bollards. There's no way he misses.
Copenhagen. Copenhagen is right here. Line up the road. Line up the canal.
Bro, I've been here.
Let me look around. Forgot to do that. Okay. Wait. I don't get it. I don't know how to do this. I'm not very good at this. Bro, I can't figure it out. I actually just can't. Like, maybe... Because, like, it was like...
I mean, you're not guessing on a canal.
What the fuck is that, then? Oh my god.
I mean, you guessed it's like a small lake where the canal north, like parallel to the road. And then you had also this bridge.
I couldn't... Oh, the Inderhavsbroen Bridge.
Yeah, the inner port bridge.
Oh. 4.95.
That's fine. Good, decent score.
What the? Why is there so many down there? I feel like these lines mean something that I'm forgetting, though. I thought it was Sweden, but it doesn't feel like Sweden. What? So we're in Pojagena right now. Pojagena. I can't remember. I just can't. Whoa, click. Not Denmark, but... Fuck.
So we had black sign back on every single sign.
Yes, I noticed that. And I couldn't remember. What countries have that? Germany?
Yeah. Romania, Italy.
Romania, Italy, and Serbia.
Yeah. Don't know about Serbia. Don't think so.
Oh, and we're in Romania right
and
now.
we're in Gen 4 anyway, so it doesn't matter. But okay. We didn't have a Romanian holy pole. We had the normal, like the rounded concrete ones. I don't know. It's kind of tough, but yeah, you should have definitely caught on the sign backs and maybe that's too advanced. Like, I don't know, not much really else to find there.
What about the dotted outside? Is that like not real?
No, it is. Like Romania use it quite frequently.
Do other countries?
Bulgaria can have it as well. I mean, as you mentioned, Sweden, but I mean, obviously that's not Sweden. Like France has it, Spain has it.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Okay, that was troll. That was troll.
I mean, you got trolled by Uruguay twice.
Yeah. How am I going up? They're just following the bus. Oh, okay, that's meta. House. Slow. Hey man, what's up? Can you get the fuck out of the way? Slovenia. Damn, this looks fucking cool. Okay.
Okay, so why are we saying Slovenia?
Austria.
Yeah, it even says the state on the bus. It says Tirol.
I've never heard of that. Where the fuck is the state?
It's the biggest. It's the biggest state in the country, I think. And you're in the mountains. Big mountains.
What the fuck? Why wasn't it showing up on the map, dude? Do I have to zoom out farther?
We're actually not even in Tirol. That's funny, but yeah.
The mountains.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very mountainous. Slovenia doesn't have mountains this there's like one big mountain in Slovenia in the northwest, and that's really it. Like the rest is hilly, but not this mountainous.
Okay.
And we had German on every sign, but maybe it's hard for you to recognize Slovenian versus German.
It's very hard, kinda. If I just like imagine you saying it, then like maybe I could like get it or something.
I don't know. It's hard for me to judge because honestly, obviously, I would just know whether it's German or not.
I mean, German doesn't have these fucking these
There's
things,
so many
right?
J's, on it, and yeah, just weird letters with accent on it.
Ljubljana. Wait, why does that
Ljubljana.
low-key sound like a search graph that I used to do?
Right.
But never used. I guess Bosnia maybe. All right. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh, peep the sign.
Wait, so okay, are we in Botswana then? And then I'm gonna find this B140 and then
I don't know if B roads are marked, but I know A roads are marked, but B roads I don't think so. You might need to find the town names.
Martin's Drift, Sherwood. Bruh.
I mean, I've heard of one of the towns. The other ones I've never heard of. The one with S I've heard of, but it's pretty small.
Oh. When do they even show up?
There's Sefo Fe is there.
Wait, where?
And that's the only one I know. And to the northeast, when you follow the yellow line.
Oh, that? Wait,
Yeah,
that was... Oh, I didn't even clock that. I didn't even clock that one. I was looking at Martin's Drift and Sherwood. I didn't even...
Yeah, I've never heard of those.
Darn it. Small cam. Huh. Probably go down this way and look for poles and license plates and stuff. Because I'm clueless. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait, maybe I'm not clueless. Wait, maybe I am clueless. What the hecky?
You're definitely not clueless.
I'm definitely clueless. What the? What the? Wait, go. Let me go over here. Where are the cars? Oh.
Oh.
I don't know why I'm not just selecting in the middle. I have no idea where we are.
Yeah. You also had like the blue stick on every pole you went past. But,
wait,
yeah,
really?
you got there in the end. Yeah, they were on every single one.
I was literally looking at the poles, and then I just
Yeah,
it
you
just
did.
didn't jump out at me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the second one you checked for longer at what they were slightly hidden by a shadow, but it's still there. But you got there in the end.
The 5-second, fucking French bollard. But like
I mean,
low
also you
key.
had language at the start, and I was like, oh yeah, he knows French, so he knows it. Like the first sign you checked said like.
Oh my god! Wait, I just didn't. Also, this is just so obvious.
Allez les poteaux.
I don't know what that means. Like to go
It says,
something.
let's go. Potato. I don't know. Probably not.
Why am I forgetting the bollard? It's the Dotty, but I thought that was North. No, Austria. No. Yeah. No. Mountains. Mountains. Bruh.
Okay. You didn't look very confident, but you got it.
So wait, what was I thinking about? It's always just
don't know.
Austria with these?
Yeah, like you have the Lego top. Like, I don't know.
Oh shit. I just couldn't
I was
think
like,
of any
what
other.
was he saying? Because he were like, it says like Bosnia, it's like Serbia or something. I was like so confused.
No, I just thought like I don't know what I thought. That one, long dash also, and red house is probably.
You can't use the dashes if there's an intersection.
Ooh.
Because you see that they turn normal.
Oh, these are not outside ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
What? But I can use the red houses.
Yeah, you can. That's a weird ass snow pole, by the way. I wouldn't trust those. But you have road lines, so you know which one it is.
Right.
Oh, let's see. Let's see.
I mean, maybe more north because it's like feels really cold. Oh, damn.
It's very north, yes. You got the right country, though. Yeah, I don't know what that snow pole was. It had like 2 reflectors, so I guess you know that it's weird. But you just gotta watch out for the outside lines in Finland. When it's an intersection, they will turn dashed.
Wait, so what was 29.99? What was my well, I knew it wasn't Norway, but like I can't differentiate between Sweden and Finland in that way, or I can differentiate because Sweden's always gonna have dash outside.
And Sweden is gonna be like, I don't know. But you also got to a road with a double middle line, and that doesn't happen in Sweden at all.
Like Sweden,
Like,
so
it was
Sweden
kind of
can
faded.
have.
It can have solid outers. It
Okay,
can.
okay.
It can. That's the problem. Like, so I can't tell you, oh, trust it 100%. But yeah.
Sure. It's a likelihood thing.
Yes.
Bro, geoguesser.
Yeah, you're using all the data. CZ. CZ. HR. HR for Hrvatska. Yeah, human resources. You're muted.
Oh my god, I'm muted.
Not for me, but
Wait, I said I would love to see our I think like before for when I was moving I was looking at how many steps people took, and I took like the second most.
Yeah, I mean, some people they just find something and then they just send. That's
Also,
fine.
I was the only one who used up all the 5 minutes on NMPZ.
Yeah,
like,
that's fine. Like you did the best. Maybe that was the play.
Yeah, was the play. Wait 1 second. I need to fill out a form before I forget. It's gonna take me like 2 seconds. Am I supposed to put 3 favorite countries?
What?
Sorry, hold on, I'm filling out a form.
A form.
For a geoguesser thingy for the
Overlay.
Yeah.
So what your favorite countries are in GeoGuessr?
Yeah, so I have to do ones that I'm not gonna fuck up, so it's not embarrassing.
Loki put Australia.
I did, I actually did, yeah. I put Canada. Shout out Canada.
Yeah, Canada.
And then Argentina. I always get it wrong. I actually fuck with Argentina heavy, but
yeah, I don't know.
wait, what if I put Argentina for my least favorite too? No.
I don't know, maybe Uruguay after what we saw.
Yeah. No, I actually like.
You should Loki just put a country that doesn't have Street View on there, like Somalia.
What if I just put Isle of Man?
That's not a country.
Fuck. How does it not? It doesn't count. Like, what do you mean least favorite countries? Like, Loki, I'm kind of scared to put anything.
I don't know. Just put something you're usually scared of to get and region guess. Or like miss.
Like, what do I miss a lot? I feel like I just miss everything like equally. I don't know. Probably something down here, Southeast Asia, like maybe Indonesia.
I mean, now you're goated, you know.
But I am goated. Probably just a bunch of EU places, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Like Germany.
Like, there's no way you know how Liechtenstein looks.
Where even is that motherfucker? Oh, there.
Between Austria and... yeah.
I feel bad putting anything. Maybe I should just do Turkey because like it's too big. And I always Russia as well.
Okay, yeah, I mean.
And what else could I fuck up and lose a lot of points? Kazakhstan, maybe?
Yeah, maybe Mongolia, because half the time you don't recognize the car.
Like, high key, I'm gonna put that.
Even though it's like, it should be one of the easiest countries to recognize because they always have car meta in every single location.
They
just have a different set of different cars.
I did my preferred game mode is NMPZ.
That's cold. That's cold.
And then fun fact about yourself or geo knowledge will show up on stream.
Yeah, like your favorite bit of knowledge in GeoGuessr, maybe.
Favorite bit?
Like something that's just like so stupid that you can't use it.
What is like? I just feel like I don't know anything stupid. I just like know everything that's like the basic stuff that you're supposed to learn. Like Faroese bollards. Like I don't even know where Faroe Island is, but like I know the bollards because of the fucking bollard map. Oh, there we are. I low-key like them too.
Yeah, you should. You said fun fact about yourself. Guessed Brazil on Estonia because he thought he saw green blur. I heard that. Yeah, I heard when I went away that happened. Apparently,
Wait, did that happen? I don't even remember.
I don't know. Like I heard that you literally sent like Brazil and Estonia because I showed you the green blur. But
Dude, that's actually a funny fun fact. I should put that. Yes, Brazil on guess Estonia on Brazil because I thought I saw a green. I feel like that's kind of funny. Okay. 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 Oh my god. What the heck? Whoa. Finland. Sweden. Norway. I will not forget this. Okay.
Clueless Capachungus Deluxe. I wonder.
I won't.
All right, 5K right here.
What the? The mist.
Holy shit.
Fog of War.
Holy.
Wait, actually, where the fuck are we? I'm so confused. Is this not South Africa?
It is, and if you after this time, you will know exactly which region to guess.
This literally does not look like South Africa at all.
So if you have wineries, you had wine at the start, and big mountains, just guess near Cape Town. It's like literally northeast of Cape Town, somewhere in the mountains there. Not that far northeast. That was where the mountains end.
Oh shit. Oh my god, you had the exact spotty. Wait. Ooh.
It's just so huge mountains with wine. You get South Africa correct, and then you just combine that, and you got it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Somebody threw a pearl hang. Oh hell no.
Yeah, it's low-key me trying to unrender the ghast. Bro, the thing is, bro, do you remember like the run I lost on when I re-entered Nether and I almost died because I didn't have fire res, and then there was like just a million blazes shooting at me on 2 render distance?
Yes, that was so fucking
Like,
stressful.
bro, where did all those blazes come from? Like they were like
because you were on 2 render
2000
distance. That's literally why.
Wait, isn't it just OP to do 2 render distance then?
Kinda. Well, actually, the optimal is 5.
Wait, so why did we never do that?
Because
like a million
it's
strays.
because it's like so you can spawn wither skeletons as well.
Oh, but okay, so I just got a million blazes without any wither
Yes.
Like I could low-key not hear you in call anymore. I would just like vroom, 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 like them shooting at me, and there were like 20 blazes behind me.
Ooh!
Wait, that's
big.
It's cold. It's cold. How, bro, Andrew? Don't worry about it. We learned some Sweden region guessing earlier. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't get it. Fine.
Oh. Oh. Wait. Oh. Oman flag. Oman flag. And we have yellow plates, which are also in Oman.
Yes.
And we have this bucket, this bin, ba'a. And this is definitely up. Wait. I have no idea. It seems like this place has aura, which the lower place doesn't have as much aura. Oh my god, I knew it. I should have fucking...
But it gets in the middle of nowhere, by the way.
Yeah, I kept touching it. I kept touching it. Fuck. Wait, how do I do on this round? Not bad. Except I think you
Cold.
helped me.
I guess with South Africa, yes.
Your bus stops? Buh. Buh.
Back, you wouldn't get it that Silver's winning tomorrow. Fine.
Yeah.
It's totally fine.
I'll try my best. My very bestest. Dang.
That's pretty good.
Fucking stop skipping me so far.
And don't click that far.
Dude.
I don't know what to say.
Bugged game. Wait, what the fuck is this, dude? I mean, just Russia, right? Oh no. Roadkill. Okay, let's go. Like low
Let's
key.
go like you're getting anywhere here.
Like low key. This feels less like the rest of the Russia that I usually am at. So I'm gonna ball out on the Eastern Russia, and if it doesn't work, I'm never gonna do that again. Like here. Like right on this. Ooh! Wait.
Well, you had the vibe, but that's a tough one. Did we have any? No, not really. There's like technically cabbage that you can get there, like similar to the Hokkaido one. Do you see something on the side of the roads? I don't know if there's, because it's like May. I don't know if it already bloomed. I don't see any here.
Wait, what was the cabbage
Yeah,
tech again? I like know you told me it, and then I just like I can't like recall.
Yeah, like the cabbage tech is usually for Hokkaido in Japan, the big island in the north called Hokkaido. And then it kind of like spells, yeah, this is Hokkaido.
If you get a ton of massive cabbage, right?
Yeah,
Something
massive.
Like absolutely massive.
And you also get it in Sakhalin, which is the island in Russia.
Oh, because it's right next to it. That would make sense.
Yeah, but it's like, this is like the winter coverage of the bit. There's also more summer, and that definitely has a lot of it. Yeah.
Wow, Russia's way too fucking big, bro. Oh my fucking god.
Facts.
I can't see very well.
Use your glasses then.
$40. Bruh. Oh, hey, Helsinki.
I mean, we had a huge stadium in a massive city.
Nah, this is like this is average size. Oh wait, no, this is not the stadium. It's like average size.
You reckon?
Oh,
Helsinki Cup. It's unfortunate.
Well,
happens.
Oh,
let's see. Oh, the holes.
The holes. And the dots at the top, Poland and... I mean, I think this is just Poland because it doesn't go to the bottom, but...
Yes.
But...
and a yellow filled in sign.
Yes, and a
Do
yellow...
you know about that?
I don't,
Yes.
but I want to look at this.
You now know. And this green town entrance sign also, Poland. There's like 0.000000001% that you will find this, by the way.
No. Trust. Oh, Stare Miasto. GG.
Oh, the town you were in had like 2 cats and 1 person living there. Like, unironically.
I had to like do to this zoom to see the fucking town name. Wait, so... I don't remember the dots. The dots really.
The dots are in Poland and Hungary.
Hungary. And Romania is the freaky one. What? Where, though? But, like, where, though? Bollards. That's what I need. I have no vibes. Was that a bollard? What was that? I guess plates maybe is useful. What the fuck is that?
A metal rod?
Doesn't count as a fucking bollard. I know. Fuck.
California.
I didn't know California was so dry, dude.
In the east, yeah, it's really dry.
Is it like obvious this is California?
No.
Okay. Was my guess
maybe
valid or
move-
invalid?
Valid, kinda. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it just looks very unique. There's not even... I mean, California has unique poles. I don't know if you know them. Can you move to the pole maybe and look at them?
Where is the pole? Oh, right here. Oh, it has this 3 striped bands at the bottom, right?
Yeah,
I did
I don't
learn
know if it
about
has
that.
it here.
Oh, okay, there.
But...
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Oh, I could have gotten it. I could have gotten it.
There it would have been, yes.
I could have gotten
You
it.
didn't see it.
Oh, I could have fucking gotten it. Ugh. Okay, Russia, though, and US. It's my worst countries. It's everybody's worst countries, Russia. Unless, like, what if somebody just, like, full grinded out Russia this whole time and they, like, Loki are...
So, like Finbar.
Bad at everything else. But, like...
Loki, you're describing Finbar. Loki.
But, like, that's kind of hype, though.
I mean, it kind of is, yeah.
Okay, why is this taking so long to load? Do you know the yellow stripes on the pole? Oh yeah, that's what I just learned. I don't know why it took me like 4 tries to read that sentence. What? What do you mean I'm done? 5-second NPC. Bing, 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 bing.
Oh.
Not bad.
You got the country, yeah. Crazy how that's 1.5 1,000 kilometers, and you're only like it's a fraction of the country. Like
I know. Wait, so like if okay, so what's the lowest possible score you could get in Russia? Could you get a 0?
I think it's like 140 or something like that. I mean, if you guess where
Really?
there's coverage, like yeah, I guess if you go all the way near Alaska, maybe.
I mean,
get
I guess if it's here, right? And then I just guess like this, then I probably get like, or like this. No, this doesn't have coverage. This has
I
coverage,
honestly
right?
think it's like 100 points or something. That I don't know.
Like this is almost the max dist, probably, right?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
And you don't get 0, but you get a low score.
Casella. What? Wait. Oh, goodness gracious me. I have no clue. Maybe like more. Oh man, what the fuck?
Well, you had the state flag and one of the flags.
Oh really? I just have no idea. What about these transformers? Because I noticed they faced inward. Is that any tech or
No,
no?
in US there's nothing up for you.
Oh my god,
But yeah, on the
smoking.
sun you also have a lot of info. But yeah, you saw like a white flag. Yeah, 201 is the national highway, and 9.
Oh, this.
I don't know what flag that is, to be quite honest. It doesn't look like a state flag.
Or this.
I don't know. No, that doesn't look like the main one. Okay, never mind. Then I saw it. Didn't see it. Because main has like a blue flag. Yeah, whatever. There's
How
too
do I pick up
many
on the
state
main
flags.
vibes right now? Oh, red
I mean, it's not
plates?
the easiest.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
these
just
are
a
like
car
dealer
dealership.
plates. I think main just has like pretty standard white plates. Not really much.
Mm.
Don't know. This is kind of tough to explain.
Like the trees type shit. Like it's just the trees.
The trees are always the answer, yes.
Yeah. What the?
Okay, ignore that. I don't know what that is. Guess it's correct. Yeah, kind of.
Greek?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cyrillic, right?
No.
Okay, good. But I like to hear.
But
There was a
also,
Greek flag.
oh, I didn't see. But also, how do I guess inside of this place?
Greece is kind of tough.
Should I just go Athens, or should I go like what's the best hedge? Right here.
I mean, it depends what type of round you have. This looks coastal, so maybe go near Athens, because it could be the islands as well. Like you don't know because it looks really dry. So
like over here or whatever. Like all of this places count.
Crete.
What even is Turkey versus? Oh, I see.
Actually, not. There's like almost no islands belong to Turkey. Like most islands still belong to Greece.
Oh.
Unless they're like touching Turkey, they're like usually owned by Greece.
And these all have coverage too, so like it could just be any
Yeah,
of
a lot of
those.
them have coverage now with small cam. Yeah.
Okay. Like, bro, Greece kind of looks like there was supposed to be like stuff in here, and then it just got like a bite taken out of it, and then there's just like, you know what I mean?
I mean, it probably was all connected at one point, but it just was flooded.
Oh, true.
Bro, I finally found a clip I was referring to.
Wait, really?
Was the flippin' the Romanian thick and white pole? How old is this clip, by the way? Now let's see. 3 years. What the hell? That's crazy.
Wait.
Right. Will we get a 5K here?
White car. Why am I misremembering where the white cars are? Oh. No, it's
hope
yes,
not.
it's these three. And so within these three, this looks most like somewhere. No, like dude, I don't know, like right here or something. But like also low-key, I have a pole. Wait, Chile. So right there.
Yeah, I guess.
I should have gone higher. Okay.
Maybe yes. It's hard to reach, guys. I don't know. Good that you got Chile there with the pole.
With the little scooper out of it. All right. Ooh. 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 Hey. What?
I mean, it was flat and pretty dry, I guess. But that can also happen in the very far southeast, so not the worst.
GG. Wait, what's this clip?
Alas.
True. A bit of a bait for sure. I wonder.
Thick and wide is the same way that I identify Steek's mother.
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
Dude, and he just.
What the fuck? Bro, you sound so different.
No, it's not me.
Oh, that's Bloom. Oh my god, why did I just fucking read it? Wait, didn't you say you coached Dream?
Yeah, we were playing in the tournament together, but I wasn't casting back then.
Oh.
Like me, Rainbow, and Dream played in this tournament together as a team. That's a crazy team to be in. Rainbow and Dream are my teammates.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was
That's
just such an
funny.
iconic clip. He just roasted somebody for no reason. Bro, that's the exact same location.
What?
Bro, he literally has the exact same location.
Wait, what?
Wait, you got
How?
it back to back. It's possible. It was like in Wa, right? There's a town called Wa.
Oh, sorry.
Close. Bro, I actually got it back to back. You know how rare that is? Like you can just check the amount of locations and then the odds.
Wait, what the fuck? That's insane.
Yeah, that's kind of insane, honestly.
De là? Le chalet de la boat.
Okay. Bro, do you know how you aura farm here? Can you check the road quality?
Yeah.
Do you think it has like a slightly red tint?
Yeah, for sure.
If you have a slightly red tint in France, go Dijon.
Dijon.
Yeah, a bit more northeast of your marker. It's a pretty big city. There, just guess there somewhere. That's always a good guess. The red road.
The red road.
Ooh, let's see if you can cook this one.
I need poles. I need signs.
There's a pole.
Well, that doesn't do much for me because I don't remember. Oh. Peru.
Yes, sir.
And mountain. And bang. And dry. Bang. What?
Yeah, I mean, mountain is everywhere in a country, so it's hard. I don't know how this is. I guess the vegetation. I mean, this for a pro, this is free northern, but I don't know how to explain this to you. Yeah, I don't know. It's
I low-key just need to like drive every road in map making app.
I mean, this is kind of tough. I don't know.
Yeah. Let me get a closer look at this.
Closer look at what?
The baller.
Oh.
We got a little bit of a closer look at this.
Bro, there were massive signs with city names on them.
Yeah, we'll get back to those in a second. Wait. Finn and Torp.
Bro, you looked at the smallest place name possible. There's like highway signs. They usually lead to very
45, 45, 45, 45. 45, 4, 45, 4, 44.
One digit is usually easier to find.
4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Dortmund. No, Köln.
Köln. They need to find the 45. Dortmund, Köln.
Fuck.
Dortmund is massive. Cologne is
see it.
Köln.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's just weirdly spelled on the map. It's an English variant. Pretty rare in Germany. I don't know why it's just for that one town. And Munich, I guess, has changed as well.
Just Munich.
München.
But I'm gonna get that. Like, that sounds the same. I mean, I guess this kind of sounds the same too. Okay. Buzzing. Fuck. Really?
Yeah.
20K?
20K, yeah.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I know it. I know it. I simply just know it. And, even better than that, I know exactly the road we're on.
That's good.
Yep. And let me just line it up real quick.
It's actually pretty cool meta on this location.
Wait, really?
Let's see if it's real.
Wait, this is not that short. Right here.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of cooked. If you have green poles, do you see the green pole? Like fully green. That's only southeast, usually in Guatemala. Kind of sneaky. Kind of a sneaky meta.
That's tough.
That is a tough meta.
Okay.
Very underrated one.
Okay. Mexico.
Right.
Let me look for cactus. Candle cactus. Or just like a road sign, I guess, is probably just as good. Wait, what the fuck was that? Ah, no, that was not a thing. Let me go, let me go, let me go! Hello?
What is happening? Oh my god. Can you
not? I can't go anywhere. I'm stuck. Oh, Caseta Cabro. 300 meters. Okay. Bang.
That's not how you say it. You mean 300 metros.
Yes, that's what I meant. Okay. Ooh, I know.
Does he know? The green on the green on the bollard. Does he know? That would be Aura. Why is he not sending? That's cold. That's cold.
So like, what is the actual
Temperature.
area called that it's here? Because I like.
Extremadura.
Oh, Extremadura.
That's cold, honestly.
Wait, so where does it say Extremadura?
If you zoom into the border. To the subdivision border.
Ah, so I was in the right, like, perfect. I was like,
yeah.
I mean, if I went even more centered, then I would even get more points. I like low-key forgot if it was like bottom left or like here. So. What the fuck are we driving over right now? Mogel, thanks for the tier 1.
Yeah,
go
if
back,
I
go
say
back.
cold, that is a good thing. I'm not saying you're cold
Yeah,
far away from
yeah.
locations. Bro, I'm
a bit
very youthful.
I don't know. I'm just
Check driving direction so you know which country.
It's right. So it's.
So. Yes.
Oh, because Hong Kong is left and Japan is left and South Korea is right, but it's not South Korea.
Yeah. Damn.
Bro, why?
We're cooking this seed. Holy.
South Korea is right?
Yes. Okay.
I like knew that, but like.
Okay, well, you have a chance for 24k, but there's no way you get close on this.
What the fudge does that? What the fudge is that supposed to mean?
I mean, maybe I have not enough faith, but I wouldn't get 4k points on this, I think.
Oh no. Oh no, the fucking nightmare. Alright. Let's think about this. Let's apply logic. Houses? Looks kind of this way. And kind of like this, maybe? And like this. And like this. And like that.
Holy fuck. What the hell?
Let's go!
What?
Oh!
Oh no, you missed it by 8 points. Nah. Nah, that's honestly, I feel like you would have been way closer than I have been. Like, holy shit.
Oh my god, wait, that was fucking goated ass round though.
I mean, you definitely cooked. Like, even the Mexico guess was good.
Wait, did we cheat though?
No, this one I told you after.
Oh, you told me after, yeah.
So I didn't help you in any location. I only said, okay, we have red drive, by the way.
Mogel, holy shit, thanks for the 10 gifted, thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Dude, holy fuck, that was actually kind of hype. I don't know how I got in this rush. I was like trying to think about it, and like in my head, like low key, it was looking like, okay, the trees and the stuff, and it was kind of dry, and it was a full guess. It was kind of just a guess, but like I don't know. It felt like it maybe is good confirmation
if you go
bias.
back, it's like it's like generation 4 and it's winter, and that only happens in like more west-ish. There's nothing.
Okay.
Nothing east of Kazan has winter. Gen 4, I'm pretty sure.
Really? Okay, wait, that's OP.
Yeah. So that's OP, and you have poplar trees in the location. At least where you moved to, you had like poplar trees. Not these ones. Yeah, those ones.
Wait, which ones?
The super big ones that are just like going up and don't have any branches to the sides.
Oh.
not these ones.
Oh, I see him.
These ones. Yeah, so these are
Whoa.
really meta for going close to Ukraine. Or like closer, they can also be south. So yeah, I mean you also 5K without knowing anything, so that's fair enough.
Okay. Okay. That feels
Right.
fucking good.
I mean, if you guess like that tomorrow, yeah, you're definitely winning. But
how did we decide south of Moscow? It's just the instinct. It's just the
Yep.
instinct.
Just the instinct. What can you say?
Wait, what does that say? Home of Walter Klein Post. Need to do a little bit of checkies. Huh. Wait. No, we're Gen 4. Okay, so it's not gonna work. Like, oh wait, there was a US flag that I saw earlier also. Wait. Texas? Right? Yellow plates?
Oh shit, yellow plate?
Oh! Remember?
Oh no, he's dizzy.
The Isles. Alaska.
No. Oh no.
What plates do they have in Alaska?
They also have yellow plates, but
They really so. Okay, so I remembered something, but I knew it wasn't Alaska, but I just couldn't remember what had yellow plates.
Bro, that just doesn't look like Alaska.
No, I know, I know.
Like super green, slightly hilly.
I was just full going for the meta right there.
Alright.
Like Loki, I was gonna put Texas because of like I thought this was like Texas or something. Not this like area, like this flag. Like, is this not like some Texas thing? Or am I
Not
just
really,
thinking
not
about Texas
this.
because it's like US merch? Is this just US merch? And like Texas people just like always flex their US merch. And
just
that's
US
why
flag, I don't know.
my association is there, right? That's what it is.
There's like a star next to the door. I thought that's what you meant. If you check the door, there's like a Texas star. Like I thought, like maybe you just thought that.
I thought this was like some Texas thing. When did I see it here? Like all the time, bro. We went to a store that was.
You know how it's New England? Do you see the thing where it says welcome and the O is out of 9 stars?
Yeah.
It's like the wait, is it 9? No, it's 8. Or like the first 8 colonies. I don't know if that's really real. Wasn't there something about that? Maybe not.
Yes, I actually know what you're talking about, but I don't know if that's this.
13 colonies. Okay, so that's definitely not it. I don't know. Been a while since I've been to the US.
Is New York one of the OGs?
Yeah, maybe. I didn't get to experience the American education system. I left before.
Me neither. It's an OG colony. All right. Bro, low-key, like, this just looks like New York. Like, my new perception of New York, like, for me, my perception was, like, it used to look like, New York City, but now, after clicking through it a little bit, it actually does look like this. Like, this is what New York looks like. And, like, yeah. Whoa, border.
Niagara Falls.
Oh my god. Where are they?
Literally where your pin is. There's a massive town called Niagara Falls.
Yeah, but like, where's the actual falls part?
Yeah, maybe in the river, not in the city. There it is, near Goat Island.
This? Wait, there's an island called Goat Island? Holy fuck.
Yeah, the falls go there. There you see them.
Whoa. Just looking at an old person. Okay. Holy shit. Like, Loki, if we got this location before we did this, I would not have been able to get it. Oh, it's a CN Tower.
That is not the CN Tower. The CN Tower is in Toronto.
Dude, we're
Sorry,
literally right
Toronto.
here. We're literally right here, dude. You're an upstate New York hater. Yeah, but it's an experience. That's what matters. Oh my god, I just got lightheaded. I maybe should drink some water.
Yes. Generally, that's a good idea. Sometimes I wonder if he actually just was sitting there for the past 7 hours streaming without having a single glass of water. Eight hours and 30 minutes, never mind. Holy shit. Bro, the thing is, I do that as well because I don't really need water at all, but I forced my habit to just have a glass of water on my desk.
No, my water bottle ran out like a few hours ago, and I just couldn't be asked to fill it up.
Bro, Nadia, I said I could do that, but it's just I drink a lot of water now.
Japan. So now I will venture to not signs but bollards because I know my bollards. And now peep this. Once we get a bollard, I'm gonna get the region. Bollard, bollard, bollard. Bollards are so hard to see like while moving through. Am I just not gonna find any bollards like in a town though? Like it's like low-key, like really unlikely. Or am I just mistaking that? Oh my god, guess before it runs out of time. I kind of want it to have like a notification in my head for like I want it to have more audio than it does. Like it has too little audio for me. The only audio that I have is like in the electrical poles. No, but like do I just have it too low or something? Because I don't want music, but I want like it to be like, hello, you have 10 seconds left. Be careful, bro.
I mean, there's like a clock ticking down at some point, but I don't know if it's in single player. It is like in live challenges and stuff, but I don't know about. I feel like I just have turned on the sounds like the minute I started playing this game. Like I've never turned them on again.
Yeah. I mean,
it's like sometimes when you just started in a fresh browser, it's the first thing I turn off. Like,
fuck, I don't remember. We learned a poll meta for one state that I just don't remember either things that I'm trying to remember right now. What was I gonna do? I was gonna guess somewhere over here. Oh, wait, that was so goated. I don't even remember why I was gonna guess over here, but I just knew I was gonna guess over here for some reason, and then I just clicked it.
We didn't learn anything to get West Virginia. Yeah, I don't know.
It was because why did I want to go over here?
I don't know. Don't know.
But like what did we learn earlier that I like forgot?
I don't know what it would have been because we didn't learn anything near these places.
We didn't?
No.
Why didn't I write it down? What did we learn? Oh, was it in Canada, maybe?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Something about poles. Something about how the poles look in Ontario versus Quebec. That's what I learned.
Yeah,
I
the pole
remember, but
tops.
yeah, the pole tops. But I feel like there was something else, but maybe I'm just tweaking.
I don't know. I don't know which one you're referring to. Maybe the Wisconsin sticker, but that's not it. I don't know.
Okay. No, I feel like I have fake vibes. Like I don't have real vibes. Like I just kind of get lucky like half the time or something.
No, low-key, like sometimes you have 0 vibes and sometimes you no.
Yeah.
It just seems like you get close without having any vibe. It's crazy. Like sometimes I just see you like in flipping, oh, is this Sweden on the Romania run? It's like, bro, look around. How is this ever Sweden? And then he's just like 5K'ing random stuff by guessing in Russia. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I think it's like once you spend enough time playing the game, then you like start to get really lucky. Like it's like one of those things where like if you just click like the wait. Oh wait, you taught me something about Adelaide.
About
The
Adelaide, I mean, yeah,
on the
vegetation. But
oh, vegetation.
yeah.
Oh, kind of dry, no?
Slightly.
Shit. Holy shit, Mogul! Thanks for the gift. That's for the tier 2. Holy shit! What the fuck? Thank you.
Not even a normal sub. This guy got a tier 2 sub.
Yeah, like low key deserved. Okay, I don't. What score did I get? Oh hell no! Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, if we ignore that, the game was pretty good, but.
Okay, so that's what I probably learned. Yellow plates in New York. Maybe that's what I was thinking about.
I mean, if you want to be a bit better in Japan and you have time, you can look at this. There's like, if you check the poll for electricity plates, they have like different ones. If you check DMs, like these are kind of regions. Like some are really easy to recognize, the northern ones, but the south is really iffy. But one of them is really easy. Like some of them are just very easy. Like if you have a silver one, you're going to be in Tokyo. If you have a rounded one, you're going to be in Chubu. I don't know. It's like, then there's the horizontal ones. I don't know. This can be quite helpful.
I feel like Hokkaido is the most distinct for me because it's the only one that's like that. Oh wait.
Yeah. Also, Hokkaido sometimes is just a bit longer than usual.
I like low-key don't even know what these like look like in game. I need to like actually look at them.
Yeah, I mean, you will see it on every single poll.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, if you go to this poll. No,
up here.
there's not a poll up here. There's 2 of them. Yep. I mean, there should be the Tokyo one, but you don't have one. They're mostly silver, but this one is not. So that's tough.
What the fuck? Wait, so is this is the Kanto one? That's what you said?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you are exactly. Yeah, it should still be.
Oh wait, no, I'm down here. Oh, it's this one. No.
No, that should be. Wait, are you still in? Bro, I can't see on this map. Like, you're using such a weird map.
What do you mean?
I mean, you clicked the worst example possible. Like, check an easier one. Maybe a horizontal one, and the northern ones, maybe. Like, that's easier to see.
Yeah, let me do northern.
I mean, usually the smaller polls will not have them. Like, usually you just check the biggest polls possible. Like, here you see all these numbers underneath each other, and you know it's Hokkaido.
Oh.
With the lines in between.
Wait, what? What? It's because of this. This is how it looks. Just these fucking numbers.
Yeah, they're just number under each other. I don't know. There's like always 2 numbers.
Oh. I thought I was memorizing like these patterns, but it's just like I'm just gonna memorize these like specific things only.
I mean, there's multiple ways to recognize certain plates. Really depends on what
Because like this says it has 3, but like this one says it has 2, and then it only had 1, right? So like I don't really get that. I mean, what can I remember? Vertical is top. Like lots of vertical. Oh wait.
Yeah, there's
or fucking.
There's 2 regions with vertical ones. No, horizontal ones. Sorry. Sometimes I fuck up.
So, this or this, which is like low-key just up here. So I might not even have to memorize the small differences between them. I mean, I could see that it's like got 2 numbers versus 1 number, or like 1 line or whatever. I could memorize some of these. Maybe. Like what? This one's 1, 2, 3. This one's just 1, 2, 3. It's just like the same.
I think that's just a no. That's just an example.
No, I know, but like,
I mean, the easiest
it
one is
looks
the rounded
similar to
one,
me.
honestly. Like, do you see Chubu, the rounded one?
Ooh,
That's
yes.
the easiest of them all. Like, there's only one rounded one. So
There's a map for this too. Raul, have you learned this?
I know Andrew learned it.
Andrew learned this? If Raul has learned it, then I'm gonna learn it.
I mean, you would only be meeting him in the finals, but yeah.
No, but like, just like pacing wise.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you don't have anything, I mean, you know every country already. You know the region
Yeah,
of Russia.
I feel like
so...
for me right now, it's like I have all of the pieces for most of the stuff that I'm getting, especially in moving, and it's just about putting it together and not fucking up, and like that's like what I need to get down the most, maybe. So like, adding extra info is good, but I mean, maybe I'll just play the map for it. Like, how long do you think it would take me if I just played the map for like 30 minutes? You think I'd get it down probably? But I'm not gonna do it right now.
Don't know, not too long, I think, because it's literally there's only like 8 or 9.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not that much.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Holy cool. Never mind. That's...
Square pole with holes all the way and the Ukraine flag. I wonder. We're not in Thailand or Ukraine, that's for sure.
Freaky ass pole. Dude. There's so many square poles I don't remember. Did... I don't remember.
Gen 2.
This was Gen 2? Oh my god, it was. I didn't pay attention.
Yeah, those are like the Belgian poles.
Wait, the Belgian poles are this?
Yeah. I mean, there's one variant of the Belgian pole, yeah. I mean, this one I don't think you will find in France, but pretty sure.
No, I'm a brick.
Also, I mean, if you, I don't know, you went past like a vehicle. I don't know if it had a red tint in the plate.
Oh, it did. It did. 100% it did.
That would have been helpful. But yeah, they also use these holy poles, weirdly. Have to watch out for them.
Bruh.
They're like very...
They're like weird looking though.
Yeah, pretty weird.
But like, look at it's a meta.
I mean, they are.
Bruh, I'm a brick. Wait, so Gen 2 is...
Gen 2 is just more Western Europe.
More Western Europe. Mogul, thanks for the sub to the gift to Terrell as well.
Northern Europe and Southern Europe. And flipping Romania, random snowy town, and Poland trackers, and Russia trackers.
I don't even remember what we're talking about. I'm not gonna lie.
Gen 2, but
oh, Gen 2.
there's just so many random places that have Gen 2. I don't know. I would just exclude Eastern Europe. I don't know if that makes sense.
Isle of Man is Gen 2.
That's real. Isle of Man is only Gen 2.
Like, I'm so shit at Europe, man. Okay, those are the Belgium polls. Belgium are like Thai polls. Wait, do you say and like Ukraine polls as well?
There was a Ukraine flag on the pole.
Oh, Ukraine flag.
There was like a yellow and blue.
I saw I saw that. I was like confused. Wait, what do Ukraine poles look like? Oh, they are kind of square, and
I mean, there's just a Soviet pole.
This is the Soviet
square,
pole.
Square concrete leaning.
Square concrete leaning. What the fudge? What the fudge? Bangladesh. But
Alright,
maybe
slam it.
not.
Why
Wait,
not?
really?
What could it be?
Well, I mean, I don't know, India.
No, it's Gen 4.
India has no Gen 4? Oh,
Only
it had
small
small cam. Oh.
We know that, obviously.
We know that.
In fact, I told you this like 10
Probably
times already.
6 or
It's just not
7.
sticking. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm leaving. Like, there's no way we just said that.
Mayo River. Dude, I
Do you know where
need
that
some of
is?
that. I fucking need some mayo. Okay.
Do you know where it is?
Absolutely not.
Pretty famous.
No, it's not. Right side.
It is pretty famous. There's a big town called Mayo. I mean, big, but it's just big on the map. That's why geoguesser players know it.
Whoa.
There it is. Welcome
Part
to
of the
Mayo.
Yukon. Mayo, and I see it, and I'm finding it, and I keep finding.
Oh.
Okay.
Found it.
Wait. Bridge.
You're on the river.
Where?
No. There it is on the smaller river. No.
Oh. It did not pay.
Wait, the road is called Silverr.
Oh, what the hell?
All right.
Wait, so I'm gonna remember this forever now.
Yeah.
Mayo, ayo. Part of the Yukon. Wow. Wow. Never been there before.
You should go there.
Nah. It's dry to me, but there's some palm trees and stuff. Just gonna go right. Dang. Oh.
Palm trees go coast.
Any palm trees go coast in Ghana.
Palms, like coconut palms, yes. If you have olive palms, not really.
Olive palms, not really.
Oil
palms.
Oil
palms, not really.
I don't know if there's olive palms. I think there's olive trees.
Oil. Country store, huh? Randy McCullough, Woods County Sheriff. Election, Woods Commissioner. Freedom.
Oh,
Oklahoma. And we
Freedom,
are right
Oklahoma. Where's the city called Freedom, Oklahoma?
here. I don't think that is that what it means?
It's a city. Yeah, it says Freedom and then a comma and then Oklahoma, which means it's a city name. So it's a city called Freedom.
Oh my
The question
god.
is, can you find a city called Freedom?
Oh my god, it's right there.
Freedom. I mean, it's kind
I
of.
thought it was like they were like freedom. You know what I mean? Like freedom.
It's like a comma, and that's why.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
also had a U.S. highway sign there on the intersection.
Oh my god. Okay, wait. U.S. highway. Oh. What the? Where did we go?
Gen 3?
Get me out of here. Okay, this is, wait, so highway, there's, oh, U.S. highway. Wait,
US Highway 64.
so that's a highway that goes to the U.S.?
No, it's a highway in the US. Like, what do you mean?
Oh, okay.
You're already in the country. How do you mean you can't go to the country?
No, like, I thought it was like, it goes through the country, you know what I mean?
I mean, it does go kind of through the country. Like, I
Wait,
don't
do
know
we
how
have
long the US
highway signs in, like, HWI? I feel like I haven't seen that, but maybe I'm just tweaking.
Don't. I think you do. I don't know.
21.
21.
Good night. 24K soon. Bro, I was 8 points off.
8 points. Like, you actually cooked the last round, it was not enough. Cooking Russia. What is Raw saying? What?
Whoa.
Bro,
Google car?
Bro. Oh, the double Google car. And it has a yellow plate. Wait, base.
Colombia?
Yes, sir.
Why is it double Google car? Triple Google
No,
car.
or are you the back
Oh no,
one?
it
No, you're the back
passed.
one now. Because
Wait,
you're
I
both recording.
switched. I switched. Oh. What? Oh. Wait,
Yeah, so sometimes,
why?
I don't know, we're driving together. Yeah, I think Raul, the sad realization is I probably will have to go bald at one point. It's not looking good. I will look like Silver's avatar in GeoGuessr.
But my avatar
without the
like
beard.
has aura though. So I keep zooming in, he's not getting any bigger.
I mean, I wonder why.
What the?
Okay, holy, what is this location?
Why do those
I
look
have
like
an idea.
southern pines? Zululand birding route.
Okay, it said the country on the sign.
Pelican Island?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Do you not know?
I don't
Bro,
fucking
famous
know.
location, Ziggy doesn't know. I mean, I know now. I know it's Pelican Island.
Where?
Pelican Island, South Africa. Where's South Africa?
Wait, I thought it was an island.
I mean, it kind of maybe is. Like, maybe there's a small island next to it. Yeah,
Oh.
there. Pelican Island. Famous. Yeah, Blinky's saying famous to like an island that is 1 square kilometer big. Sure. I mean, it said Zulu, so I know it's KwaZulu Natal state. Boom. I would have checked near the coast and maybe 5K. Bang. We had this in streaks on Finbar's stream. Was I there, though? That's the question. I don't remember, but maybe. I'm getting old. Bro, honestly, it's probably famous to 100 people.
It's
But
famous
if I
to
get
me
as an
now.
MPZ, I'm cooked.
No, I'm fucking cooking. Why does it
Yeah, I
have
mean, if you
these
get...
pines?
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
so
this is Loki really
weird.
weird. Now, Loki, for a second, I thought, oh, is this like really weird southern coastal Thailand? They also have like similar looking pines. I don't know. But then I was like, wait, it said South Africa quad tour. Bro, Raul, do you know that Silver had the same location back to back today on this map? He literally got a location, and then the next seed starts with the exact same location.
Yeah, that's gotta be like insane. Where am I right now?
Yeah. Bro, the Northern Thai vibes are there.
Yeah.
We got it. Hilly, you already know. Like, slow, low-key cooking. You're kind of risking it by going that far north. Like, I respect it.
I shouldn't
Honestly, I
risk
respect it. Like, you're going a bit too far north, but I respect it.
Okay,
Kinda.
okay,
Just a
okay.
bit further south would be good.
Okay, okay,
Just a
okay,
little.
okay, okay.
Wait, is this what I think it is? It might be. But maybe I'm tweaking. This looks like a certain area. Maybe. Let's see.
Bruh. Plonk.
You know what's honestly impressive?
What?
You somehow managed to pick the only hilly part in the plains. Like if you
Oh, there's
check the
literally a
terrain map,
mound here.
if you check the terrain map, like southwestern South Dakota is like literally like one of the only places that's like really hilly. Be like, yeah, but it's like that's funny. Fine, you got the vibes for the plains. It's fine.
L with a slash through it.
I wonder.
There's an L with a slash through it. Is the water called?
The river is called Nida. Yeah.
Am I gonna be able to find that on a map ever?
Hell no.
Fuck. Oh my god, it's so small. I'm doing this. Okay. Wait, I know this.
What? All right. 5K.
It's right here. Wait. How am I supposed to 5K this?
5K. Line up the road. Go into the town.
In the town? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You're not on an angle that is lining up. It's slightly northeast going.
This way?
Maybe look north in the town. Oh, that looks good.
But maybe we're next to... Oh, no!
You got the 5K. Oh my god. Bro, Where even is that? Torpedo. Bro, what?
I've been there.
Okay, I've never heard of
I've
that place.
been
But it's
there.
pretty big. That's wild. Nah, you're cooked tomorrow. Don't even worry about it, Raul. If you get to the final against Silverr, you might be cooked. All right.
Wait. This beach, right? Am I thinking about this correctly? Yeah, look at this fucking beach, bro. I've gone like surfing here, but like not really surfing. It's also so cold. You need a wetsuit. It's so fucking cold. Holy shit, why is there nobody out here?
What do you mean, no way out?
No, nobody. Nobody.
I mean, bro, look. I mean, it's like May.
Yeah, I guess so.
Doesn't look like the greatest day.
I guess so. But like, it's never gonna be warm here, so like low-key, everybody just goes any time of year.
Yeah.
Bro, that's so funny. I actually got a place that I've been to. Okay.
That's just how it be sometimes in GeoGuessr.
And I 5K'd it. Alright. Georgetown. Yachts. Dude, like I fucking know where Georgetown is.
I wonder how many Georgetowns there are.
Like some are rich, like here.
Delaware, big ups.
Big ups. Oh.
Wait.
Close.
What a guess. He's cooking. Yeah, findable for sure.
Oh boy.
Bro, what is the seat? What the hell?
Bruh. What the fuck is this dog
Gen
shit?
1.
Get me out of here!
You have to try to move to a different road and jump out of it. Okay, you jumped out of it.
Bro, I have no idea.
Okay, you went past every single helpful sign. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah.
I have no, like, I just, I mean, maybe, like...
That's literally where you guessed last time. This time, slightly hilly. I mean, when you got to the main road, I feel like there was a pretty good sign, but you were psyched out by the Gen 1.
Yeah.
Like you hit the main road and there was a sign here. Okay, there's US Highway 14 sign.
Yeah. But like...
And 63, and has the shape of South Dakota in it. Wait, go back.
Wait, what? It's like to the right. It's like an
No,
arrow.
There, yeah. Do you see? That's the shape of South Dakota.
Oh.
That's like, yeah.
What the fuck? Okay. Wait, that's
so you
funny.
could have gotten that at South Dakota, and then you know, okay, it has to be near US Highway 14.
Oh, dude, I didn't know they did it that. Are
Or even
these useful
Interstate
at all?
90. That would be very useful. Interstate 90.
Okay.
I mean, Interstate is obviously very long, but
I mean, I see
you would
it.
have known it's South Dakota with that one, and then you just find the 14 intersecting with the 90, and then bang.
The run's dead.
The run is dead. That's tough.
Oh, we're just driving in the middle. Oh, wait, this is the... What? I am so perplexed. This is just so, like, I just don't... So why did it look like we were driving left? And then I went Cambodia.
Who drives which
Anyway.
Right. I
Okay,
mean,
but-
okay, you had multiple posts that had like the Peru pull top. Like the one that's just
Oh.
like an E.
Yes.
Peru. Also, you had a black and white striped signpost at the very end. Like, I mean, you barely went
I mean,
past it.
it didn't feel like that. It felt like this, but I just like was so... I'm so dumb, bro. This is obviously... Oh. Okay.
It's fine.
Wait, what are the polls that I was thinking about when I saw that poll and it was like dots at the top?
Yeah, I mean, those ones exist in Cambodia and Vietnam, but I didn't even see holes like dots at the top.
Really?
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't hyper focus on some dots. I guess there are some, but they don't even look like the ones.
Bro, yeah, they actually don't look like the ones, because the ones have like an indent and then a dot,
Also,
right?
you're just in a super dry mountainous area. Like, where would this be? In
Yeah,
Cambodia or Vietnam?
I know. Okay, learning experience, 0 points.
Yeah, that's where you learn the most.
Wait a second. No.
You can also zoom in the sky.
Yeah, I don't see any oh, there. No, why did you disappear? Wait, why am I mixing them up now? Okay.
Bang.
Spot on. Hey, got an achievement. I swear I've gotten one before.
You got a perfect guess. I think you just leveled up by getting like 5 instead of 1.
Well, like I knew it was Peru. Like I knew it was Peru, and then I just like, I mean, it said Escazanzo or whatever the fuck. That's obviously like some fucking Spanish. I just full like I just couldn't figure it out for too long, and then I started panicking, and then I threw. Okay. Ooh, silver truck driving lefty. That is maybe Kenya. I forget. Wait, we'll probably have a thought. I forget. I didn't forget.
Right.
I remembered.
That's a cold region guess. Holy shit.
I remembered. What the fuck?
What the fuck is this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Get me out of here!
Oh no. Will he get it? Oh no. This. Yeah. I don't think you will get this, but maybe. Maybe your task. Maybe. Bro, like, why are you getting this in this map? What is this? Like, the signs are not even readable.
Chopped. Wait, let me go inside. Bro, like, I can't read anything! Or it's up here. Maybe it's up here. Ugh! What the?
It's Pakistan.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I mean, you had Arabic, and I mean, or like, I don't know what language they even have in Pakistan, but they only have a few trackers in Pakistan. If you see how. Yeah, I mean, this probably won't appear in the tournament. Like, this just.
I mean, I kind of know now. I mean, if I got this, I'd be fucked probably. But it felt okay. Low key though, like my guess was kind of goated because I saw this language, right? And then I felt like this area.
Yeah.
So that's Pakistan.
Well, this is the tournament map, so this could have been in the game. Like, this could have been, like, if you get this tomorrow, like, imagine.
I'm locked.
Like you're just locked in then. All right. That's probably my last.
Okay.
Go to sleep.
Yeah, rest late.
Okay.
Okay. I'm so confused. That's red. That's red. That's red.
That's not red.
How?
It does look red, but it's not.
Zona. Zona. Oh, no. Here.
Where are we guessing?
Like, you... What? There's no A with an accent.
What? Where did you see an A with an accent?
Looky. No, that was different when I did the round. That's not... I saw an A with an accent. I saw Zona.
No.
Wait, what the fuck?
Wait, that's the unique. Do you see on the left street sign it says that letter is unique to Germany?
Yeah, I think I know that.
It's the sharp S, which kind of looks like a B. Yeah, you should clean your monitor if there's like a.
Nah, like I just should have known. Like, what the fuck? Literally, where do they say Zona? Italy or something?
Yeah, a lot of Slavic countries probably.
I swear I saw Zona with an accent, and I'm like, oh, that's weird. And also, the red fucking plates really fucked me up, I'm not gonna lie. 3K points. Won't lose off that. Unless it's a multiplier. Probably will, actually. Okay, wait. Oh, New Zealand. Loki, I had the vibes. Wait, red is New Zealand, right? No, wait. I mean, it looks like New Zealand. It does not look like Australia, I think. Unless I'm wrong. Then it looks like Australia, not New Zealand. And the other ways that I can differentiate the 2E are the fact that they have New Zealand bollards. Yay! Okay, wait. And as for the vibes, I mean, it's flat. That's pretty rare. It's pretty rare. Gotta be down here. Something down here. Bang.
We also had big mountains north. And you had district-specific street signs, obviously.
Obviously.
Not gonna learn district-specific street signs for New Zealand, I'm afraid. So yeah.
Shit. Oh, there's like stuff over here. Let me go.
Oh, do we trust the dusty guardrail? And it is correct.
What the?
What the dog doing?
What the fudge? I mean, I mean, collecting vibes right now. Collecting vibes.
Right. Collect the vibes. I mean, you have language and you have a rusty guardrail.
Yeah, rusty guardrail. Okay, go faster. Why am I not going faster? Okay.
Skill issue.
High key. What did that say? What did that say?
Probably a town entrance sign
Got
with
no
the
time.
town.
Got no time. Got no time.
No, no, no. Car color. Where are we guessing? You're dizzy.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
I don't know. I don't know.
Like these houses, low-key immediately just like threw me off.
You get like tiled roofs probably on the houses.
Yeah. Okay, so I was like, well, it's not Ukraine, it's not Gen 3, and then I was like, okay, that's Russia.
It's not.
What is Russia again?
I mean, mostly just no car at all in Gen 4.
But it's never the blue car.
It's never the blue car. It doesn't exist. Never.
Okay.
Never, never, never. Rusty guardrail, low-key a meta for Bulgaria.
The Bulgarian rusty guardrails. Of course, I knew that.
Of course.
I knew that. Like, I
Like
literally
cracked
knew
pavement
that.
plus rusty guardrail, just slam it.
Yeah, because also, yeah, Bulgaria, no, it totally just makes sense. It just makes entire sense in my brain.
Alright, that's gonna be it for me.
Alright. Thanks
Bro
for
has been streaming for
coaching.
9.5 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going for another little while. That was good though. You did good in MC. It sucks that you died to an Enderman, but what can you do? What can you do?
Yeah.
You played really well.
You're gonna win tomorrow and
Okay.
then redeem our team.
Surely.
Alright.
Okay.
Good night, chat. Night, Silver. It's been a good day.
Good night. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Alright. So that was such a bad score. Is anyone else playing Geo?
Alright, well, and we were both wrong.
And I was smited.
I hope you go bald. Like low key.
With the something was Turkish, but... Oh, I'm supposed to know this. Yeah, I'm supposed to know this, by the way, and I don't at all.
Who doesn't know this?
I'm supposed to know this shit.
Oh.
Is it just me, or is this road white at some points and yellow at some points?
Hey, he knows this? Is this Malaysia? What is that? Oh, I don't like 1v1ing Andrew because he's too fucking good. Okay, let's run it. If you fucking dizzy me, I'm gonna kill you. What are we even playing? Are we playing moving? Hmm? Hmm. Like, there's only certain clothes that I know, like... I don't know much for US. I'm pretty bad at it. I mean, it just feels like... Like I should know that. Like, I should 100% know that. I mean, it just feels like somewhere over here, but I just don't really know. Oh, not bad. I guess maybe I should go even farther. No, I don't know. I think it's fine. Rock walls! Oh my god, that's what I was forgetting. I mean... I'm pretty sure. Fuck, I don't remember. I feel like this is something, but I don't remember it. So I'm just gonna go in the middle. Wait, what? Well, I still did damage. Oh my god. Uh... Like, is this what you're supposed to do on these rounds? I have a vibe, but... I really don't know. I don't think it's hilly enough for BC. Really? How? It's hilly enough for BC. Okay. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, okay. Like, maybe if I just... Like, I should be playing odds. Like, when I was driving farther, I realized it was actually, like, really hilly. So, like, I should have just been, like... Wait, what was the meta again? It was something about, like... some vegetation thing, but I don't remember. I just legit don't remember. Oh my god, we're fucking driving left? Wait. I didn't know that they were that, okay. Bro. I don't fucking know. It might be Russia. Oh, it just insta-popped for me. So why'd we beat each other on our own fucking things? So if you're holding space and you have it clicked, it just fucking clicks sometimes, right? Hey! I don't understand. Like, I'm just thinking, like... Ah! So fucking annoying. Wait, am I gonna lose here? Ah! It was Singapore, bro! Wait, I didn't know Singapore drives left. Oh my fucking god. I was between Hong Kong and Singapore. I couldn't tell. Because there was so much English. I'm surprised he went Malaysia. They both drive left, so that's the thing. So how the fuck was I supposed to know? Oh, I guess Hong Kong, it doesn't have this grass, but I feel like it does. I just went the wrong way at first. If I go down this way, like, I feel like I can get it, maybe. Singapore style signs. Oh, wait, I forgot about these bad boys. I forgot about those bad boys. Alright. Malaysia has a lot of English too? Wait, really? I thought it doesn't have that much English. I mean, I know Philippines is English, but... Yeah, also, what are the two countries with concrete as well, like commonly concrete? It's Philippines and... Is it Malaysia? Or Thailand? Oh, okay, Thailand. Wait, so, how do I get this? How do I get this? How do I get this round? I didn't... Am I just cooked? Like, I feel like I didn't even do anything wrong. Like, it was just fucking 50-50 Hong Kong, Singapore, which this shit is so fucking annoying. And it's like, obviously I can see these road signs now, but like, back in there, I didn't have any. I had them? Yeah, I'm down. Because we were both wrong and he still beat me. Like, that's so stupid. But Hong Kong is rich. Do a no move? Okay. Actually, Singapore's probably more rich, right? I mean... it's just somewhere in northern UK, right? No point of messing around. Wow, that northern? Jesus. How does he even think about like going that northern? I just feel like I would be so scared. I mean, Shikam. Driving left? Not Nepal? So is it just somewhere in India? Fuck. Yeah, it was more dry than what I put. Well, I put somewhere dry. Ugh. He probably knows like copyright shit. I think there's copyright shit for India. I have no clue. I mean, like, I guess I go Ireland, but like, I don't know what, I'm trying to remember something about Ireland that I'm forgetting right now. Is it something like the road lines or like, there's something that I'm forgetting. Whatever, I'll just try it. Fuck. Yellow diamond road sign. I mean, we're just... Wait, fuck. Okay, yes. I mean... I don't think I'm gonna be able to get a better guess than this. I'm just gonna go for it and hopefully I win the match. I mean, it's just random no move Australia, so it's just 50-50. Oh my god. Unless we're both wrong, then it's not a 50-50. What the fuck? Is this double Google Cab? I legit have no clue, right? It just has to be like some fucking... Like somewhere in Russia, no? Or... Like Red Road? Is it a Red Road? I don't think so. Maybe. Fuck it. I send it. Just guess. Fucking... Oh! I was closer somehow. Like, low-key, this is where I, like... Oh, there was no fucking strip! I'm so stupid. Oh, wait, I know these. I 100% know these. I 100% know these. I want to say Manitoba? Fuck it, bro. Oh my god! Let's go! I knew the fucking bollards. The bollards. And then we finish on an NPZ? Wait, are we doing an NPC? I didn't see. Yes. Okay. Huh. Wait, I'm confused. It's just somewhere dry in Malaysia? There's just nowhere dry here. Or no, there's no way where. Oh boy, this is cooked. I mean, oh, it feels so dry though. Maybe it's just, but like, what is this car? And this, and these. Oh fuck, I don't know. Oh shit, I don't know. Ghana, oh my god. Bro, they were driving left. Weren't they driving left? Wait, no, they weren't. They were driving right? Ghana? They were driving right? Am I seeing things backwards? How are they driving right? Bro, I don't fucking know. Hungary? Hungary? Centralize myself in Europe? Just in case? Wisconsin? Is that corn? Do they only have corn in US? Alright, I can win. I don't know where we are. It feels way too dry though. Oh my god. How do you do that? Is this a bollard? Oh my god, wait, it's literally black on the bottom right there. This one you can't see it. Iowa cornfields. If it feels alcoholic, go Wisconsin. Same round as in our MPZ, but NMPZ, but this is winter. What? I'm so dumb. I don't know if it works like that. Wait, does it work like that? I think it goes, yeah, I think it just goes moving, no move, moving, no move, NMPZ, yeah. Fuck! Fuck you! Why are you better than me? This was so obvious now that I think about it. Well, like, low-key, it's not obvious at all, but, like, the Mexico bollard. Like, I just had to look. I just had to fucking look with my eyeballs. And then, like, how did you know it was there? Like, how did you know it was that spot there? I guess, like, these trees are kind of recognizable. Yeah, I haven't looked at Mexico enough. Like, Loki, it was giving me Argentina vibes, and I was like, probably not. And then I went to Thailand because I was like, they have stone bollards in Southeast Asia. So, wait, they don't even have them, do they? They have, where's the fucking stone bollards? I don't remember. Fuck, I can't believe I fucked up the, this round so bad, too. I just thought this is like Hungary, but low key, didn't Ziggy say something about like it being like overcast or something? Like this was crazy. Like the fact that you got this is crazy. I mean, corn. Okay, wait. Is corn exclusive to United States? Because I don't think so. Maybe. Oh, also, can I tell that we're driving like... This is the back of the car. So, I know I'm not in EU. So basically so it's not, there's nowhere in EU that they do grow corn in EU. This is so obvious, dude. I mean, it's not obvious at all because like I didn't know about the corn meta, but now I know. Now I know. Corn back of car. Corn back of car meta. Like, how do you know this is, like, how are you 100% certain that this is the back of car? Because, like, could it not be front of car just nicely blurred? Or does it just look different? Or, like, if it's front of car, well, I guess, why the fuck would it be front of car? Because this doesn't feel like a left driving area. So, house looks US? Bro, I thought this house looked fucking... This is not even a house, this is a barn. Is this a house? It's a barn. Nah, I actually thought it was a house. Because, like, if you assume that we are driving right, and then you assume that afterwards you're like, okay, we are driving right, so then this has to be the back of the car. Back of the car is invisible, and invisible back of the car would have to entail not you. Unless it's like Switzerland low cam, which isn't going to happen, or I think that's it. Ooh, perfect east-west. Wait, I like that. I like that tech. Bro, I have 3 pace valves. The pole top being a trident doesn't really happen in any EU country. Type shit. I literally never have looked at a single pole top in EU. I only look at bollards and pole trunks. So if I have to, I have to get lucky tomorrow, and I'll beat Andrew in second round.
Oh, what the hell does that mean? Oh, didn't we? All right. Either my penis is I don't know. I gotta stop talking about my penis. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah, please don't.
Yo!
Oh my God, Miracle Minutes on. Oh, Puerto Rico. What was the tell?
Black.
Geography?
You can see the black mirrors, and that's kind of
Okay, that's it.
Puerto Rican thing. Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I think there's other places with black mirrors probably, but I don't know if I know them.
I gotcha.
And then you can tell. Oh boy, that is a bollard.
What the hell does that mean? What the? Where the? Are we in
Germany. Germany.
I mean, I feel like it's maybe.
Oh, I can. Wait, can we move or no?
Oh yeah, it's
Oh, we
move.
can move.
Yeah, it is move. Right.
Oh, well,
Right,
my
right.
game froze.
Yeah,
So
it is definitely.
The game froze. You can refresh. It should put you back in. I know these ballers, but I don't know if I know.
It's Swiss?
Like it's
No, it's Germany. You're wrong. I'm right.
No, it wouldn't be that. It's not.
Because they also have the orange at the intersection, right? I'm right. Am I right?
Where did that motherfucking? Okay, so but it doesn't.
Neonbuttel.
Bollards. Well, no, that one.
And the blue.
Is. Yeah, that one is. So I guess
whatever.
I can
I'm just
see
gonna
this.
guess and see what happens.
It's like a very greener area. Maybe near. It's like. Fuck. And
Oh my god, I'm goated, dude.
Hell yeah.
Kyle's OP.
You guys are so lucky I'm not in this tournament.
Turkey. Or not Turkey, fucking, what is it called?
Kazakhstan?
Germany.
Oh, Germany? I mean, there was a sign
Yeah.
with that had Germanic language in it.
Yeah,
so if I was,
knew it was Germany, but getting
Yeah.
the northern part was pretty.
No, well, you went so fucking north.
yeah, I know, because it's more lush up there.
I almost just autopiloted and clicked on Germany.
I think it's this, and I think.
Okay, I have to go to the washroom. Have you learned Vietnam side blur?
Hopefully, I'm not tunnel visioning on the wrong country, but I'm pretty.
So why didn't you answer me earlier when I asked if you have practiced, have learned the Japan thingies? Pole things? You learned Vietnam side blur. I don't know what Vietnam side blur is. Oh, is it something like where, like, every...
Why is there... Dude, I found every sign
Top right below her.
which I guess, and it's somehow like 20 miles south. Like, what are we doing? Whatever, I'll still take it.
Bro, I don't even know the name of one state.
Holy shit, triple bucket strats.
Okay, so this is just gonna be tech that I don't know. Is what I've just learned from that.
Where is 77 Brazil area code?
I just saw 3 buckets stacked on top of each other.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's quizzing you.
Interesting.
Wait, I actually know them too. Peep this. Ready? I don't know them that well, but I know. Peep. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Something like that. I'm on Brazil phone code 1v1. Okay, I've only memorized the 10 numbers, or the 9 numbers. Okay. Rao, have you learned Japan pole meta? And can you tell me what Vietnam right side blur means?
There was a bumper sticker with German on it, and I was like, okay, that's
Okay. I might learn it tonight then. At least some of the basic ones. What is this? Vietnam right side blur is just my attempt to sidetrack you for 30 minutes and waste your time. The fuck? Like, it would work. Oh shit, dude, this location would be hard.
The curb. That's it.
What the fuck? Dude, low key, I missed Vietnam earlier against Andrew, and I don't really know why I did that. Wait, are these the same poles as Cambodia? Is that why? Like, I full fucking brain blasted? Yeah, it is. Okay. So Cambodia, Vietnam have the same poles. I didn't know that. You gain points. Oh yeah, I did gain points. I remember that. Like, loud key? Wait. For hedging for Vietnam, is it not correct to go, like, right here in Laos?
Okay. So
If you don't know at all, if you have 0 vibes, maybe, like, right here or something?
well, I saw a car park. I'm like, okay, fuck it.
I guess Cambodia is not the worst guess on Vietnam, huh? Also, you had a candy cane sign. Candy cane! Candy fucking cane!
Okay, and then I guess next one would be no move.
Taiwan also has them.
Who won today's Minecraft thing?
Blinky. Dude, we were
playing basketball. You hop on Fortnite? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna wait. Can we play in like an hour? I'm gonna go to the washroom. Oh, low key. Maybe I should just.
Because it was in some fucked ass land. Like I was so.
That's annoying.
It was just like if it was just an open spawner, like we.
All right.
We win that scene.
Let me just fucking keep playing. Like, let me just actually force it out. Let me just keep playing for like half an hour, and then I'm just gonna have to go. I'm just gonna. Okay. Wait, Ballard. What do you mean? What do you mean, Ballard? What do you mean by that? Croatia Ballard? What do these plates look like? Wait, yellow. This is Austria and I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't fucking remember. Oh, I guess it's not just the Croatia Ballard. Am I tweaking? Am I geeked? 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 I'm not geeked. Where's the sign map? Where's the hold on. Chevron. That's what I'm looking for. That's the word I'm looking for. Chevron. It's Austria and Croatia and Montenegro. This is the one that's bugged with this thing, right? Like this Croatia can just have them. I've seen it twice now. This whoever made this chopped ass graphic. Oh. Well, I guess I will. I don't know where to guess. What am I doing right now? Whoop. Middle? W? W middle strats? Like, are these town names? Wait. No. W, go in the middle? Oh, I see this one. And I see this one now. Wait, no, was that what it was? Oh. What the fuck? Get me out of here. Wait, what? What is this bollard? Where's hilly Poland? Like here somewhere? Not Poland. Oh my god, I gotta go more. Like, is this all just like super flat? Literally, like, I'm not making it. Oh my god. Like, how flat is this? Like, is it kind of rolling or is it like just totally like, oh, okay, never mind. What the fuck? Okay. So I could have just I could have nailed this like perfect, like right there. Would have just been a perfect guess for me. Okay. Because like I don't know how to differentiate. Wait, it's just yes. Wait, driving left. I thought I was confusing myself so much. I can't. I don't know. We got there in the end. Bro, I didn't know I had these in fucking. My mindset was like, huh. I thought these were like I don't fucking know. Like these are. Is this a tuk-tuk? Because I know they have these in like Peru, I think, right? It said Kenya on the sign. Bro, I wasn't even looking at a sign. I was just trying to mentally think about like what. Crummy Bandit, thank you for the prime. Oh my god, it does say Kenya right there. Do I have a follow car? No. Bro, holy shit, that guy has aura. This Google car driver just passed that person. Like I feel like every time I hesitate, I'm always hesitating for a good reason. And then it's just like whether or not I can dig myself out of the hole, you know what I mean? It's like if I'm following some meta in my head and I follow the meta wrong and then it feels wrong and I'm like, "Oh shit, it feels wrong right now." And so I need to like change my I just need to change my brain to yeah, I just need to like make sure I'm like thinking about everything correct. Is this Singapore? Holy fuck. No, South Korea. Oh yeah, right. The fucking like Loki, if this no, this is probably not Seoul, right? It's just another big town like this, probably. Busan or something. We'll just go in between them. It is Seoul. GG. Maybe these blue lines are really weird. Yeah, I know. That's the thing, like the quick guess is so bad. Oh fuck. I just I guess I should just go middle. I just have no idea what the towns or what the things look like. I was just going off inference. Weird. Like I want to get a closer look at these bollards. Could be like Luxembourg bollard. Wait, am I looking? No. Blue tab. Maybe Swiss or I mean, it definitely... Wait, I don't have a guess now. Holy shit, I just realized I just don't have a guess. Oh, Luxembourg. Wait, I'm so stupid. I literally counted the 3 and then I thought... Wait, what did I think in my head? Bruh. I counted the 3 and then I was like... Did I say Switzerland after counting the 3 or something? And then I checked for locam and it wasn't locam, so I fucking... Oh my god, I'm stupid. Damn, thanks for the raid. Holy shit, thank you. I just like gaslit myself out of that. Ooh, wait, we're everywhere. I mean, I think this is somewhere in northern Norway. That's the vibes I'm getting right now. But maybe that's a bad guess for some reason because of the yellow line. No yellow lines. What side are we driving on right now? Right side. I mean, it's not like... Good night. Bro, I legit have no clue. Oh, wait. That sign is good for me. Oh, that means it's not Norway. Iceland? Really? Okay, wait. I thought Iceland had yellow plates, because I thought it was Iceland, and then I was looking for the yellow plates. Am I making that up? Oh my god, I'm just totally making that up. Is there an Iceland flag at spawn? Yeah, sure, if you want to fucking use this flag. Okay. It was just yellow bollards. Oh my god, I'm just totally mixing that up. Because I thought this was Iceland, and then I was like... They don't have yellow plates. And so I was like, I guess it's northern Norway. Okay. Low key, I know you just rated me like literally 2 minutes ago. I have to go. I have to get offline. I have to go. Sorry. I have to go pee and like low key. I just don't I should just end. Like because like if I go pee then like I'm gonna lose like a couple minutes. Yes. And I want to play Fortnite. Okay. Bye chat. Thanks for chilling with 3 notes. What's up to Poundy? That was a fun stream today. And yeah, I mean I'm just I feel like I'm as prepped as I can be. I need to not meta myself the wrong way out of holes that I know like I know the correct vibe and then I use meta and I just use the meta incorrectly and I just think about it wrong and then I fuck myself over. I feel like